headphone dance floor. Let's go.
Now stream can hear me. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to NYC Megacity's Day 2. we've got our top 8 happening. Also, we've got Hand and Brain side event happening. If you're not here in the top 8, make sure to check that out. That's going to be super fun. For all my top 8 players, for this first round, the top seed is going to be choosing which side to play. Don't trade deck lists until you've made that choice. We're going to give you, what did we say, 3 minutes or 2 minutes? Then make the choice. 2 minutes to make the choice, sorry. Okay. 5 to look, 2 minutes to make the choice. Yes. Right. I'll tell you when. Don't worry. Yeah, I've got to set a timer real quick. But then 2 minutes to make the choice, and then an additional 5 to study for this first round. After that, every other round will be 3 minutes before the round starts, and then the round will start. So basically, I'm going to set up the round clock to have the additional time on it, and I'll make a call over the PA to announce that. So, am I missing anything else for this first round? I think that's it, right? Yeah, I think that's it. All right, so go ahead and trade right now. You've got 2 minutes, and I'll make a shout when the 2 minutes are over. Thank you all very much, and good luck to top 8.
Woo! Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of New York Megacities. My name's Laura, she, her.
I'm Whiteblade, they, them.
And we're super excited to be doing commentary on today's top cut. Like Kata was just saying, with the top 8 cut will be double elimination. And right now, because it's open deck list, they're reading deck list, and the top seed's picking the pairing, whether to run or corp. Whiteblade, what do you think about the factions that we see in the cut today?
I think I looked at this cut and I said, "Yep, this is a Megacity top cut." We got a lot of, we got a lot of Oko, a lot of Sable. There's a big brick in the middle of these standings. I thought, I think it looked like what I thought the cut might look like. A lot of Sable, a lot of Oko. I think the interesting thing is we have 2 Leos in the top cut. I know you played Leo.
Yes,
at Megacity Vancouver.
Yes, I'm very excited to see the Leos. We saw 2 of them on stream yesterday, and actually those are 2 Leo players, and they're paired against each other. So we're guaranteed to see a Leo versus Magdalene game. They both brought the same ideas, and it's up to Wenjong, the top seed, to pick whether to corp or run.
Yeah, it's really interesting, because I think, if I was in the cut and I was making this choice, I'd probably want to run first. I might feel like if I'm playing a Sable, I maybe feel confident in my Sable or my Shiko. If you're with the Magdalene, I think if you're Magdalene, you really don't want to play against Leo. The Magdalene deck, it's gonna win by deep dive. That's really the only way. It's gonna control, and then deep dive. Leo is one of the few corp decks that just has border control in theory on every server.
Yes.
And these I think the other difference is that if you're a Sable, you have CESV credits. If you're an Anarch, you have Bangkok. You have all this way to cheat the cost of breaking ice. But Magdalene just has to pay. To pay, and so the brands can get really taxing. I feel like if you're the Leo, I wouldn't be shocked here if Wenjong chose to corp into Wynaut's Magdalene.
Yes, and just provide a little bit more context, because I think we'll be seeing these players on stream in a moment. They did actually play each other in Swiss yesterday, and Wenjong ran against the Wynaut's Leo, and I think was a near credit perfect run to steal the final agenda on the remote. So exactly what you're saying happened. Deep dive was shut down. All the icebreakers were taxed. Repellers were taxed by Braun, but they could just barely sneak into the remote to get the last 2 points.
Yeah, and I think also the other thing I think about this cut is I'm really interested to see the specific players. There's a lot of strong players in this cut. This is really some of the stronger players in the New York scene have all made these cut. Names I'm familiar with. We have some people who've been playing for a really long time. Kysra's in the cut. Kysra's been playing Netrunner for a very long time now and has a lot of really high finishes, really high finishes at Worlds, icecreamcollege. I feel like I see this guy in the online tournaments in Continentals. He's always the top, and then Wenjong. I feel like you show like any random tournament in North America, you just see Wenjong in the cut. Wenjong's in the cut in Toronto.
So now he's
Wenjong's in the cut
everywhere.
in yeah, and he's always the thing about Wenjong is he's always doing his own thing.
Yes.
In the previous format, he played Isuak. He was like the Isuak guy, and I always wondered, like, okay, he's a good Netrunner player, but is he like an Isuak one trick? And I think, especially after Elevation's released, Wenjong's really shown the Netrunner community that he's just one of the best players in North America right now, and he can do it on anything. It's not just Isuak. He was playing Isuak because he loved it, but he's playing Leo and Magdalene today, so I think Wenjong's someone I'm keeping my eye on specifically.
Yeah, and that's always fun when you see players pick not necessarily the on-meta pick or even what is conventionally thought of as the strongest deck, but just one that they enjoy playing and sort of understand the flow of.
Yeah.
Since we're an open deck list... Oh, sorry.
So who do you think's going to win the tournament today?
Oh, that's a hard call. I think my heart is obviously with one of the Leo players. I would love to see that do well again. But that bias aside, I mean, probability-wise, I should bet on Alco and Sable because there's 4 out of 8 of them in the top cut. But yeah, like Wild's also been menacing the New York scene with his Jinteki for the last couple, I want to say, months or even years, including the last meta, I think, playing Ag Infusion Glacier. So yeah, Wild's definitely a force to look out for as well. I was going to ask, since it's open deck list, have you noticed anything interesting on the deck list at the top, or is it mostly what we've seen before?
I feel like it's mostly what we've seen. The Nebula is Kill Nebula, so we've got Stoide's Nebula has 2 end of the lines, and it has so there's nothing really that spicy. The Oko it's a mix of Kill Oko and then like the poached egg scoring Oko from that Cristallo played to a first place finish at UK Nationals.
Makes sense.
The only thing that I thought was really spicy was there's a so Aureates is playing Kill Oko, but they have 1 touch-ups in the list.
Interesting.
Which I think is a really interesting call, especially because when you're playing against that style of Oko, you are thinking, okay, how much damage can they do in 1 turn? How am I safe to have 4 cards in hand? Touch-ups, it's 1 touch-up. Are you going to play on touch-ups the whole game? But also, it can it's 2 more damage on a turn where they decide to score a sting. So I think that if we get a game of Aureates on stream Theoko, I think watching what that touch-ups do could be really interesting.
Yeah, interesting. You definitely could see it as tech against the Anarch matchup, which we only have 1 of in the cut today, but as touch-ups, there's a guaranteed way to clear those Steelskin Scarrings from hand, which can sometimes foil what you think is a guaranteed flat line.
Yeah, and so it looks like Wenjong has decided to play Magdalene again.
Yes.
Into Wynaut's Leo. He decided, I did it in Swiss, I'll do it again. And I think it's really going to be interesting. I think we're going to be in for a bit of a long game.
Yes.
Because the Wenjong just needs to get the money set up and try and land these deep dives.
Yeah. What do you think the overall game plan is here for both sides? So that's what that's what the runner wants to do. Does Wynaut want to really glacier up and prevent deep dive at all costs, or maybe even try to rush out on the remote before Wenjong's fully set up?
I think that he's looking, I think, to get his Mercia Ballards in play. I think he's looking to get some of his Biodes in play, get a Bran or something on Centrals to make the deep dives harder. But he can play defensive and just sort of tax out, but he's took a very interesting opening. Oh, it looks like we're going to develop the Mercia and also ice it on the same turn. It's getting 4 cards in play.
Interesting. Yeah, Mercia turn 1, if it survives the whole game, can really accrue a terrifying amount of clicks. So I think that turn we saw greasing the palm, install, and then rezzing the Mercia to get the last install.
The Mercia is just the strongest card in this deck. It sets up ice, and it looks like we're contesting it really early.
Yes, running with clicks left is what you want to do against Leo, because this way you have ways to click through Biroids. Showing is just a Tranquility. Seeing that one first, deciding whether to trash it with Azimuth credits, but likely saving the Azimuth credits for the Persia.
This is a hard call because you know that the Tranquility home grid is the economic engine of the whole deck, but instead we trash the Mercia. So we're gonna get to make money off this Trank grid next turn if we put another card in the remote.
Yeah, the Tranquility home grid 4 cost to trash is one of the highest remaining trash costs in the game, I think. And we can see in Wynaut's hand, it's a Regolith, so that's going to be a good money start next turn. That was, I think, a Magdalene discarding the Coalescence and then immediately taking the money off of it. So getting back to 6 credits on Wenjong's side.
And I think not resing that ice, it's interesting. Because we knew we were gonna have the Regolith, so it could have been like maybe a Bran or something that we didn't wanna because we could have gone down to 1 credit here. So we clicked off the Regolith, we're making money. And yeah, I think we're just gonna start trying to make money and set up ice. And it's on Wenjong really to figure out a way to actually win this game because the Leo ability is gonna create such a strong effect.
Yes, that turn was installing the Trank for 2 credits and then hit Regolith twice. And I also just like that Wynaut's playing pretty quickly since, like you said, these games go long. And there's the right call. It's the Brawn. Do you spend 3 clicks to go through Brawn to trash a Regolith?
Well, that's a problem because you have to spend all 3 clicks because you don't want to give them an ice install potentially from HQ. And it looks like we just bounced off basically and installed the Fermenter.
Interesting. And yeah, Wynaut just clearing that Regolith. Really good start here, getting good money to res all those taxing 6 cost ice.
And having the Fermenter down is really what you want to do here because you just want to sort of set this Fermenter up forever. And we're going HQ. Oh, let's get trashed and we're going HQ.
There's a Boomy. Can trash Trojans on res, but there's no Trojan. And once again, you have the decision. Do you click through? Sometimes in other factions, you can let the first one fire because you have no program. But Magdalene definitely has a lot of programs installed.
Yeah, if you're gonna trash the Fermenter here for sure. Yeah, we have to click through, and we spent 3 clicks to get a single access. I don't know if that's what we want to do, but we also got the Corp to res some ice, which is nice.
Oh, and there's a second Regolith.
That's a big hit.
Yes.
Now the question is, do we even have a card to put in the remote? So do we have to spend our turn drawing next turn, which can be really slow?
Yeah, looks like that was last click draw, so that Wenjong's going to discard to Magdalene.
And I see a deep dive in the hand already.
Yeah, so he's not going to want to take the core damage off Boomy, which is another way to save a credit or a click sometimes. Ooh, that's a send a message drawn. That's an Ingaton drawn.
Yeah, this is the classic Glacier Classic. You're just, I need to draw a threat, and you're just drawing your agendas. Do we see him push the Ingaton?
Interesting, because the propeller is already installed. Wynaut knows that Wenjong can just run through that, spend 3 propeller counters and 3 credits to break it completely. But maybe the hope is just to tax that 1 propeller and make them unable to break Brawn on a more important turn.
I mean, I think also, if you're Wenjong, that could be Mercia, that could be Mitra Amon. Well, we'll check it anyway. So sometimes the bluffs don't work. Oh, choosing to click through and then end the run.
Wow. That's interesting, but it does get 2 points, so 6 credits for 2 points? Is that worth it?
Yeah, well, Wenjong really got punished. She got very greedy.
Yes.
Because he said, I can save this propeller, I'm just going to use my clicks. And I mean, this is the power of Leo's ability, right? We did give up the 6 cost ice, but credits are not going to be the core issue here. It's going to be whether we can actually keep the runner out. And I think if you had to trade a brand for 2 points, I think you're kind of happy.
Yeah. And look, still, even though the Tranquility is now naked, Wenjong still doesn't want to run it. The 4 trash costs, even with the 2 discount... Actually, never mind. Now it's going down.
I think that makes sense to me because you now need to say, if you're Wenjong, you're like, okay, I have a deep dive. We have Muse in hand. We can maybe get a Pikachu. We can maybe start threatening central servers, and we have 2 points, but we have no. All we have is a single res boomy. That's it.
Yes. Oh, are we rewinding something? Oh, Wynaut's had to purge. Makes sense. The fermenter, I think, was already at 4, so a menacing amount of money. Click 1 hitting Nuka, drawing 3. I think that's a... No, just still a first deep dive and a pinhole and an echelon were drawn, so that will deal with the boomy. Running R&D for a single, seeing a greasing the palm. We're just going to help Wynaut just get a little bit of money while developing board state.
Mm-hmm. I'm kind of surprised when John went for a single there.
Yeah, it can be hard to evaluate singles in a Glacier deck because it's really not going to be running probably 8 or 9 agendas total, and we've already got 1 scored.
Mm-hmm. I think it's... You also want to just get some points in so that, like, if you can single a 2-pointer here, it means you can potentially win a single deep dive instead of having deep dive twice.
Yes, exactly. Like, you see the free server, you know you want to get early points. Looks like we're trashing the Azimuth with the Magdalene discard of the Coalescence. Getting late. Oh, we're just moving the points on screen for everyone to see. Yeah, Wynaut has no remote now, but has, I think I saw some ice and net. I think it's on MIC and a fly swatter, which will help set up. I think maybe the Coalescence was installed and then the SMC was Magdalene discarded.
Sure, so we have a mana gone. We've got to send a message. We really want to sort of find a way to get the send a message to work. Ideally, we want, like, sort of, honestly, a Mercia Ballad to, like, make Wenjong have to pay through the make twice, potentially.
Yes.
But it looks like we're going to develop this MIC. And Mercia Ballad, it's the best Leo card. It should say automatic 3 of in every Leo deck. It's so strong. It's one of 2 Bioroid upgrades in the game. It's border control on a stick, and it also, like, helps you set up your board.
Yes, it's such a good card. Definitely the cheapest Bioroid too.
Yes.
And I think that was a Managarm that was pushed in the remote. Yeah, that's left hand. So just doing the strategy of making Wenjong always wonder, is that something that can be seamless from hand?
Mm-hmm. I think you want to make Wenjong panic, right?
Yes.
You want Wenjong down 2 points. Or what if we score, and if we score an Architect's Deployment test, or what if,
Mm-hmm.
and making them run through this mech multiple times, the more money they spend contesting this remote, the less money they have to actually deep dive you.
Yes. And then like you said, you're worried about Architect Deployment tests. You're also worried about this deck is probably running vulnerability audits, which is the 4/3 that you can never advance using Seamless. And then you're at game point, and Leo at game point is a pretty terrifying prospect. Looks like we're cracking the SMC to get a breaker. We see a Unity at the bottom. Is this deck running Echelon?
This has got to be the Fizzarm here. I mean, the problem with the Fizzarm is it's still 3 credits to get through the Mick, and now we're going to see Heartbreak here, because this Managon, even if Wenjong clicks through, he will not be able to trash this Managon.
Yes. And Fizzarum's awkward here because this deck is probably running 3 boomies, which will just instantly trash it. Sure, you can get it back with Simul Ships, but you kind of need those Simul Ships for Propeller if you're ever going to break Ron for a reasonable amount of credits.
This is one of the exact reasons why, if you're playing Magdalene, you are just not happy to see a Leo against you. They just have so many tools and things, and you are just... they are, in some sense, one of the best decks against Deep Dive. I think it's one of the reasons we keep seeing, of all the HB IDs, Leo be played the most, because, if you're playing PD, well, PD only works if you score, and that sounds great, but I can't score if I'm losing the deep dive.
Yes.
But Leo says, whoa, slow your roll. I'm going to sack a Bioroid.
Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of Bioroids in this deck. I don't know if we got a count on the deck list, but usually with between, 6 to 8?
Yeah, I think we're running...
Oh, including Mercia too, so definitely maybe more like 9 or 10. Yeah,
we're running 8 in the ice slot and then 3 Mercia. So we have 11 ETR effects that we can use. Which is a lot. And then if you count the ablatives can... His ablative berry can bring back a Mercia, so...
Yeah, and then using some of those HB recursion tools to sometimes it seems make deep dive feel impossible. But right now, it's definitely still within the realm of possibility. But we still haven't seen a click gainer for Wenjong either, and that's really what you want for the double deep dive turn,
Yeah,
if that's
it
even
looks like
possible.
so. It looks like there's a Pikachu on the list, and there's also a Wheels. The Pikachu can be vulnerable to a Boomy Res, but this Wheels can help. It looks like we have Wheels in hand,
Ah,
but
yes.
Wenjong just has a million cards and not enough credits to install all these cards, I think.
Yeah, it looks like he's holding a lily pad in hand, which you're tempted to install in order to get you some draw. Ah, there's a lily pad coming down. But yeah, it sets you down to and then it seems taking a credit after.
Oh, we're just doing some math.
Okay. Paying 4. And then taking a credit, and then we're probably getting a Magdalene discard. Ooh, I think this is a tricky discard, having to discard 2.
Yeah, I think, man, you want all these cards. It could be a Muse. Like, you want the Pinhole. I think you want to get the Fermenter into play. But I think if you install Fermenter and your Wynaut, you're purging virus counters.
Yeah, seems like it. This deck's not running Virus, right? It's just running 2 Fly Swatters, so that's a way to get Purge if you run. But manually purging sometimes is good enough. Oh, looks like we're getting the Echelon discarded and the Fermenter. The Fermenter's getting installed. The Echelon's going to the bin, but we're expecting that to come back with the Simul chip.
Well, there's no... yeah, I mean, the problem was the Simulchip got used this turn to install the Coalescence so we could even do anything.
Oh, right. Oh, so yeah, that's already one Simul chip called for. Ooh.
And right now we have a Vulnerability Audit in hand.
Yes.
I think I love a Purge here. You Purge, next turn you go Hedge Fund, install the Vulnerability Audit. Because I think if you don't Purge here, Wenjong's just going to click the Fermenter off for 6 credits, like first action.
Yes, and getting rid of the Physarum too, I just noticed, with no visible way to get it back. I mean, you're expecting Muse, but still that means it's a 2 credit Physarum instead of a free Physarum with the Simul chip.
Yeah, and you're just sort of making the Magdalene spend resources. This is a Muse that's not being used to recur Pikachu when they're trying to deep dive.
Yes.
And this is this is honestly this what a board state Leo wants, where it's making the Magdalene have to deal with the remote and not applying pressure for the deep dive, not building resources, trying to get through a Mick. And I just think, like, it's a tough spot for Wenjong here. Now, these games are explosive. Wenjong can score 5 points on a single turn.
Mm-hmm.
So the question is going to be... Wenjong's certainly not out of it. I just think that it's a tough spot right now, especially, I think, if Wynaut puts a Purge in this turn.
Yeah, I think Wynaut might be worried about any HQ accesses. Is Wenjong running things like Compilation or any other HQ multi-access? Yes, one Compilation.
Yeah, Wenjong does have a Compilation. So he's on the sort of like standard influence spread. He's got a Wheels, a Physarum, 3 Fermenters, and a Cup, and then 2 Pinholes.
Ooh, interesting. We're getting installing the audit in the remote first click, and then we're playing KPI. So it seems like we use the mode to install the nice piece of ice from hand, ignoring all costs. And then we're just gaining the credits back. And then last, we have one more click to decide something.
I think we click for 2 credits here. Yeah.
Yes. And then last...
It was KPI click for 2 credits, I think, because the KPI modes were install a card. Oh, and we're just advancing. Okay,
wow. So that's really saying, I've got something here. So what ice are we expecting on the outside?
So I think the Fly Swatter. So it's actually a really nice fork here, because if Wenjong runs this, he has to pop a Fermenter. But then the second Fermenter will get purged, and the Physarum dies, and he doesn't have a way to get through the first Fly Swatter. So it's pretty safe.
Yeah. This is a really aggressive play from Wynaut, but I really like it. Like using the perfectly placed Fly Swatter. I think we actually saw this in Wenjong's game yesterday, purging a Leech with the Buzzsaw MIC. None of those breakers are here, but yeah, Physarum in the exact same problem. And because the Simul chip was used, there's no way to get the Physarum back at instant speed. The Muses you need to install spending a click. Alright, second click run after cracking the Fermenter, and there's the Fly Swatter. Wenjong smiling, probably thinking that's the worst case.
I think it is the worst case by far. I think you were happy to see any other ice, even just hitting a brand. Like, it's tough. And you know that it's complicated because as Wenjong, you know the only reason that he installed ice and pushed it was because it's probably something that's hurting him.
That's just a hedge fund, I think. So, and yeah, that can be really demoralizing when you're like, okay, now I need to go for singles and R&D, and sometimes, you know, we know 3 agendas are out of the deck already, so those singles are really low density. Checking within his heap, maybe regretting the lost simul chip. And then last click, or installing the muse for the SMC.
I would have not guessed it was SMC.
Yeah, I would have been tempted to get the Fizeron back, but...
Yeah, so what do you think we do? Maybe we have like an overclock or something?
And then
because there's
triple events of vulnerability audit. Also, maybe I think the worst case of Wenjong. ADT would have been pretty bad too, getting ice. But like even though Wynaut's at no credits, all his ice is rezzed, and he's at game point. And really at any point, he can just like click for credits onto the remote and threaten a 4-2 with Seamless.
Yeah, I think that like this is a really interesting play, especially because we chose not to use the Seamless launch. So we have decided, and I think this is a really heads-up play, we think that the way we're going to win is we're going to put a face-down card on the remote and say, run it. And you don't want to advance it, because then the runner will know it's an agenda. So now Wenjong is putting this problem of every face-down card, whether it's a Mitra Amon, a Mercia Ballad, everything is game point now.
Looks like we're cracking the SMC, I assume on the corpse turn. Debating, just another fermenter.
I mean, this makes perfect sense to me. You need the money. You you have a deep dive in hand, so I mean, you can dive your way out of this. And like, I can see some turn where like, Wenjong runs HQ, hits the sender message, runs R&D, runs archive, steals 5 points. I've seen it happen before.
Yes.
One of the reasons Magdalene is so strong is she just has such explosive power in this matchup. But the Boomy on HQ isn't in the run.
And also simply Wenjong doesn't have any way to break the Boomy, and you can't click through it in deep dive. You don't have that many click gainers, so you're gonna have to install the Echelon, which he simply doesn't have money for right now.
Well, the Echelon's in archives, so we need to like use the simul chip, and we need to there's a sort of lot of steps. We're just going for singles on R&D here.
Oh, there's a Seamless.
That is the worst. That is the worst thing I think for Wenjong there.
Yeah, that puts fear.
Yeah.
In your heart.
Well, now because the problem now is that if Wynaut he doesn't have a 4-2, but he can install a 4-2 and go credit and score off a 2 seamless launches.
Yes. Yeah, really using the credit discount on Seamless. All right, and now getting the simul chip on the table, so that's going to be useful to probably get back the Echelon. So we're seeing the Seamless. Now this is a tricky position for Wynaut. I wonder if you consider... All right, just clicking for a 3. Not thinking too hard about it.
I think that...
Yeah, sorry?
No, I was going to say, I'm sorry, I cut you off. I think that you were going to say the thing I was, which is that it feels really tempting to put that send a message in the server.
Yes. Probably thinking that he can't score it next turn, so needs at least a 3 credits. Already continue getting locked. We see a Spin Doctor. Ooh, the 2 to trash that is, eating into Wenjong's credits. I was going to suggest also drawing just 2. Ooh, there's a send a message.
Hit.
That's really awkward. I was going to say that you ideally want like a heavy ice installed to at least get that benefit on send a message, but that feels pretty bad. Just going back for another single on R&D. Oh. And it's a Mitra. 3 to trash, which will be all of Wenjong's credits, but the fermenters are ticking ready for next turn. Hard choice here. Do you trash it?
I mean, I think that Wenjong has, I think, decided that the way we're going to win this game is by running R&D a lot, which I appreciate. I mean, I think getting the 3 points makes this deep dive more reasonable. The unit, so we declined to trash the Mitra and instead decided to invest that money in a
Unity.
Unity.
Yeah. Ooh, this is an interesting choice because you can definitely push something that Wenjong might think is the Mitra.
And this is the mind game, right? Because Wenjong, he's got to think, oh, it's Mitra Amon. I just saw Mitra Amon on top of HQ. Like, what are the odds that there's been another agenda in hand? I mean, there's only 8 agendas in this deck, and we've seen 3 of them, and
Yeah.
I think we're probably only like a third into the deck. Honestly, when you Wynaut, you see that they declined to trash the Mitra. Okay.
Did you
Did
see
we
what went down?
Cud? I know. I was.
We have the same question that Wenjong does.
This is a classic control shaper issue. You have to ask yourself, do I have one more turn? And I think if you're Wenjong, you just don't, and I think you have to check this. But it's so expensive for you to break the Fly Swatter and the Myth.
Oh, yeah. And you can toss the Mick if you need to, and you have to pay the Managarm tax. I think we maybe had a pinhole, but...
Well, the problem is that he will have to pay the credits on Managarm because he clicked Fermenter, click 1.
Yes.
He's going to run the remote, and then after Wenjong breaks the Mick, Wynaut's going to forfeit the Mick to put Wenjong on 1 click. So then we have to pay 5. So you have to be able to get through all of this ice and pay 5 credits. But the problem is, if he makes a run right now, it's a credit to break Fly Swatter. If he flickers a Fazarmon, which is the cheapest thing he can do, it's still 3 credits. So now we're on 4 credits, and now we can't pay them mana gum tax.
Oh, yeah, it seems like 1 credit short, right? At 8, it's 4 to break
Yeah.
and 5 for the tax.
Exactly.
I do wonder if they sacked MSC, if you can end the run and run back.
Well, but then you can't pay for the mana gum.
Oh, yeah,
so.
same problem. It's just like, yeah, spending the click and a credit. Yeah, no, that line's wrong. Wow, so yeah, really, really bold play. I mean, we're assuming it's to send a message in there.
Well, I feel like this is the thing. You know, I feel like if you're Wenjong here, I think he's regretting maybe a little bit clicking that Fermenter, because I think he's doing the same math we are, which is I'm a credit short.
Is it better? How much does you need to break MIC right now? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
But so he can simul chip the Coalescence out of play and put the Fazarm back on the Mick.
Yes.
But because Fazarm says you have to pay credits equal to the number of subroutines, it's 1 for Unity to break the Fly Swatter, 3 for it to break the Mick, and then, I only have 4 credits.
I'm wondering if you can simul chip for a Coalescence to get 4 credits and pay the Unity, which is only 2 credits more than the Fazarm. So in this way, you're I think getting a bit more money from the simul chip.
Yeah, I guess actually the play here, I think, is you want to click the telework or click for credit, because then if you click telework, you go to 11, and then you break the Fly Swatter, you break the Fazarm, and then
okay.
So you'll have no clicks left, but you'll be able to get in the remote,
Yeah,
Okay.
so first 2 clicks were the 2 fermenters. Oh. Looks like he's still thinking.
This is where the game's really going to come down to. If why not? Wynaut's being cool as a cucumber over here, but Wenjong's in the pressure cooker, because Wenjong knows if he can steal the agenda, he's at 6, and then he just has to play a deep dive with no extra clicks remaining, probably, to win this game.
Yes. I mean, with the lower density, it's still within the realm of possibility that deep dive can whiff, but yeah, now we're running 3rd click, so you have an extra click for the MIC. Looks like we're cracking the simul chip to get the Fazarm, like you said. So it's only going to be 3 to break the MIC instead of 5 with Unity. And now Wynaut has a question. I think we maybe skipped over some of the windows kind of quickly, so Wynaut maybe had the Mitra window. But if not, it seems like it's not a Mitra.
He's thinking about Mick here, I think.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, if this is Mitra, I think it's like such an incredible 50-50.
Paying 5 for the tax.
Send a message.
Wenjong letting out a sigh of relief, but it was definitely close. I mean, some of these shape reports, it's going to be really hard to read how much money they bounced back. And then now Wenjong has the last click because he didn't have to spend it on the MIC. I think we're letting out a sigh of relief too. That was a tense, thinky turn.
I think the problem, so why not can like draw 2 cards here, try and draw like because any agenda's game point. We have 2 seamless launch. Anything is being never advanced. So I definitely think that Wynaut has a way out of this, but we're gonna get a Magdalene install this turn, which can be really rough.
Oh, the deck seems to be running 1 knickknack, which you don't see always in these lily pad decks. I think we just discarded a Nuka and
we're
discarding a Muse to get back, I'm guessing a Fermenter or a Coalescence.
So we spent 4 credits to make 4 credits, which I'm no accountant, but that seems.
But with the knickknack in hand, then it'll actually pay you back 4 real credits in a second.
Sure. So we're going for more of a value-oriented play, which I like.
Yeah, because you see Wynaut is probably going to be able to set up some big ice on centrals in the near future, knowing that deep dive is a game. Yeah, so there's a second MIC.
You need to click draw
Click
here.
on draw.
And we
Ooh.
find an agenda.
Click 2 hedge fund. This is an
I
interesting
think you
turn.
have to put the meat. I think you. Okay, and we're playing a bit slower, and so now this is when Wenjong has effectively 2 turns to win the game.
Yes.
Because, we get no. Oh, I'm trashing the fly
trash.
swatter. So maybe I think the play that Wynaut's trying to put together is he wants to get the Mitra in the remote, and put the fly swatter back into play and res it again to purge the Fizzarm again.
Yes, and if you don't even want that, if it ends up just being more taxing, you get double MIC. Double MIC can be hard to run a lot of the time. Ooh, that's a really good draw there. That's a next activation command. Not a card you see often, but it's gonna make these MICs what 6 strength.
Oh, that's a lot of strength.
And Fizzarm doesn't care, but you only want Fizzarm.
Yeah, and
All right, clicking the telework to end the turn, and we'll probably get a Magdalene discard of the. Is that the last simul chip?
that simul chip's really interesting because now you would think, okay, if we don't want to run the remote next turn, we can use the simul chip to put a Pikachu, like Muse for Pikachu onto the Boomy, but the problem is the Boomy can be used to ETR before we pass the ice. So, next turn, Wenjong won't have a way to actually land a deep dive.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it without a click gainer. Oh, and you're right. Yeah, the Peter Shadow's not going to work on Boomy. All right, let's click 1 draw instead. So unclear if we're going to do the push this turn.
I think I would have loved to see like a put agenda in the remote, put the Mitra in the remote, play the next activation command.
Yes, me too. Maybe Wynaut thinks that gives away the agenda score too much, and then after last turn, or the last turn that the steal happened, is a little concerned that the Shaper's going to accrue some desperate resources to get in. It could be they might even consider just putting the Mitra and the agenda, and just going like, I'm not playing the knack. What do you think?
Yeah, it's complicated, right? Because Wenjong's in a spot where he knows there's a knack in hand, and well, if there was an agenda in the remote, you would have played the knack.
Ooh. All right, and last click installing the Spin Doctor, and we're at hand size. We're going to discard. I think that was discarding the off-world.
Yes, I feel like we're sort of not. So this is again, Wenjong's in this tough spot, right? That could be an agenda. And when running his hands through his head, just thinking, man, I gotta run this remote again.
Yeah, I think we saw what Spin Doctor going down, so that's going to shuffle back the off-world, which R&D is not always a place you want your agendas, but I mean, in hand is equally dangerous too. All right, Wenjong needing to do the think again, whether it's worth going. All right, going for HQ instead. Knick-knacking the Muse, getting 2 credits and a card draw. No way to break Boomy, so presumably using the Simul chip to get back an Echelon, and now we have 1 of each breaker. So Boomy gets broken for 2. There's a big axis here. I wonder if you res a Spin Doctor to try to dilute your hand, or just go for the heart of the cards. That's
I
the
don't
next
think you
activation command again.
Yeah. I don't think you can give up the.
Oh, I think we're deep diving this turn because the Boomy wasn't used. Yeah, so now we're resing the spin, drawing
Yeah, we're
two,
gonna deep dive for a
drawing on
single
cell,
card.
which could be all you need, and shuffling back. So we know how many agendas? 3 are in R&D. And this, I think, the first deep dive we've seen on weekend, on stream all weekend. You know, it's a feared and soon to be banned card. But there are cases like this where actually it can come up short.
This is what I was talking about with the gem and the 2-3, because I think you could have put in the remote and then you could have used the boomy to end the run. I mean, the issue is I think is that things went off the rails a bit when that sender message got scored to put Wenjong to 6.
Yes.
Um, but here we go. It's gonna be top 8.
All right. Well, first one. Second one. Really.
Oh, hold.
5,
Okay,
6,
hold.
7. Ah, there it is. Oof. Wenjong holding his heart there. Super tense game. And yeah.
That was a 33-minute game. Like, that was a long game.
Yeah, and really some thinky turns there, needing to get almost quick click and credit perfect runs. Getting 2 send messages stolen with no value on them definitely feels bad.
Yeah, and you know, it's so funny because this is going to be, in 2 weeks, it's going to be a whole different world because Magdalene won't be able to play Deep Dive anymore.
Yeah, and
Um,
it's unclear how they win that game if not for, seeing 8 cards on R&D.
yeah, and you know, that was a really great game. It was obvious that Wynaut was just like, I'm going to push in the remote, I'm going to be really aggressive, which I think was the right call. And couldn't get there in the end, couldn't get those last points, but I think that was really well played by him.
Yeah, I really
Um,
like the aggression, really like taking those bold plays with the seamlesses, just making Wenjong sweat.
mhm.
And kind of like not showing respect to your opponent, being like, am I going to bluff you out? Are you going to let me get away with this?
Yeah, and I think that's kind of like, I mean, this is one of the reasons a lot of runner cards get banned. Runners are really strong. You have to make some risky plays.
Yes.
Like, there is no, I'm just going to play super safe and I always get to win sort of games. So
Yes.
I think that, like, being a little bit risky makes total sense. You got to push the point. And it's tough. You know, Wenjong chose this matchup, and we got the same result in Swiss.
Mhm.
So Wenjong obviously knew that he wanted to play this matchup. But yeah, it was a really exciting game, and I'm curious to see. We still have 2 Leos in the cut because Wynaut's going to be going to a lower bracket while Wenjong stays in the upper bracket.
Yep, and
Oh, go
we're
ahead.
likely to
Sorry.
see Leo games, which I'm happy to keep an eye on. I was gonna say, to be clear, by not showing respect, I mean he disrespected Wenjong, but just like Wenjong, like you said, is a very experienced player, but not being intimidated by that, even though Wynaut is a
Yeah,
relatively
yeah.
newer player. And also gonna say, slightly unfortunate draw is actually a bit from Wynaut. He did get the agendas to push, but no big ice. Like imagine if 2 bronze are in R&D that get hit off to send a message. This is a whole other game.
Yeah, and I think it's complicated. I mean, it's complicated always in these sort of slower shape of matchups because you want to see the agendas. Because if the game goes really long, it's tough. But also, like, you don't want to see too many too early, so it's a difficult balance. Um, and I will say, I think if you're Wenjong, you're playing Magdalene, you're so hard to kill. There's so many Okos in the top cut. I think you are very happy to be in the top half of the bracket and potentially playing against some Okos down the line.
Yes. On that note, have we seen the results from the first round come in?
I don't know.
Looks like we have 3 out of 4. So Wenjong won this game. Kysra won their game as Alco against Sable, and then Stwide won his game against Wild as Nebula. So we're just waiting on Dave versus Ice Cream College as time in the round gets to a close.
Yeah, really good game.
Maybe we'll take a quick break to just see how things shake up before the next round.
Yeah, sounds great. And you know, thanks for watching the stream, everyone. We'll have another great game for you next round.
Yeah, see you back in a couple minutes.
PhD. keep moving, moving, moving. into it.
Welcome back to day 2 of New York Megacities. We are in round 2 of our top 8 cut. I'm Laura.
I'm Whiteblade.
And here we're seeing Wynaut again running against Aureates, also known as Kyle. They are in the lower bracket, so that means both of them lost their first round, as we saw unfortunately for Wyatt earlier in the stream. And so whoever loses this game will unfortunately be eliminated from the cut. But they should be super proud of themselves. Did really well in Swiss and have done really well today. Right now, they're taking some time to read each other's deck lists. So, Whiteblade, I'm curious, what do you do when you look at it, when you try to read a deck list in 3 minutes, especially against a corp like Alco, where there sometimes seems to be a dozen different variations of the identity?
I think the thing that I look for is I'm like, okay, so controversial take. I think reading deck lists in the cut is very overrated. But you know, it's a lot of just like, I want to see what the influence is, what archetype they're on, and then any like special weird stuff. Like I think if I'm Wynaut, I'm looking at, oh, this deck has a touch-ups. That's weird. So that's definitely what I'm looking for.
Yes, for everyone, this deck, Aureates' Alco is not running the same kind of Regenesis scoring pattern that we've seen in some of the Alcos this weekend, but is running See How They Run, Touch-Ups, End of the Line, and Oppo. So trying to tag you and kill you. Now, Magdalene's generally thought of it a pretty good deck in a kill, right?
Yeah, I think that one of the reasons you're playing Magdalene is because you are really damn hard to kill. You're playing Lilypad, and then Magdalene says when you discard cards to reach your maximum hand size, you can install a program, a piece of hardware from among those cards. And then because when you install a program, so we'll say it's 6 cards, you discard down to 5, you install a program which draws you a card off Lilypad. So now we get, because we're past the discard step, we get to end our turn on 6 cards, which is great because if the opponent's trying to kill us, having more cards in hand is really good.
Yes, and not to mention cards like Stone Ship Chart Room, which you can pop at instant speed to draw 2 cards if they're really popping off for a kill threat with like maybe cards like Reaper Function on the table, or if they start touch-upsing you.
Exactly.
Oh, and of course, not to
I
mention
also
this
think-
deck is running 3-foot as just a staple of all Alcos, and those will ping on anywhere between 1 to 3 damage on scores of cards like See How They Run or Fuji.
Exactly, and I think that you also are just hard to kill because of Magdalene because you have Stone Ship Chart Room and you have Dr. Nuka and you just have a lot of card draw. I think from Kyle's perspective, Aureates' perspective, it's going to be, can I apply enough pressure, get a board state out that like the Magdalene player has to overextend, I can maybe land a kill, because if the Magdalene player just sits back, it's really hard to kill them.
Yes. Do you think Aureates maybe keeps the kill threat, but then tries to rush out some points?
Well, See How They Run, I think what the priority for Aureates is going to be really, can I get this end of the line in my hand?
Yes, the one
Because
of
then
end of the line.
I can one of end of the line, you can touch up See How They Run, you can get a core damage down maybe with a See How They Run. You also have just like, you don't have Blood in the Water in this deck. So it's just a lot of scoring agendas. There's not a lot of great ice in this deck. I mean, we have 2 Botos, but we're only running 10 pieces of ice. Potentially, you could also run the Magdalene out of cards. That's another way you could win here.
Yes, with cards like Bladderware continually doing pings. And looks like we're off to a good start. Aureates doing install, Hansei Review, discarding a card, getting 5 credits, and their first Alco counter. The last card, the card on the table wasn't res, so we're expecting it not to be a FUT. Probably something like a cohort, or maybe even a sneaky agenda or Bladderware that we'll see next turn. But Bladderware has less value if you are up at 10 credits. Why not starting with a ritual, getting to a very healthy hand size?
Yeah, and getting the Oko trigger, and this could be a cohort, this could be a bladder. I mean, probably not a bladder ward, but because it's not res, it's not a fat, so it could be a spin doctor, cohort. I think if you're Wynaut, it's hard to be like, I'm gonna run it first click. You don't want to run into an enemy and give it or it's even more Oko triggers.
Yes, and you definitely don't want to run into a Seisentan, which can be between anywhere of 3 to 6 counters.
Exactly. So we're going for a single on HQ.
There's the touch-ups.
Oh, that's spooky.
And in this matchup, even if you're not killing, touch-ups can remove the deep dives from hand by new call event, which I think we see there's definitely 1, maybe even 2 in the hand already.
And I think it's interesting because Magdalene usually wins by deep dive. This is a matchup where it's not really a big thing. The net damage on central servers, you can put an enemy on archives. It's hard to keep the deep dives in hand on the run you decide you're actually going to play it.
Yes. It looks like, sorry, that wasn't the second deep dive. That's just a coalescence. So we're doing some classic Shaper installing. It was install coalescent, install simulship, and then you discard the compilation, get down to hand size, installing with Maggie instead. So it looks like that is a alt-art cohort, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that's a beautiful cohort guidance program. I don't know where that's from, but it is an alt-art cohort guidance program.
Yes, that's done by someone in the New Jersey meta, I believe. I'll have to check their name in a second. Anyways, cohort discarding a card, getting an Alco trigger, getting an Alco counter, and then triggering Alco. So now Kyle's going to see the top 3 cards and trash 1 of them. So just really rapid card draw and hand filtering here.
It's just one of the reasons Oko's so strong, because Kyle went down to like 2 cards in hand, and now we're already back up to 4.
Yeah, and card draw feels pretty tight in the elevation meta. So lots of options for Kyle to consider here. Probably going to install more stuff on the table, maybe considering ice on HQ, or on HQ R&D, or even archive sometimes in these matchups to set up a Regenesis play. Oh, but actually, this deck's not on Regenesis, right?
No, it's not on Regenesis. So the agenda suite in this Oko deck is 1 longevity, 3 Fuji, 3 see how they run, 3 sting.
Interesting. So it might be more about getting a see how they run to stick on the table. All right, we got first click install, nice. Second click draw. Usually want to do that first. And then we're installing something behind that piece of ice. And there's red. So there's a FUT getting a counter. And now centrals become scary.
I really love this because the Magdalene could just make a bunch of money, but now you're saying to Magdalene, okay, make a bunch of money and get icebreakers out. And that's hard, like it's not easy. So I'm curious. I think that if I'm Wynaut, this cohort has to go. It is such a strong card.
Yeah, and these are the forks that Alco presents to you, which is like just building in this like Acer group style, throwback to the previous meta, of just lots of remotes, lots of ice, and any of your tools to check them get taxed out pretty quick. You want to use cards like Pinhole Threading, which Wynaut's deck has 2 of, to get through them without breaking ice, but which one do you choose, cohort or FUT?
Exactly, and I think that Wynaut has some good things going from here. This compilation is really nice. If you can couplate the touch up,
Running archives. Ooh.
Oh,
First click taking, what does that add up to? 2 damage from there, 1 damage from the sting, and if Kyle moves the counter, another 2 damage from FUT. So that's a whole hand.
that's the whole hand. And if you are, that's 3 Oko triggers, and if you're Kyle here, you gotta have an opposition research in your hand.
Yeah. Yep, removing both counters, losing 2 cards. There's a deep dive, and there's the echelon. So really solid hand. And actually, just noticing 2 killers lost. Both the echelon.
That Sybil chip's gonna have to go into one of those sentry breakers for sure.
Absolutely, that's the breaker that's essential for this matchup. So first click on archives. Gonna be tricky for Magdalene to trigger this turn, and you are worried about Opera Research only at 5 credit this turn.
Well, we're gonna go up to 7 with the cohort, and now we're at threat 4, so the Oppo's online. And that's one of those things where if you're Wynaut here, do you go down to 3 cards? If they moon pool a Sting out, like it puts you down even more cards. I think that. I mean, if Kyle has, I mean, it's a very specific combination of cards, but if Kyle has a moon pool, a Sting, he can win the game right now with touch-ups. Because the touch-ups can potentially put more cards on the bottom, and then the fat trigger.
Ooh, running R&D with just 1 card in hand. So Fut's already triggered, so he's not taking damage. Ooh, and cupping the next Fut. This is really interesting because we have seen to see how they run in hand. So this could just be a really bold send it play. Try to poach a Fuji or 2 points. Yeah, running HQ. Using the compilation.
Okay,
Wow.
this is good. We're gonna see if can he win the game right here.
Yeah. There's to see how they run. So we're at 6
Okay.
already. That's the Oppo.
Why not with a laugh? He knows if he doesn't win on this access, he could die. Bodo.
Yes, to that Moonpool Sting combo that you're worried about. But none of those tools in hand. We've seen the whole hand now. So, or sorry, most of the hand. And Kyle hasn't drawn any of them. But with cohort to draw, alco to draw, functionally look at 3, discard 1, you could draw into those combo pieces really quickly.
And this is a hard spot because now it doesn't matter how much net damage you take on some of these runs. As long as you can touch an agenda, you win the game.
Yeah, funnily enough, Fut is blank when it comes to the runner. The runner can touch whatever they want. Sting's blank, they win on the point before the damage. Fuji's blank, they win on the points before the damage. So maybe Wynaut can just start sending it centrals here.
I think you just need to score like a Sting here gets us there. I mean, we probably want to play, if we're not scoring a Sting is just lethal.
Yes.
So even a longevity, I guess like it's complicated because even a longevity serum with a moon pool is technically lethal because we can touch up the longevity serum.
But the problem with touch-ups is it's not a guaranteed net damage. You have to call the card in hand, and when it's only 1 card, it's a little tricky.
Yeah, you have to run the odds on that. I think you probably just want to ice R&D and play an Oppo research or something. And we have a Sting in hand.
Oh, we have this thing and the moon pool.
That's scary because now you have a tough call to make. If you ice R&D and play the Oppo, they might just make a bunch of runs on your HQ. But if you ice HQ, they can dig you an R&D.
Yeah. And I don't know what ice we have in hand. Did we see a Boto last turn?
There was a Bodo accessed on the compilation.
Okay. So that can probably go and win the surface, but that looks like the only ice in hand. All right, that's finally deciding the Alco trigger. Now we're doing cohort. Getting 2 credits, discarding... Or sorry, maybe that was a cohort choice. Yes. And then now we do mandatory. So lots of chances to draw. And it looks like... Oh, we've drawn a Mindscaping as well.
You can't do anything with the tags. There's a chance that you might want to just put the moon pool on the board this turn to put the Sting back into the deck, potentially. And just try and land this Oppo research.
Yeah, I think that was first click install Bladderwort. So that could do some damage depending... Oh, taking it back.
This is probably the most important of the game for Kyle, turn of the game for Kyle.
Yeah. I think HQ is what you're going to want to defend because... Oh, over-installing the cohort. So that is probably the Sting or the Moonpool going down. And then there's the Oppo.
Okay. So now, if you're Wynaut, you are in a tough spot. Do you just try and run on a central server and win the game?
Right, because if you spend your whole turn clearing tags, you still only have 1 card in hand. So you probably die to, Sting on the table, any kind of fast advance trick, which with 2 face downs seems much more likely.
And if you just spend your whole turn drawing to get up to 5, you're dead to end of the line, Mindscaping,
Yes.
all of these tools. So you really have to decide, like, how do I want to win? But potentially, like, what ways do I want to expose myself to losing?
Yes. It's definitely tempting to just send it this turn, but it's unclear how many accesses you can get. You can silent ship back the compilation. Why not taking a think here before doing anything? Because this could very well be his last game his last turn of this game.
And I think this is one of the reasons we see so many players choosing to bring Oko, where if some things go badly or poorly for the runner, you can get these really explosive board states where now, even though you're at 6, the Oko player can kill you in 4 separate ways, it feels like.
Yeah. And even in what would theoretically be the worst case, where you end up ditching all these agendas into archives, letting your opponent get to 6 points is actually setting you up to do the kill combo that you want. All right, so we do have the silent ship bringing back the copulation. And then we have a click 1 run on R&D. It could be a game. And that's the game! Oh my god. I think the copulation was installed first to cup something on the top if it wasn't a stealable or trashable, just to be able to see deeper in
It's
R&D.
unfortunate we're not going to get to know his board state, but...
Yeah, I think I saw a moon pull go down and the sting. So exactly what you were saying was happening, because the bladder was kept in hand.
Yeah. I do think that, that's Netrunner, and I think that it was Wynaut, I think, had the right decision of I could play safe, I could play scared, I could draw a bunch of cards, but Wynaut was like, I think this is my time. I think I gotta push it. I gotta win it. And we knew there was one more point in circulation somewhere on the board, somewhere in hand potentially. But sometimes you just get the card off the top.
Yeah, and even though we've had 3 agendas stolen already, because this deck, Kyle's deck, is running the full set of stings, those are just vulnerable. Those means your deck has a few more agendas than otherwise.
No, exactly. And it was well played by both players. It was a fast game, but sometimes Oko is it can win fast or lose fast. It either kills you really early or it. I also just want to shout out, I love the shirts of both of these players. I love Kyle's bottle shirt. These are some handsome players we have on stream. These are both great shirts.
Really bringing their style both in their gameplay and in their clothes.
Exactly. I love we got grapes and bottles. I mean, what more can you ask for?
Yeah, and just unfortunate for Kyle, but had a great event. And this means Wynaut will be sticking around in the lower bracket.
This was a field full of killers, right? This was a tough field. Top 8's great, and Wynaut was a good. It's always tough to lose your first round as Wynaut, but then you picked up a win in the second round, so he's still in the cut. We're still on a loser side. Yeah, I'm excited to see how the rest of this cut goes out. And now we still have both Magdalenes potentially still in the cut. Because Wynaut is still playing Magdalene, and then Wenjong, even if he loses, he'll still be in the cut for next round. So we'll see both cut players. We'll see both Leo and Magdalene players still in the top cut.
Well, I'm happy to see that, even though we didn't see many Magdalene triggers this game. I'm checking to see if we have any other results yet, but unsurprisingly, this was the fastest game.
Yeah. And I think we will, even though it's a quick round, we can come back to you at the start of our next round.
Yeah, probably take a break. Might be a good time to get a snack, because I don't think we'll have time for a longer break in between rounds. So, yes, get up, stretch your legs. See you in a bit.
See you in a bit, everyone.
Portable headphone dance floor. Let's go. PhD. funky move, 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 move. into it.
Welcome back to day 2 of the New York Megacities. I'm Laura.
I'm Whiteblade.
And now we are watching round 3, the winners final. Kysra and Dave are our only players remaining undefeated. Kysra will be playing Alco, which we saw in the previous game, and Dave will be playing Sable. They're taking 3 minutes to get set up and review each other's deck lists. Anything stand out to you about these deck lists, Whiteblade?
I mean, I think one of the reasons we're seeing them at the top tables is because they're so standard. They're both really strong lists. Dave's Reg Crim list is a fairly classic Sable list. Notably, it's on Penny Shaver instead of Hermes. I think that's the big thing for me.
I see. That's good asset tech if you're going to be trashing a lot of things, running a lot of servers.
Yeah, it's complicated, right? Because, like, the Hermes is also good in this matchup because it allows you to bounce. If you hit a sting or something off of R&D, you can bounce a remote ice that lets you trash a cohort. I find that in this matchup, the issue for Sable is not going to be money per se, but it's going to be how can I get through these ice without finding my one-of breakers?
Yes. But actually, it looks like his deck is running 2 of each breaker, but 1 Unity.
I think that's good. I think being we do have 2 of breakers. We have no mutual favor. Oh, we have 1 mutual favor. Okay, so I think we actually are in a pretty good spot then in terms of being able to get the breakers to actually answer Kysra's ice.
Yes. Looks like Dave's deck is also just spending some influence instead of the second Unity on a bunch of card draws, so Dr. Nuka and Stone Chip Chart Room.
Exactly. And Kysra is on a Red Prince style kill Oko. We have 3 Fats, 3 Moonpools, 3 Cohorts, 3 Gladowarts. It's the same agenda suite as Aureates deck from the last round. So we've got the 3 See How They Run, 3 Sting, 1 Longevity to Fuji. The Ice Suite's a bit different. So we have a Phonatria here and no touch-ups. Instead, putting that influence into another Spin Doctor and 2 Predictive Planograms.
Interesting. Predictive Planogram makes a lot of sense if you're going to be running on low credits thanks to Bladderword.
Exactly, and I think that it's also another way to draw you into kill pieces when they actually do land a tag from the upper research.
That's true. If they float a tag, you get both options on Predictive Planogram. That's a Rashida Yahim from hand.
Exactly.
I was saying that this weekend we've seen lots of different outcomes, but we've seen some on more of the scoring plan and some on this kill plan. Do you think each one has distinctive strengths and weaknesses in certain matchups?
So I think that, honestly, the kill one, I think, is better positioned against Criminal. It's harder for Criminal to deal with your ice. You are better at attacking their hand. Criminal doesn't have a lot of sort of defensive card draw. They have Class Act, sure. They're importing Stone Chip. But a lot of their ways to deal with these problems are imports from other factions. Conversely, it's really hard to kill Magdalene. And
Yes.
it's difficult to kill Hashiko. So I think the scoring Oko is sort of exploiting the inverse of that, where maybe it's a little worse against Criminal, but it's a lot better against the Magdalenes. And also, if the Criminals are spending all of their influence on trying to not get killed, and then you don't care, you're just scoring agendas, that's good for you. And so it's hard right now as a runner. You don't know when you stay across an Oko. Are they, there's signs if they res a scatter field, okay, they're probably going to score and try to score agendas. But Oko is just such a strong, flexible ID. It can really represent a lot of different archetypes out of it.
Yeah, and that's why it's some degree of relief to these players to be playing open deck lists in the top cut, where you know basically what all the threats that the court can put up are in from the start of the round.
We're
Dave
getting the
shouting at
Jersey
Jersey City
City.
there. All right, and
Um,
we're off to a good start. I think it seems like both players kept, if I'm not mistaken.
yes, that's what it looks like. And we looks like Cat has kysra has an early opera research.
Yes, that's an Oppa Research full art and a Reaper function going down.
Dave has a very early twinning, which is really nice. Losing this twinning can hurt, but also like potentially if we can get it down early, we have a way to like deal with the board.
Yes, the class act in hand also seems good, but you maybe want to save some of the class acts for a turn where you think you're in danger and maybe even risk floating a tag. The mark is rolled. Ooh, it's a little bit off the screen. Looks like we're doing clean getaway. Running
Looks like archives.
archives. So presumably archives is the mark. I think we'll go fix and get that cleared soon. All right, makes sense. Click list 6 credits when archives is safe. Archives can get pretty lethal in this matchup, so you definitely want to take the opportunity to get the benefits from those archives marks while you can.
Oh, and Dave's hand is beautiful because we get to play the open market and use the open market to pay for the class act. The danger here is I think Dave's thinking, I want to play buyer bands. But if
Yeah.
you buyer bands one of these remotes and it's a spin doctor, you don't get the buyer bands trigger because we're gonna pre-install. We're gonna install the open market.
Getting the money from the class act. So basically just a 2-credit class act and you'll get a 2 credits back in a second. So a free class act seems pretty good to me.
Yeah, it's kind of like career fair with extra steps.
All right, so those have been the first 3 clicks, 2 more clicks. Do you draw here? You burn the class act draw, but you might just want a lot of cards in hand getting ready to get hit next turn, or do you just put down the twinning and think that your hand will get restored pretty soon?
Well, I think there's an argument to get the twinning installed and then click for credit.
Oh, sorry, we have error on the stream.
Yeah, I think
Wow.
This is all the technology Kato uses to make the magic happen. Yeah, it looks like we are moving the end of turn. We're gonna. Oh no, we're gonna buy a bands.
And sorry, folks, we're just taking a second to fix the display, but we can see in the top left that buy band is being played. All right, it's fixed now. Being run, like you said, it could have been the Spin Doctor, but instead getting the benefit for getting 4 free credits on the buy band to trash Moonpool.
We've drawn our cards, so that was 1 click left, which is going to be installing a Nuka for free.
Yes.
And if you're Kysra, I don't think you're happy about this. This is Sable getting the card draw that they need to be able to deal with your board. You do have an Oppo research loaded in the tank here, though.
Yeah, but when it's not on threat, it's unclear how excited you are to put it down. But it would cost all the Sable's money to clear the tags. All right, looks like we have
Especially
install Oppo.
Playing Oppo after a class act is so great because they have all these cards they want to play, but now they have to decide, do I clear these cards to clear these tags and not play the cards, or play the cards and keep the tags?
Ooh, and resing a flat. Now, we did see Dave on that class act draw drew a transfer. So you could, in theory, transfer all of the corpse money, but maybe you're worried that they have some assets to res to duck the credits. Getting the credit out from market at the start of the turn, and then we rolled the mark is HQ. We can see that on the bottom of the screen. We can also see it blends in with these clean getaway playmats, but Dave has this little shark that sits in front of the server. That's the mark.
I totally did not see that.
It blends in so well.
Oh, it's a mark shark. That's funny.
So how do you think we're dealing with these tags this turn? You wish you had the buy band from last turn to clear the tag. Oh, it looks like we have another one in hand, maybe.
I think you really wish you had a sure gamble.
Oh,
Which
that's
is
what that is.
exactly Perfect. So we get to play sure gamble. We make the money. I think we want to drop some tags, and we have some breakers in hand, and the breakers are good. But Cat Kysra said, I don't care about ice. I'm just going to put cards on the board. Like, you have to come trust my cards.
Yeah.
And we talked about how the breakers were important, but they don't seem important right now.
What server do you run with the bio bands? Oh, running down the front makes a lot of sense. You know, you're safe from damage here. So I wonder which modes you're picking. Looks
Remove
like
a tag and trash is what if I had to imagine.
so definitely picking 4 credits and then choosing to draw instead. Getting the class act
Wow.
trigger this turn. Seeing 3, deciding bottom 1.
Dave might feel priced in to play like a clean getaway on HQ or something, just because Kystra's only on 2 credits. The marks on HQ, what ice could they actually have?
Yes, in theory they could rest Tachubola, which would deny clean getaway. I'll believe a Carpe Diem in hand, which is even better.
Dave's got to think clearing his tags here.
Yes. Because if Carpe Diem does end the run, you do end up floating a tag, which is not great.
I think you're fine with that.
Ooh, putting down the info bounty. Oh, reconsidering. Remembering the tags. Really considering, and then yeah, spending the last 2 clicks to clear both tags.
So now we're on 3 credits, I believe.
Looks like it.
And Kystra's going to get to resolve a cohort here, probably.
Yeah, and that's what you need to get your money from 2. I guess it only goes to 3, but you definitely need more than 2 credits to win the game.
You really actually, I think, want to draw an Oppo here. If they can... So we're discarding the twinning. So
Wow.
Davis said, I don't need to access more than 1 card at a time. I'm just going to use the basic action card to get singles.
And you know, sometimes multi-access can be a little bit dangerous playing against Alco because you might take a bit more damage than you're happy with. So repeated singles, Sable has lots of run events, lots of incentive to run her mark. So maybe singles are enough here.
And it looks like Kysra doesn't have another Oppo. We're thinking about playing the petty cash out. And we do go into 5.
Yes, and getting the first Alco counter off the cohort discard. All right, we've installed Resing a Foot, click 1. Just resing it before you forget, which can happen sometimes. Oh, sorry, it was click for 2 and then install the Foot. Makes sense.
Yeah, there's a draw in there to like draw a Moonpool into the hand.
Gotcha, yeah.
Mark is R&D, which is open, so we could get the info bounty, get the Carpe Diem cooking.
Yes, but the Foot's there, so do you go trash the Foot? I think...
It's complicated, right? Because you want the money first. I think you're probably looking for something like a clean getaway, or even another buyer band would be great.
Yeah. We're
To sort of
starting with a
defuse the FUT.
Nuka draw. So drawing 4, bottoming 1 thanks to Class Act, and that can look for one of those run events that you were saying. Looks like it's a Bravado, a Unity, a Carpe, and another transfer.
Is both players are they're just really sort of jockeying for position here, as they're both trying to build the board states and keep some money down while Dave keeps the board down.
Ooh, there's a Carpe Diem on RD, seeing a Mindscaping. So that's one part of the kill threat if you float any tags. All right, getting the credits on the Carpe Diem.
Interesting that Dave didn't want to install the info bounty before he chose to make that run.
Yeah, maybe he's unsure if the info bounty value is worth more than just HP, but it seems like it would be pretty good. Getting the Penny Shaver down instead. And then choosing to run down the cohort, trashing it for 2, and then getting a Penny Shaver credit.
Cat's in a rough... Kystra's in a rough spot right now just because they can't just put assets on the board and tax Sable out economically anymore. The Penny Shaver is going to be such recurring economy, especially not once if we can get this info bounty cooking, that Kystra's really going to have to find some way, probably with ice, to like put pressure on Dave that isn't just economic pressure.
Yes, and looks like David the extra Sable click to click the Penny Shaver, get money back, and is discarding a Bravado. Definitely good econ, but maybe a little bit dangerous in this board state because you don't want to let them get a stray Anemone Fire. You got 2 counters that's uninteractable.
Exactly.
All right, we just have some clicks to draw, and then an install. So it goes up to 2 counters. So without the core, really struggling to get outgo counters, really struggling to get that aggressive forward moving tempo that he wants.
And another market R&D, and that's open. So if that info bounty is going to start making its money back. We get free clicks to access. These singles do become more dangerous because if we hit a sting, that's a lot of net damage.
Yeah. Looks like it's just a touchy ball at the top.
The flavor text in this card's always made me laugh because it says, deciding on one place in the world to definitely never visit again. But I've run an info bounty server many times over a game of Netrunner.
All right, looks like we're trashing the FUT for all of Dave's credits, but getting the Penny Shaver rebate, so he can always hit that to get 3 back.
Exactly.
And yep, now he's clicking it. 3 credits, you can afford to play most of the run events you have, maybe all of them. Yeah, running R&D before trashing the FUT is interesting, because you could just, if you're going to trash the FUT, why not do it first?
It's been exciting.
Ooh, we see a face down. I think that's been on the table for a while. Looks like it's a Reaper function.
It's a Reaper function. And this is the problem, is that Dave has effectively -1 trash cost on all of these cards, because every time he runs one of these remotes, he gets a Penny Shaver counter. Every time he runs a Central Server to get a Sable trigger, that's a Penny Shaver counter. And he can just bury Kysra under these credits.
Yeah, kysra only has so many of each of these kill assets, so... Ooh, and there's a Moon Pool. You're a bit short to trash it, but it's like looking for a credit and some information with Penny Shaver.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, mandatory draw, seeing the Tatubola, so both of them know that's in hand. Starting a predicted planogram, drawing for 3, seeing an Oppo, a Sting, and a Bladderwort. That's a Katshin Altart.
Cat is Kysra does it on both sides. They're such a talented artist, and they're one of the best Netrunner players on the East Coast. So they're a double threat, and I love this turn because you get to play the Oppos, slow the runner down, make them take a turn off, and then you also get to develop the Bladderwort, which starts getting you Oko triggers and makes you money back.
Yeah, Oppo is really one of the best ways to dump your credits into Bladderwort range because you have to be, what, at 3 credits at the start of your turn? 3 or 4? For it to trigger the damage.
After the trigger happens, if you have 4 or less, you do net damage.
Yes, so Dave's going to have to start worrying about taking some net damage. He's gotten away from it so far, but, you know, the moment you let even just one asset go, it can give an outgo counter, it can start giving them draw, can do some pretty scary forward-moving stuff.
And this is the power of the Penny Shaver, because Dave's going to get a free run on Archives here. That's a credit, basically. And I think Dave right now, this info bounty really wanted to be installed 2 turns ago.
Yeah, really burning a hole in Dave's pocket now would have paid off on each of the mark runs.
Mm-hmm. That sort of recurring economy is just really strong versus asset-focused strategies like this.
Yeah. But maybe he's just getting ready for when the card is banned. And
yeah. He registered the deck, and then he found out about the ban list and was like, wow, I'm not going to play this now.
All right, so it's click 1 to run the mark. So I think we maybe haven't remembered to get the click back. Now we have a clean getaway on Archives. Seeing the face down anemone. Oh, now getting a click. My bad.
I think they click the Penny Shaver first, so they can
yes,
play
makes
the
sense.
clean getaway.
And then now you have exactly 2 clicks left to clear the 2 tags.
Kysra only has 1 Oppo left in their deck, so they can only do this song and dance for so long, and while they've been slowing Dave down, they haven't been able to actually build a board state to generate momentum.
Yeah, Dave's really just been keeping down kysra from really making any threats, and definitely no scoring threats. And since, as we were saying at the top of the game, if this deck is more focused on kill than scoring, it might be tricky.
I think Dave's taking the right approach, which is that he doesn't have to win this game. He just needs to not lose. And if he can just keep the board down, but this is great because we are going to do net damage. Transfer wealth goes out, and Oko trigger on the stack now.
Yeah, so finally gonna get some of that card draw, seeing, I think that's the 3rd Oppo, a Fuji and I think a Seisenton?
Maybe a Sting even.
Yeah. So it looks like we ditched the agenda. Oh,
It's
the
a
minescaping. And then that was the outcoast, and now we have mandatory draw. All right, drawing a full art spin doctor. So now kysra has lots of things that they can install, but not a lot of money to do anything with them.
I think playing another Oppo is great here, and this was honestly the draw kysra needed to keep back in this game. You play the Spin Doctor, and then you play Oppo, and you can Spin Doctor the Oppos back in your deck.
Oh, but just choosing to install take a credit. Maybe they want to play the petty cache on the bin, which has also been just sort of sitting there.
Sure.
All right, rolling mark on archives again.
Dave didn't trash anything last turn, so the Oppo couldn't be played.
Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, and maybe Cat wants to save the third Oppo for a return when it really matters, because 2 little Oppos means you might have a lot less things to be afraid of.
And the Bladder Ward is just out here begging to be trashed, so kysra might know, okay, I'm going to get... You're going to trash something, for sure. I'm going to get to play my third Oppo research, and then Spin Doctor 2 more Oppos back in, and just keep dragging the game on.
Makes sense. Yeah, with the Spin Doctor now drawn, you functionally can have, what, 9 Oppos in your deck?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a Carbadium, so that's a good bounce back econ that Dave wants, coming up from 1 credit. Running the Mark II, getting all of the triggers with Sable and Penny Shaver, and we assume relatively safe archives. But just in case there's a Regenesis push on the table. Oh, no, sorry. These decks aren't Regenesis. Checking whether rezzing the Spin Doctor.
Almost turning over the Sting.
That's why you have to double check first. I think putting back what we saw with the Fuji and, as you called, the Oppo.
I love the Altart Bladder Ward so much.
Yeah, it was a prize, I think, at the New York districts, where...
What I want to know is where's Dave getting these full art Carpe Diems from? Because these look like official NSG, so I want those.
All right, so still have 3 clicks left for the runner, and now good money to come back. It looks like they're looking at a sure gamble in hand, which... Yep, playing it. Sometimes these criminals can just feel like they have infinite money. Now that you have money, is a good time to trash the Bladder Ward?
Yeah, I mean, it's card, right? If you're Dave, you're like, surely they don't have a third Oppo research, but they do. and Cat's really incentivized not to res anything this turn, because what they want to do is play this petty cache and like bounce up in terms of econ. It might be a Hansi review they have in hand too, so they can play the petty cache, play the Hansi review, Oppo, and finally we get the info bandit down.
Taking the shackles off, not holding him back anymore and going like, you know, I guess I need those 2 credits each turn. All right, starting with the petty cache. So that's a clickless 2 credits. Nothing was rezzed on the table. Really makes you wonder. I think one of them, the Moonpool we know is there. So install Hansei, discarding a card, getting 5 credits, and an Alco counter. And then last click Oppo.
Yeah, just keep putting the pressure on. We need something to stick. Something has to keep on the board here.
Just endless tag storm. And since one's been spun back, you never know when the last one will come.
I think if you're kysra, you really want an HQ mark here. A 1 or a 2.
Oof, but it's just archives. Sable can archive a lot this game.
Yeah, it's tough because you need some of the ice. You only have like 8 ice in the deck. You need to be able to put pressure on the remote. Put pressure put pressure in your remotes. But these Sable triggers are just brutal.
Yeah, sometimes archives can be a little bit spiky, but in this deck, I'm not sure if you want to let a Fuji go. Probably just stings is what you're worried about in there. Oh, first click checking archives. Getting a Penny Shaver, getting the info bounty after the run. Oh, and there's another Spin Doctor popped. So shuffling back a face down on Oppo. We've seen this like deja vu all over again.
Makes perfect sense to me.
So see, it's just face ups now. Get the info bounty, get the click back. I hope Dave remembers that he does have 2 tags right now. Oh, it's marked in the middle of the board, I see.
Yeah, kysra is tracking, I think.
Yes, and just double checking what's left in the heap in archives. So I guess 2 oppos have come back, so only 1's there. All right, considering to put down that Nuka. Installing Dr. Nuka. Yeah, because Dave's hand is mostly breakers, and he is at risk of losing some of them damage, so getting back up, hoping to install the important ones soon, and then presumably clear the tags.
And I mean, this is just the power of Sable. Every card in this deck is draw or money. It's a draw card or a money card, or breaker. And the point of the breakers is to use the money in the draw. So it's just an unrelenting onslaught of economy from Dave to try and keep this Oko from actually like building a board state and building the sort of like Rube Goldberg kill machine that has killed many runners before.
Yes, definitely a lot of runners flatlined this weekend. As you saw in the previous round too, Wynaut was a turn away from flatlining. Running the moon pool, trashing it for 3. Not sure if we counted the click for that.
I think we did because of the Sable click. But I might be wrong.
Oh, installing Stone Chip instead. And just ending the turn there. Oh yeah, so there's a click. So it looks like they're floating 2 tags. Interesting choice. Could be a little risky. We do see, are those Mindscapings in hand?
I feel like... Man, I don't know if that's a mistake or that's just a calling them out. I feel like you could have afforded to clear the tags here.
Yeah.
Keys was sort of in a spot of like, do I just play these Mindscapings for value net damage?
Yeah, and I mean, we know the hand's all breakers. There's a Sting on the table. The face down wasn't res. I think in theory, Mindscaping, end of the line would kill.
Well, no, because Dave's at 5 cards in hand and has a Stone Chip on the board. So, no, I can't math. You're right. That would be... 8 is bigger than 7.
Pointing out here, it looks like Dave may have just forgotten.
Pop the Stone Chip! Oh, Keys was trashing the Stone Chip?
Oh. Interesting.
I think that makes sense to me because if one of Kisra's ways to actually win this game is to like resolve a see how they run, that's really strong. I think Dave is maybe in a bit of a like, oh yeah, I forgot I had tags to clear mode. I've definitely felt that expression on my face where it's like, oh yeah, you played hard hitting moves or Oppo.
Right, because if there's a kill combo and if the runner gets to a board state where they have 2 Stone Chips on the table, you can sometimes feel like conceding at that point.
I wonder if you trashed the info bounty.
Ooh. Who needs the ban list? Just get rid of it yourself.
Exactly.
Cat's thinking
and
here.
this is like the tags aren't even that hard to clear, right? Like Dave can just click the Penny Shaver, basically play Sure Gamble Plus, and clear the tags. It's going to give you more space, so maybe you want to trash the info bounty to buy yourself even more space, and like play a Mindscaping for value to get an Oko trigger next turn.
Yeah, I think what Cat's thinking, it looks like they have a Hansei in hand, so maybe they might want to play that click 2 to just be able to afford 1 more resource trash. Because going down 4 credits, it is Bladderware at range, but they maybe want to be a little bit more liquid.
And maybe like put a Sting in the bin, like you can Hansei your Sting away, trash the info bounty, and be like, okay, calm down. Stop making money.
Would there be any reason to trash the Nuka?
I don't think so, because I think ultimately, if Dave needs like to draw cards, he can just draw cards. And the card draw is a problem, but realistically, Dave has a hand size of 5, and this deck can kill you over 5 cards. The problem is the money, because the money allows you to trash the assets, and if you don't have the assets, you can't set up the kill plan.
Makes a lot of sense. Looks like Cat is checking what's in the heap. Maybe checking if other copies of these cards are gone yet. So if this is I think this is the first info bounty.
I mean, I think what Kiswa wants to not do here is to like Hansei review trash the info bounty, and then next turn Dave just installs another info bounty.
Yes.
Especially because Dave is on 2 info bounties. So there's a question of like, do we have drawn the second one? Did we bottom the second one to a class act trigger? That makes a lot of sense to me, but like we don't know, right?
Yeah, this is a really thinky turn. The only problem with the trashing resources play is that you're not advancing your board state. You're just sort of trying to tamper down the runner's economy. But looking at that daunting penny shaver, like you said, sure game well plus, unsure if you're going to be able to keep it down that much.
And you know, I think at this part of the game, one of the things I'm thinking about, especially from the corp side, is the clock. We have 15 minutes left in the round. Both players are at 0. There's no ice installed to even begin thinking about a scoring plan. So Kysra might be thinking, if I give up some points here, is Dave going to win on time? Because I actually can't score enough agendas to get over the threshold here.
That is a good call. Like, while you're happy to lose a Sting for a net damage, if that is the decisive point for the game, and, you know, Sable sometimes just does these stray runs on archives for Carpe Diem value, for clean getaway value on their mark, looks like we're installing the see how they run, and then finishing with a Hansei, discarding the Sting. So getting to a healthy 11 credits. I'm not sure if they have a way to score the see how they run next turn, because I haven't seen a moon pool in hand. Or is it the moon? No, the moon pool is trashed. So the face down. Yeah, I'm sweating too. It's hard to keep track
Is
of
it
all
hot
these.
in the venue?
I mean, it's been a sunny day in New York, and I'm sure these players are really thinking hard. There's
This
the
is
HQ mark.
This is the difference between high-level Netrunner players, right? Kysra has the dress technology, which is much nicer. But we have the cap and the t-shirt, and I know it's not short sleeve still, but I mean, I think there was obviously a tech choice we could have made for better air control.
Well, but yesterday last round we saw good shirt choices, so you know, there's
Yeah,
options for
like
everyone.
a button down, like 3 buttons down on the front, like you knew they were hot.
All right, thinking from Dave. So you're assuming now you clear the tags, right?
I mean, I would hope so.
After feeling the brunt of forgetting?
Yeah.
All right, so starting with the penny shaver, getting up to 8.
Did we roll?
Now
for
putting the 2
Yeah,
tags,
we rolled the
remember.
HQ on Sable.
Yes, the little shark sitting in front of the ice. Probably not a mark you want to run this turn, assuming cards like Anemone.
It's nice because you know that if it was Archives or RMD, I mean, maybe you wanted it to be Archives as Kysra and get a Sting in the score area and like start applying pressure that way. But I think honestly, like, you're kind of happy just to like have a turn off from the info bounty credits.
Yes. And they'll need 2. Looks like there's a flip switch in hand, which could I? What's the text on flip switch? I think you can remove a tag during a run.
You can remove a tag on your turn.
Okay. Okay. So it's not perfect kill tag, but here it's 1 credit cheaper than clearing a tag the normal way.
Exactly. And I think also like practically, you know, it also is a nice answer to Sice Intent. If we
Yes,
see
the
one of those
jack out
rolls.
option.
Yeah. You get a sort of parachute out, basically.
All right, now we're removing both tags, and then we have 1 click left. Do you run the newly installed card on the table?
I think you're afraid it could be a Sting. It could be, this turns on, like, Oppo, potentially. But also, like, Dave discarded his twinning. Like, he has no way to access multiple cards in this game. It's all singles. And we're coming down to 11 minutes. Like, if the turns keep going at this pace, we are not going to finish this game. And so it's going to come down to...
Running Archives last
running
click instead,
Archives.
taking 1 damage. We see a Carmen and Kurapir in hand, so definitely going to want to keep those. And that damage losing, just a flip switch. Probably the best hit for Dave.
Yeah.
And getting to 1 point, and which might matter on time, as you said. All right, down to 4 cards in hand. Now we're getting Alco Trigger. That's the Oppo Fly Swatter Botu.
Oh, that is... You are so happy to see that Oppo.
Yeah, it looks like Botu goes away. And destroying a cohort.
I think I love putting like the cohort behind the tattoo bowler maybe and then playing the Oppo.
That would make a lot of sense because unlike earlier, the runner's economy is drying up just a little bit, and if they have to install a breaker to try to go deal with that deal with that Tattoo Bullet by installing a Kurapira, that's going to definitely tax them. And yeah, there we see, what is it, the 4th oppo of the game?
Yeah. Choosing to ice R&D, I think here makes sense. You are turning off more service for info bounty. You have another ice in hand for the remote if you have to eventually. To see how they run is still on the board, and we hit R&D. So this ice has basically made the runner lose 2 credits in quotes.
Yeah,
now we
functionally
can't get a
3
free
too with the
Sable
Penny Shaper.
Oh yeah, exactly.
So since it seems like all the rest of the points are in R&D, makes sense to ice it up. Checking what's on the table.
And now the money train's kind of ran out. I wonder what would have happened if we got the info bounty down a bit earlier. I think not clearing those tags hurt us a bit, but yeah, Dave's trying to draw in some money here. You want to see a clean getaway, a Carpe Diem,
Yes.
something that you can just make more money to start clearing these tags and keep your tempo up.
Ooh, doing some of that one-handed drop this class act card.
I can never do that. Using both my hands at the same time is really hard. Like I'm not a juggler. Same reason I draw my cards one at a time.
Looks like we've drawn a Nuka, a Class Act, and a Pinhole. Class Act's gonna be good to survive any kill combos. And the Pinhole, well, you don't really need the Pinhole here. None of the assets are iced.
Exactly.
Dave just really needs money and seems to have not drawn any of it.
I mean, this is one of the things that can happen. We're getting close to, not all the way through, but checking archives here, getting a Penny Shaver count.
Yeah, every time Dave checks archives, I want to say that it's a deal with Regenesis, but it's hard to remember this deck's not a Regenesis when you have certain play patterns against all these Regenesis decks. But I guess
down to 0.
Yeah, running the archives, functionally clicking for a credit with a Petty Shaver, and discarding open market. All right, resing the cohort. And we're discarding, getting a counter, getting 2 credits.
We lost a Mindscaping.
Drawing a card. Yeah, I think there are 2 in hand, so maybe Cat doesn't think they need both. And now there's the Alco trigger. Seeing a Fuji in the middle, and then an Anemone and a 3rd card didn't see. And then there's a mandatory draw. Just drawing tons of cards. And now finally icing up. Let's see how they run.
Mm-hmm.
We have install, and advance. Wow.
Well, let's see how they run, and now Dave has $0. So the question is, I think that's a second cohort on the board.
Yes, and with the cohort flipping face down cards, you can score see how they run with at least 1 click to spare, maybe 2.
Mm-hmm. And we're at 7 minutes now, and we're hurtling towards time here. The pace of play is going to have to pick up a lot, or it's probably going to come down to, can Dave just take a bunch of net damage to get a bunch of points and win on his last turn of the game, or can Kysra score some points to get a lead and then just play defensively?
Yeah, I like to see how they run here just strategically too. It gets you to 2 points and maybe even kills the runner, so it can do a lot. It can win you in both ways. Looks like we're installing the Nuka.
For free off of the open market.
No, there's no open market.
Oh, okay, so we are broke.
Yes.
We are a broke boy out here, for sure.
All our money is pennies on the Penny Shaver, so we're clicking that.
And I mean, this is one of the reasons people play Hermes maybe more than Penny Shaver. Penny Shaver is really click intensive. On turns like this, where you're being click compressed by the corp, it can just be painful to take the money off Penny Shaver.
So yeah, we click the money in Penny Shaver, installed the Nuka for 1. Now we're hitting the Nuka to draw 3, looking at 4, bottoming 1 thanks to Class Act. Really looking for more money cards. Don't have a good look at them. Yeah, we keep drawing these transfers, but it's doesn't seem possible to land them without boomerangs, without breakers, without risking losing your breaker, without risking giving algo counters. And then of course on top of that, you take a tag.
Yeah, I mean, Dave's in a tough spot here. If he doesn't flip these archives over, we get cohort triggers to potentially put counters on me. Does Cat have an end of the line in their hand? I think so.
I think so,
I think
yeah.
I think that's an end of the line alt-art.
Okay, so just ending by installing a stone chip, so it can probably keep you alive from see how they run combos. But oh no, with the end of the line, Dave might be in more danger. All right.
Looks like we have a judge call.
Not sure what's exactly being asked about.
I do love the look on Dave's face as he's handling this judge call, but we will see what it's about.
I am going to, before your turn starts, at the top of this. And do I get to do 3? Yeah, start your turn, so I'll look at 3 and bottom 1.
Maybe just checking the timing windows on stone chip. Popping it.
I'm going to have now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards in hand.
All right, so Dave has 7 cards in hand, feeling a bit safer. Looks like the judge call was sorted out. Oh yeah, and that was a second cohort.
Oh, you can get 2 Oko triggers here, and like you can draw 5 cards here, effective.
Yeah. Ooh,
Like
and a
you
moon
can.
pool gives another way to fast advance to see how they run too.
Well, I feel like you actually might just want to get a sting out onto the board this turn and rip some cards out of their hand.
Yeah, because this is the turn they wasted their stone chip, so next turn you can maybe get to see how they run combo off. Discarding another
losing the
card to
moon pool.
cohort. Getting lots of money now, definitely outside of Bladder range. And there's a sting, there's the Alco trigger, seeing a Fuji, maybe a petty cash in the middle. That goes to the bin pretty quickly. Trying the anemone, and then trying the other run. So now the agendas are showing up. But HQ probably feeling pretty safe.
Well, this is the point about losing the moon pool, is maybe we could have used that moon pool to fast advance a sting here, or like move some cards around, or even just put tokens on to see how they run. But now we're in this sort of position where we're just spinning our wheels a bit.
Yeah, and spinning another sense too,
Icing's-
because I think a spin doctor came down on the table to maybe deal with some of these overflow agendas. And putting a second advancement on to see how they run. So really cooking this kill threat. Discarding a sting.
And Dave only has 1 stone chip left in his deck. So he has a class act that in his hand, I think, that he's going to try and install the dodge to kill again. But we are running up on time here. So the question is, like, how long is Dave's turn going to take? Are we going to get the class act installed, dodge the kill again? This is going to really come down to the wire.
Yeah. And even if Dave just keeps on surviving, Cat can just keep on cooking to see how they run and land it whenever the turn that Dave either doesn't have or can't afford the tech.
And the problem is, look, Dave can avoid the kill all he wants, but he can only access 1 card at a time. And if Cat scores to see how they run, then they are up 2-1. And so Dave has to be able to show that he can score another agenda.
Yeah, and with none of the centrals open, looks like that was a Carpe Diem run, a Carpe Diem for credits, declining the run on the mark, which the mark is HQ again. A little shark sitting there, scared of whatever that face down ice is. All right, getting our clicks. What are the outs as the criminal here?
Checking the face down.
Oh, it's a sting.
It's a sting.
Oh, so now that puts Dave at 2 points. Oh, losing a class act.
Incredible. Does Dave have another class act in hand?
I can't get a look at the hand. I don't believe so, but we'll probably find out this turn.
I mean, Dave has to draw to try and find a stone chip or a class act, because that was Dave's plan. His plan was to install class act. And here we go. It's these 4 cards. We need a stone chip or a class act if we want to survive.
But you can't afford it. Oh, you have just enough credits to install the class act if you draw it.
Exactly. And it looks like we're probably going to go time on Dave's turn, which means that Cat can push to 2 for sure. The question is that can they fast advance? They need to score 3 points, which is hard.
Yeah, the cohort can fast advance the see how they run on the board. And then
It
they
looks
would
like
probably need a
Dave
moon
is-
pool.
Dave is higher seed, so if we end this game on time, Dave will win the game. So on a tie. So what'll happen here is Cat will go to 2 points. Dave will be on 2 points. Cat basically if they want to win this game and not give it to Dave, they will have to score either kill Dave with the see how they run, or yeah, and Cat knows that they have to score 3 points next turn or kill Dave. And if there's a class act or a stone chip in here, it's going to be impossible to kill Dave.
Yeah. Oh, there's the class act. Installing the class act last click with just 1 credit to spare to install it. And that was the end of the time in the round on Dave's turn. So like you said, it's going to be Cat's last turn and really up to see if they can score just 1 more point. It's moments like this when you wish you just threw in 1 hybrid release so you could fast advance from hand. But the moon pool being ditched in the bin, I believe, is going to make this a little bit tricky. And you don't even give an Alco counter if you decide to use a cohort to... Ooh, rising a spin doctor, so looking to draw some options. Spinning back, I'm guessing the moon pool?
Yeah, I think this is the right decision because any sort of thing that gets you out of this situation is going to probably involve a moon pool on some level.
Yes.
It's going to be tough, though. I feel like you're going to be able to look at effectively the top 4 cards of your deck. If you can do something with like 2 moon pools, that would be great. One of them's already in the bin still, so we have 2 moon pools in the deck.
Yeah, these cohort choices are hard. Do you flip for the see how they run, or do you discard to get the Alco draw this turn? Because as it stands with 1 counter, we're not getting the Alco draw.
Well, I think you probably...
I think you need the cohort or the 4-2.
Yeah, it's complicated. Okay, so we're flipping 1 up because...
Or sorry, changing the flips because you want to
Yeah,
make sure you
because
face
you need
that
agendas. You need agendas for the moon pool. But the problem with this is that you aren't getting an Oko draw, so you basically... I think one of these needed to be a cohort trigger to actually get you a moon pool and an agenda you can score off the moon pool, because the sting is in archives, but you don't have actually anything in hand you can fast advance.
Yes, Cat's thinking through this turn because they have all the time in the world to play this turn now, and it's since the last
I think
one,
they're doing the same. I think they're doing the same math I am, which is that if they score this, if they put both the cohort triggers on, then they don't get an Oko trigger, and it can't actually dig, because I think their out is to draw into a moon pool and the longevity serum in their deck, and be able to go... Well, you'd have to draw 2 moon pools, because maybe you wanted to shuffle the sting back in. I think Cat maybe just can't actually score 3 points.
Yeah, because I didn't realize they're not holding on to any of the 3-2s. They're just holding on to Fuji and the other round, which you can't fast advance with the Moonfall from hand. So, quite unfortunate here. All right, thinking about the second cohort. Deciding to still flip. So getting the advancement on to see how they run. So it all comes down to the top deck. They do a predictive to draw 3, but I think you're left with too few clicks to score at that point.
You just don't have enough clicks.
And there was a good deal of draw with the Spin Doctor too, and there's a Fuji. I think that is basically hopeless.
I think there was some very specific worlds where, like, if the top 4 cards of your deck was, like, longevity, moon pool.
All right, they're scoring to see how they run. Getting 2 points, playing the side game. So each player chooses to reveal between 0 to 2 credits, which gives Dave a tag and taking a damage. But 1 damage out of, what, 9 cards? Probably not going to be a flat line. All right, drawing 3. It's a bladder where, wow, these moon pools are really buried deep.
I don't think there's any... I think Cat needed an extra turn, is the...
That's really unfortunate. The slow start and the control style really ending up paying off in this way. All right. Cat
Yeah,
decides to
and
click for
that's it.
3 and letting Dave win as a higher seed on the tie. Bit of an unfortunate way to end there, but still well played, very well played by both players. Cat putting up threats even when it seemed like a difficult board state from them, and Dave really just using all that early game gas to keep them down.
I mean, this is one of the reasons Sable's one of the best decks in the format. It just has so much money and so much card draw. And I think this was also a matchup where you saw why he decided to put Penny Shaver in his deck. The Penny Shaver made him north of, it felt like 15 credits this game.
Yeah, the Penny Shaver is a lifeblood. Without the Penny Shaver, you float a bunch of tags, you can't trash a bunch of those assets. I mean, Hermes would have done virtually nothing because so few agendas were scored and stolen.
Exactly. When it's these, it's one of those things where when the See How They Run deck, it actually doesn't want to score that many agendas because it just wants to score one. See how they run and then kill you.
All right, well, that was a long round for both the players. That means that Cat will be going down to a lower bracket. We'll probably see them again. Let's take a quick break as we get the next pairings in, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Have a good day, everyone. Bye.
Bye. Oh, yeah, Whiteblade, do you want to sign off?
Yeah, I won't be around for the rest of the cut, but it was really lovely to cast the lore. Big shout out to Kato for running a great stream. We have some great competitors. I think my next in-person event will be Cascadia. So I think Cascadia is being streamed, so maybe you'll see me around Cascadia. And then I'm going to try and make it up from Megacity at Montreal. So hopefully I'll see a bunch of the New York players there.
Yeah, best wishes for those. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, have a great day. Bye.
All right, bye.
Purple headphone dance floor.
Welcome back to day 2 of the New York Megacity, the top 8 cut. We are down to our 4 players remaining and only one game. This is our losers bracket, our lower bracket, semifinals between Wynaut and Ice Cream College. Both these players actually lost their first round game, so they've been really clawing back, staying alive, and really holding in there. So excited to see how these games go. We've seen we haven't seen Wynaut's Maggie, but we saw a similar Maggie from Wenjong earlier. And we have Ice Cream College on Alco. More Alco for the day, but that seems slightly inevitable at this point. But I believe this may be more of a scoring Alco, the thing you always have to check in the deck list, which they're trading and looking at now. Ice Cream College's deck. Yes, so this is a style of deck that's running the Regenesis, 3 copies of Regenesis, Longevity, Moon Pools, and slightly bigger ice like Bochu, and defensive upgrades like Mana Garment and Noetic. I think this was the list we saw at UK Nats. I'm Laura. Shout out to Whiteblade joining us earlier. We'll be joined by Eli later. And looks like the players have traded lists and are starting to look. Yeah, I'm sure this is a matchup that both of them are fairly familiar with. Wynaut has probably played against, I mean, I'm sure we've all played against who knows how many Alcos at this point, online and in person. But these scoring Alcos can sometimes be a bit trickier for the Shaper player because Shaper wants to go slow, set up, not die. But Ice Cream College Alco is really set up to score up to 4 points in a turn with the Regenesis Fuji combo. And a lot of this ice can also be fairly taxing for the Shaper Breaker Suite. Unity coming down early does not break the lone scatter fields, which this deck is running 3. And you're going to have to find some way of dealing with the defensive upgrades. I believe Wynaut's deck is running 2 copies of Pinhole Threading, which is definitely the best way to deal with Anagoetic, but sometimes you really want to use those on the strong assets at the start of the Corpse game, like the Cohort, like the FUT, that really keep its momentum going and give the Corp constant Alco counters. Magdalene's also going to have to worry about keeping up their card draw. They do have Lily Pad, but that can be expensive to get down in the early game because other than that, they just have copies of Nuka, 1 Ritual, and 1 Spec Work. This deck is on Deep Dive, which is a way to close the game, but can be trickier to hold in hand considering how much damage Alco wants to do to you with cards like Anemone, or even if you accidentally touch a agenda, sometimes that can be the worst thing on your Deep Dive turn because it gets sniped from hand if you hit an agenda like Sting, like Fuji, or any agenda if FUT is on the table. I'm going to double check if this deck is on Sting because yeah, it looks like this deck is not on Sting. The ones that have pivoted to scoring have seemed to evaluate that the extra points are not worth it, and the only 1-pointers are Regenesis and 2 Hybrid Release. So very similar to the UK list, with 3 copies of Spin Doctor, unlike some of the other variants we've seen recently. Looks like the players are cut. Oh, looks like Eli's ready to join us.
Hey.
Hi, Eli.
Hi. How's it been going at the tournament?
It's been fun. Yeah, we have seen some crazy games today. We've seen some quick ones, some really long ones go to time, some credit tight ones for getting tags. You know, it's been a long day. Both you were playing here yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a pretty good day. I had like 1 corp win, but you know, I won all my runner games. I think
awesome.
my last one I won on stream, so that was nice.
Oh yes, that was a Lu deck. It was really cool to see one of the not like quote unquote standard on meta big 3 runners like the Mag, the Hosh, and the Sable.
I call that deck Lu Detente.
Yeah, the Detente was very new. And it looks like we have a mulligan from the Corp and a keep from the runner. I was kind of spitballing. What do you think about this matchup?
So, I don't know. It looks like both of the only, because I was looking at the cut and it looks like the only 2 runner wins in the cut have been from Magdalene, right?
I think there was one round that had actually all runner wins, so that was a mix of Sable. But the previous round seemed to have been spiky
maybe sometimes Aesop's doesn't display the wins correctly, but
Yes.
okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it's sometimes awkward with Magdalene if you're taking like random damage because then you can't draw up enough to discard. But at the
Yes.
same time, is this one's on lily pad, right?
Yes, and lily pad early is going to be really crucial so that you're just constantly passively drawing a
Yeah.
card each turn to stay above
I
6.
think lily pad is really good. I mean, I think you're saying like this isn't necessarily a kill deck, but it's still really good to have the extra draw. I think is the key there.
And looks like we have a great opening hand from Ice Cream College, despite the mulligan. We're going to start with a Hansei, gaining 5 credits, discarding the Petty Cash, one of the best cards for archives, getting a counter for Alco.
Petty Cash is such a silly card.
Yeah, we had subliminal messaging in the previous meta, but you know, Petty Cash is like a slow hedge fund, but if it's just a clickless 2 and burning through a card in your deck, really hard to
Yeah.
complain about that.
Just some of like the scoring patterns are silly though, because it's basically like you get an extra click, right?
Yes, in decks like Nebula. And in some ways you can bluff your amount of credits too. If you're at 3 and the runner thinks you can't score, but you can bounce to 5. Don't think that's going to
Right.
be a big issue here with the Hansei money. And then looks like we're Hannah running the remote with only 2 credits, resing the spin, drawing 2. They decide not
Probably.
to trash it. Or sorry, the spin doctor was decided not to remove from game. So now Wynaut deciding whether or not to trash it.
Yeah, because I think you're assuming the runners only has 2 credits, and it's a bit difficult to go to 0.
Yeah, and he probably wants some of those credits for a Maggie install at the end of this turn.
Yeah. That's
One
one of
HQ.
2 spin doctors.
No, the deck's on the full set of 3 spin doctors, which is weird that you have to say that now, but
Yeah.
seems like Alka
Very
being running
true.
anywhere between 1 and 3 with all the... Ooh, and there's a hybrid. We saw Wynaut... Oh, we did see Wynaut's mag against Alka earlier. It's just ripping cards left and right, and the streak continues. All right. Discarding to get the fermenter down, just everyone checking hand size, which is definitely the program you want down early. It's going to be cooking 2 credits each turn.
Yeah, and I mean it's pretty easy to install most of the time, but yeah, and just because it's only one to
Yeah.
install.
All right, click 1, install. Still no Alco triggers, but soon that will snowball out of effect. Click 2, install an ice in front of it.
Yeah, I
Did you
think
get a
you
go-
want to get your. Oh, is this? I have to look at the list because I feel a little out of sorts.
Yeah, it looks like that's a mana garm that was drawn into hand. I didn't quite see what went down. It might have been the other hybrid in hand. Oh, looks like we're getting one of those lovely spin down dice to keep track of the fermenter. And taking a long think for this 3rd click, and then installing the upgrade, presumably the mana garm. 3 left in hand.
Yeah, this is still playing your twink guy. But you know what? I like to call him Mr. Self-Cessed. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah, can you
It's,
believe we were allowed to have that art in Netrunner?
I know.
All right.
Very silly.
Click 1, hitting the Nuka, getting a full hand, but not a lot of credits. I'm not sure what you're drawing for here. Maybe like click for credit to install Coalescence. Oh, looks like there's an overclock in hand, so that could be a way to get
Yeah.
some money too. But drawing 2 DZs, while they're good to accrue value, is not exactly what you need
Yeah.
when you're on
I
1
mean,
credit.
it's also like having Hannah and an overclock in hand can sometimes be a little weird because it's like, you usually want to use overclock on the remote.
Yes.
So it's like you're not really getting that value.
They do not synergize well, unfortunately. And it might be a little hard to use Hannah here. I mean, usually it's great. Oh, just clicking for 2 to install the DZ. And then...
Yeah, there's another one in hand, and then
Then they can discard down, I think, is what should be happening here. But I don't see
Right.
any 1-cost program that will be free with the DZ, so they might have to actually discard for Magdalene. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Maybe reconsidering some of the turn. Oh, that's a Harmony AR Therapy in the hand. Not really what you want to see
Harmony.
here.
Yeah.
You get 2 cards.
Okay, so just gaining a credit so you can at least do something.
Oh, okay. So the
there you
SMC
go.
is free anyways. Oh, yeah, sorry. It was Nuka, click for credit, pay both credits to DZ, and then get a credit back. Ooh, and that's
I mean,
a cohort.
Do you usually end up installing all 3 of those or more than one of them in a game? Because I feel like with cards like that, you know, if
Yeah.
you are able to install 3, you've probably already won.
Yeah, usually the third one shows up too late that it doesn't get a discount, especially because this deck is running Lily Pad, which already gives you 2 extra MU. You're not really needing the MU, it's just a discount. It's really in decks that are running Madani, which doesn't give you extra MU, that you really rely on the DZs. Ooh, we're getting the
Yeah.
Alco trigger and seeing 3 agendas.
But you
Well,
have the Spin Doctor on the board. There's like I feel like you're just really trying to get the Regenesis.
that's true. Yep, and you're happy to leave them in the bin because you can always spin them back, while the runner is still setting up and not likely to run archives. But as we saw in earlier game times, Wynaut is just happy to poke and keep you honest, starting with Petty Cash.
Yeah, because I think we saw a couple of agendas thrown in there early, so it's like, you know, it's only a matter of time before they sneak out of there.
So the Regenesis is kept in hand, but it's unclear if Ice Cream College has an ice to push it behind. Looks like just a... Is that a Fly Swatter or Anemone at the end? Oh, but putting Anoetic with it. So that should feel pretty safe. Even though the hand is, I think, 2 agendas and 1 Once.
Yeah, I think it's pretty difficult to threaten anything at this point, just because with SMC you still have to pay a bit to get something out, even like with, you know, the DZ discount.
Wynaut's first click to check the check archives, prevent any Regenesis tricks. That was actually click 2. There's click 1 draw and then click 2 run. Ooh, and that's a Peacher style we see in hand. That's part of the prizing for this event. And that really tells you that this deck is on deep dive, let alone the Hannah. And just clicking for 2, setting up while there's no real threat, installing a Silent Ship.
Yeah.
Happy to take it slow while this fermenter's cooking. And look, now the Spin Doctor's called for, so cohorting is going to be a lot trickier here.
I think you're pretty okay here, because I think the runner's still pretty low. Even with Fermenter, you don't want to pop that too early. Is that 2 credits?
Yeah, so it was a cohort
Yeah,
trash and then getting just 1 counter on Alco. Trashing the Fuji. Clicking to draw. So yeah, now the Regenesis threat is back on because the Fuji went in the bin. But it seems like the runner can just check archives pretty harmlessly, unless they're going to put an ice in archives, which these Alco decks usually do. They're... No, but instead just putting something on the table. Could be a Spin Doctor or a Moonpool to deal with whatever it was.
2 credits to install. Probably Azamat. Oh,
Ooh,
Cup?
Compilation. We saw this in Wynaut's earlier game too. He's really happy to go sweep the hand, which is sometimes a really smart play considering how much Alco is drawing and sometimes how many agendas they draw, and then how they can't really push all of them out quickly enough.
Yeah.
Do we see any agendas in hand still, or are they all in the bin?
I think they're either in the bin or they got... Oh, there's 1 Longevity Serum.
Let's see. All right, click 1, hitting the fermenter, getting 6.
I will second click Hannah, the new remote.
Only 6. No, you know, probably get more later. Ooh, another Spin Doctor. Okay, so I think you're a little safer now, at least.
Yes. Now here's a question. Do you really go ambitious and leave the face down in the bin? Try to bluff out the runner that it's actually nothing you care about? Or do you do the responsible thing and shuffle it back?
Yeah, I mean, otherwise you risk that the runner's going to cup the Spin Doctor.
Oh yeah, then you're going to lose
You
it.
don't want that to happen.
Sweep the hand and archives at the same time.
Yeah.
They're probably
No, thank
extra
you.
tempted to sweep the hand considering the draw 2 into an open HQ. Oh, just putting all of archives back. So once again, definitely no Regenesis threat. But the cohort can really keep setting up each turn if the runner doesn't find a way to contest it.
Yeah.
One thing to note is that Hannah gives you a tag if the run is unsuccessful, but if the Spin Doctor is removed from the game, the run simply ends. It never really happened, and it's not unsuccessful, nor was it successful. It doesn't happen.
It is neither successful nor unsuccessful.
Yes, there's probably a technical term for it in the rules document, but I just say it
that's-
fizzles out.
That's no. That is the term.
Oh.
Neither successful nor
All
unsuccessful.
right. Ooh, hitting the what's the name of that agenda?
Yakiuga.
Yakiuga.
'Cause I think there's also the longevity serum in hand, unless
Yeah.
that somehow disappeared. Oh, going to HQ.
Yeah, wanting to cup
Again.
something. Ooh, that's a Manigarm. Probably pretty happy to cup that.
Yeah, for sure.
And then running again to sweep the hand. Wow, and this is the kind of aggressive HQ pressure that we saw in Wynaut's previous game.
Yeah.
Wynaut shouting out the lovely art. Do we know who the art's by? Oh, it's another
that
Cat
looks
Shen
like
All-Star.
a Cat Shen. Yeah, yeah.
All right, seeing that one, does a Hansei. Seeing 3 with a compilation trash. That one? There's your boy.
Yeah, there's there's Mr. Self-Sus.
Yeah, trashing it for 3. One of the...
Because I was at 6. They're at 6. Yeah, I was at 6, then 1 for that, 3 for fun.
Yeah,
Yep,
one
checking
more
all the credits.
access.
And then one more access. Ooh, missing the longevity in hand.
Yeah.
It is still in hand, right?
I think so.
Well, but that refreshes itself. The wheels.
They're checking the clicks. So Cementer.
The wheels run as effectively.
Oh, did they pop Hannah? Or oh
No.
no, they just used Hannah.
They just use Hannah, so the click was run.
Okay, yeah, so then 1 left.
Checking the clicks, yeah, it was 2 runs.
Yeah, because I think they used Hannah this turn, so that's like a net neutral on clicks.
Yeah. Yeah, just drawing, getting the Maggie.
Discard Maggie. I will discard Peach Sound.
Ooh, discarding a Peachasau on the remote.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Yeah, and that's for free because of the DZMZ discount.
Yeah.
And the compilation was installed on the corpse turn, so it didn't eat at the discount.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're assuming that's like kind of the scoring server, but we'll see what comes about.
Yep, so we're doing the cohort trigger, getting a second Alco counter, Alco trashing a card, very happily getting rid of the petty cash again. And then we see drawing into another Fuji. So if Wynaut just wants to run that compilation play again, could be game.
Yeah, you could easily do that.
But at this point with 17 credits, and
Yeah.
after seeing that, the corporation just might go, hey, I'll throw an ice in HQ. Start with the petty cash, so even more, getting up to 19 credits. That's clicklessly.
Yeah, probably. I mean, that's a good reason as any to install the Peach Chow, just to have another program out to activate Simulchip. Yeah, the compilation play wouldn't be too bad, but I think, yeah.
Considering whether to res or score anything.
I mean, HQ is still unprotected, and there's like fresh cards going in there like every turn. So
Yeah. Looks like we have a moon pool. Ooh. Over
that just
installing a
gets
previous
installed.
card.
That might have been an agenda.
Yes, it looks like the
But-
longevity.
Yeah. And then, oh, the longevity is in the remote.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, there's the moon pool. Okay.
To delete a non
I wasn't sure what they were over installing in that.
Yeah,
in
it
that
might have been a
remote.
failed agenda before, which is actually perfect now because
Right.
it's going to be in the bin for Moonpool.
Exactly. And then
Yep.
yeah, and then you're scoring it out too. So perfect.
So you actually have 2 opportunities to trash. You can trash a card from HQ with Moonpool, and then you can trash cards again for Longevity Serum. So let's do that. We're doing all the triggers in order.
Yeah.
We're doing 2
And
of them
then you
with
shuffle
Moonpool.
all your cards back. Perfect.
Yep. And so that is reshuffle 3, right?
That's a 1 of in the deck, but doing a lot of work in recurring all the agendas that end up in your bin.
God, there's so many RFG cards in this.
Yeah, it is notable that 2 Spin Doctors and 1 Moonpool is out. So the recursion might be a little more limited. But yeah, now we see just getting more and more Alco counters. Why not raising his eyebrows at all the new and newfangled ways that Alco can get counters?
Shuffling the face down archives cards. Was that what you just did? Yeah. I mean,
Yes.
it's a lot of shuffling.
Yes, and then 1 copy of Foot went back as well.
Yeah, which is again perfectly reasonable. I think you're trying to look for ways to put pressure on the runner at this point because You know, I think it's not like a, it's not like a Shaper Doom ring at this point, but you're kind of on the precipice.
Yes, far from it. But you know what 2 crit is enough to do? It's enough to deep dive.
Yeah, for sure.
And with still
Definitely.
no ice on centrals, if Wynaut has it in hand, it could just be run, 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 pop Hannah for an extra click, and deep dive.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I can't simul chip, so yeah, I don't have any possible.
Yeah, I wonder if Wynaut just hasn't drawn the deep dive yet.
Yeah.
there-
You would definitely be extremely tempted. And yeah, we don't see the deep dive
Yeah.
in hand. Like one draw.
Oh, there it is.
Speaking of, with the
Uh,
Hannah
you-
click, you could even do it now for a
Yeah,
single
no,
access.
you could do it right now.
But that's not game. Maybe you just greed it out for one more turn. Ooh, just running R&D. Seeing a hedge fund.
It
A
could
very old school
theoretic-
hedge fund. Sorry, yes.
It could be game though, because like if you're checking, well, I think you check. Well, checking archives is a bit of a risk if you steal the Fuji out of. I think there's still a Fuji in there, maybe, or did those go back in?
Oh, I'm not sure. I assume they all went back in, but there is still one face down. And if
Mm-hmm.
it's... Oh, but we know there's no Regenesis to play. So we should feel safer. Clicking for 2.
Okay.
Discarding a revolver, which will break all those nasty sentries
Yeah.
just for 1. And we'll load up with 6 bullets shortly. All right, it's back to the corpse turn.
Yeah, I think you're in a pretty good position, but you don't want to rush it as the runner, just because the corpse only on 2, and like a lot of the recursion is out of the game, so you're in a pretty good position.
Yes, you're only really pressured when they make a Regenesis push, and somehow it doesn't sound possible, but score 4 points in 1 turn.
Yeah, yeah.
Doing the cohort, getting an alco counter, and a mandatory draw. Really just getting an astonishing amount of cards each turn.
So many fucking triggers.
And now we're expecting some ice might go on HQ, but ice
There's a
cards might
rege-
also
I
make a
think-
push.
There is a Regenesis and a Fuji in hand, so I
Interesting.
think now is as good a time as ever to make the Regenesis push. But like
But
if
you
you
have
have a
to be-
Hansei,
Yeah, a little bit careful because, looking at a deep dive deck, you know that they want to, that the Magdalene wants to run archives at some point.
that's true. I think just the risk there is that if you run archives and hit I guess if you hit the Fuji, and then because if you hit the Fuji, you might hit it might hit the deep dive. So that
Yes.
can be a little bit of risk. But I guess this deck's not on Sting, so it's a little less risky. But I think you're still, a bit nervous.
Yeah, but getting 3 points, hard to complain. Then you're at game point, then you really have to respect nothing, no accesses.
That's true.
All right, Ice Cream College taking a think here. Sees a Regenesis and Moonpool, sorry, the Regenesis and Fuji in hand. It's unclear if they have a way to get the Fuji out of hand, except maybe by overdrawing.
Is there another Hansei, or are those all gone?
I think the Hansei was binned at some point to cohort or Alco. Looks like, yeah, looks like they only have 5 cards in hand, so might be a little tricky to set it up without making it extremely obvious.
Maybe if you can get like an anemone on HQ, over installing.
Over installing the ice, trashing the Peter Shower, turning on Simulchip, funnily enough.
Let's see if Wynaut will use it.
Okay, installing and then installing an ice on archives, which makes you wonder maybe Fuji's been sitting there, maybe you've just been waiting.
Yeah, well, I guess, because that's what I think the way you would get Fuji in hand is if you put Anemone on either HQ or R&D. But then I guess you throw the Fuji into Arc. Well, I don't know. That would be the only way, but it's not a lot of different ways. So
That's a really heads-up play, to use the Anemone discard from hand to not only get alco counters, but set up Regenesis.
yeah, that sometimes can work, but sometimes relying on Anemone is not the best.
And we hear the fatal words, I'm not going to discard for cohort, I'm going to flip for cohort, which more or less tells you Regenesis needs to meet its condition.
For Genesis.
So it flips up a hedge fund, putting advancement on the Regenesis, and then
Ooh, because if you score the Fuji and hit the deep dive out of hand, that's really good. But oh wait, no, you don't get the damage on it because it's add to score area,
yes.
right?
So it's
But
just
still,
points, but
you're
now
still
it's
at 6 points.
6 points. The
Yeah.
corporation's threatening to do a lot. They can fast advance the last point. It's just a hybrid release. It's just a 2-1. Install advance, win the game. So
Yeah.
now the pressure's on.
There should be. one more hybrid release.
Yes,
So
I
that'll be game.
believe this deck is on 2 hybrids and 3 Regenesis.
Yes.
So sometimes the game can come down to digging for it. I think we saw that on stream earlier.
Yes. So yeah, I think that's probably Wynaut's best option because even if you don't like, if you make a deep dive play and even if you don't win on that, if you could get the hybrid, that makes it a little more difficult for the core.
Absolutely. Then the way to win is involving like 3-2 Moonpool nonsense, and then you're drawing
Yeah.
your 2-card combo rather than just 1 card that wins you the game. That's a really good point. But one tricky thing is that you can't really lock R&D considering how much that the corporation gets to draw with cohort filtering and then Alco seeing deeper. It looks like Wynaut did a click on draw, which suggests.
They're not going to do the.
Oh, sorry. No, that was the last click because the corporation had to click to spare.
Okay.
2 cards in hand, so one of them's a Fuji, which we know.
First click is run chives on the Aureates.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going for the deep dive with just a revolver, a simul chip, and a dream.
Ooh. All right. So you're going to have to.
Yeah, and this is where like having to trash the revolver for simul chip for the
'Cause you
simul chip act is
also-
really unfortunate.
Because there's another ice on HQ as well, so this is a little bit difficult. But yeah, no, there's only 2 cards in hand, so it's like you're forcing them to throw it out to get the end the run, but it's still one end the run.
Yeah, but it's the first subroutine that you're more worried about because it's 2 damage, and
That's
it seems
true.
like the deep dive is your win con here. It's looking like why not? Maybe you're regretting that the turn that the Pizza Shower is trash. Maybe just silent chip back an SMC to
Yeah.
have 2 possible programs on a turn.
I think that's an easy trigger to miss, but yeah, I think maybe just assumed that there would be more programs to use for it, but yeah.
But it might not be enough because this corporation is running an ice suite that involves like barriers, sentries, and code gates. So the code gates of Fly Swatter and Scatterfield. So Regenesis plus 1 other type might not be enough to dive.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, deep dive turn is a bit difficult.
Why not thinking through that hybrid will lose him the game? But there's only 1. That's the upside. And as we've seen, sometimes a hybrid can really hide from you.
In which this is click 1 running archives.
Yes.
Okay.
Letting it fire definitely feels bad, but it might be all you have here. Oh, I think we're going to simul chip the revolver.
Get out the SMC.
Yep.
Yeah, but unfortunately it eats the DZMZ trigger.
Yes, that's an unfortunate bit of anti-synergy. Ooh, we're seeing one of the old SMCs. Lovely. Lovely old art from the FFG days. All right, we're getting the propeller for 1. So this has pretty great break math for Boto, which is on threat, so it's going to have 3 counters, but it's only 3 credits to break the subroutines. So maybe why not just pushing it through archives, making sure that nothing's been hiding here. Access to face cards, but it looks like it's clean now.
Well, there is the Hansei.
All right. So now it's tough. The only ice you can really break now is a Tatu Bola,
Yeah.
which could be the ice, but
I mean, you see 1 Saisenton in archives, which is a 2 of. Yeah, I mean, you can try to install something here to hope for the best, like if you had another SMC in hand or another simul chip, but it doesn't look like that's the case for Why Not. I think you have to just kind of face check HQ if you really want to go for the dive.
Also, your deck is upside down.
Uh-oh.
Judge.
Was that...
looks
Ooh.
looks like after the SMC search, the deck was left face up,
They just saw.
only flashing a card at the bottom. But
Yeah.
with open deck list, I feel like it's a lot less of an important deal.
I also think Why Not didn't do anything yet, so...
And why not need it to shuffle after the SMC pop anyways? So
Right.
it's
Okay.
no harm, no foul. Shout out to Lucas doing the judging for the top cut today.
Yeah.
All right, now, what do you do as a runner here?
All right, so you have 1 pinhole. It might, you know what? I think, I mean, if you pinhole R&D, that's the safest way to not touch a Fuji, but, oh, so just going for HQ. Yeah, I think you just have to
HQ.
go for HQ. Yeah.
Res the scatter field, yeah, and that's the concern, that you're running
Oof.
2 types. And that can be a bit of a downside of showing the breaker early, showing the revolver, because Maggie installs at the end of the turn, which is arguably the worst time to show what you have.
Yeah.
Ooh, but declining the install, so just ending the run.
I don't think there's anything to oh, there's
There's
the
a Fuji.
Cyclone.
Seeing the top, just a Hansei,
Is it only from HQ or is it HQ or archives?
just HQ.
Okay.
It does feel like it should be from archives as an HB card, but
Yeah, then you could install the Cyclone.
all right, getting the cohort trigger, getting the outgo trigger, and then now the question is, do we see the hybrid? Do we see Moonpole tricks? I think the answer is no. We're seeing a cohort, a spin doctor, and another scatter field. So keeping either of those is going to be a way to see deeper into your deck.
Yeah.
But why not? Well, there's still a mandatory draw, and then why not can let us sigh of relief that the corporation not just reeling out the last point. And I think that was a 3-2. Couldn't quite see, or is it the other Fuji? There's another agenda in hand.
Yeah. I think you could easily make a push for a 3-2 out of the remote.
Yes,
Assuming
with
that
the
can
defensive
analyze.
upgrade.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if why not has a pinhole threading in hand. They
No,
do, they have
there's a
one.
pinhole. There's one pinhole.
And I think we saw it's a Tatu Bola on that remote, so it happens to be the literally only ice that Wynaut can break.
That's true.
But I guess you
Yeah.
can just push behind a scatter field and feel
Yeah.
moderately safer.
I think what you can do is ice R&D, and then if you try to like, and then you're making pinhole more difficult at the very least,
Yes.
right?
So
Yeah, there's like 3 agendas in here. Yeah, and that I think that's what Ice Cream College is doing. Because if you face check, oh, I don't think there's another ice in hand though, so the Tattoo Bola is a little bit awkward.
yes.
But
I think just to recap that turn, it was a cohort that was installed, and Ice installed an R&D, and then Hansei discarding the Fuji. So I guess it just make sure that you don't lose to a compilation sweep.
yeah, I mean that's not too much of a risk right now, just because it doesn't seem like Wynaut has a lot of ways to get into the remote, or even just tutoring cards, really.
Yeah. You've seen one silent ship being recurred. And no swap after running the remote. Oh, looks like Wynaut decided to bounce on the Tattoo Bola instead. Ooh. Rather than Saisentan and showing no way to break it. So Saisentan has 3 subroutines saying do 1 net damage, but when the runner encounters, so yes, thanks for the card coming up.
So
The corporation can call a card type. And then whenever the net damage subroutines hit one of those card types, like an event, you do a bonus net damage. So this is a potential flatline with 5 cards in hand from Wynaut.
I think you say event here because I think you're assuming that Wynaut has at least a deep dive in hand.
Yes, and then checking open deck list, and it's all been programs coming out of the hand. Very few events. I think we haven't even seen a ritual, maybe just one for example.
Which ones would you like?
So I believe we got events.
We're naming program.
Oh, we're naming program.
Program.
Okay, putting a reminder. Very nice for the stream. That's a deep dive, not a program, so just 1 net damage. This is going to be a
Still hurts to lose.
whole lot of alco counters too, but maybe we'll get them at the end. Oh, now remembering. That's a pinhole, not a program. So event would have been the right call here.
Yeah. I think Wynaut's assumption is that there's still SMCs, there's still a lot of programs in play, so you're thinking that. Or
There's a harmony.
Ice Cream yeah. Oh man. You know, if he'd called event, I think that would have been game.
That's a flatline likely, yeah. I mean, the probability on Tyson is pretty tricky. I know someone's written it up, but
I think it's a reasonable assumption not seeing a lot of programs yet, and so assuming that Wynaut still is keeping things in hand.
yes, essentially holding on to 1 for Maggie install. All right,
Right,
we're resing the Manigarm. 2 click through. It's not clear what the cohort's threat is. I suppose they could advance. This deck is even running 4-2, so it's not like you're worried about fast advancing 4-2s on hand. Would you let the cohort stay?
Oh, the corp's pretty low on money, actually.
Yeah.
So it's not unreasonable.
So could you be making them pay money? Now they're breaking the Tachibwala with Hannah.
And you know what? It's also their...
Oh, just a
Oh,
spin
it's a
doctor.
spin doctor.
Do we
It's
see
also
the
like,
hybrid? Yes.
You're not going to... I mean, I think maybe... Oh, it doesn't look like Ice Cream College is rezzing the Anoetic or Managarm.
No, and
Yeah.
he didn't have a way to pay the Anoetic tax anyways.
Exactly.
So, and you don't really want to protect the spin doctor.
Right.
Seeing-
Well, you could have rezzed and then rezzed the Spin Doctor, but that wouldn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's true.
That click was refreshed for Hannah, so click 3 again, run R&D.
Ooh, running R&D, so really just trying to tax the corpse credits. If they are under, they do drop to 1. No, cohort always bounces them back to 2. So there's a scatter field.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's okay forcing the runner to spend the last propeller counter. Oh, yeah, that was all events in hand, I think.
Oh wow, yeah, an overclock and what was the last card? Did you see?
Maybe that one was a program, but
Installing an upgrade onto the spin doctor. I think that's a Managarm, and the last card draw.
yeah, maybe that last one was a program, but you know, just judging by not installing things like, you know, obviously we can see what's in hand for knowing that, but I think it's a reasonable assumption to say program on Saisenton against Maggie, but yeah, would have been really funny.
So we did Alco first. We saw an agenda off the top. I think we discarded a Genesis off the top, so now we're doing the cohort flip. But we did draw a Moonpool from the Alco, so I think, do you have enough credits to Moonpool? Oh, but
There's
you don't
the
need
hybrid. Yeah,
to. Do the mandatory draw, top deck,
yeah.
the hybrid, getting to 7.
Oof.
Well played by both players. We can really see
Yeah.
the Regenesis 4-point turn really swinging the tempo because the Shaper seemed to be in good control to threaten the deep dive, and suddenly they're on game point.
Yeah, and I think Wynaut just not being able to find another simul chip, another SMC, some other way to get like more than one breaker to be able to pull off the deep dive.
Yeah, you need a good amount of tutoring to match the speed of Alco sometimes.
Yeah, and I think you know, the Centrals were left unprotected for most of the game, and then like I think it was the turn after Wynaut drew the deep dive. That's when Ice Cream College finally decided to ice Archives and HQ.
Yeah, so a bit of unfortunate timing there. A shame we didn't get to see Deep Dive one last time on stream, but
Yeah.
yeah, and I think this does mean that our Shapers are eliminated, so we'll take a quick break for the end of the round, and then we'll be back for the lower bracket finals. See y'all in a bit.
keep moving. PhD.
I'm Eli.
And we are in the lower bracket finals. We saw Kat earlier on stream lose the winners bracket finals, and Ice Cream College fighting his way up all the way from losing the first round to holding on to his second life, winning every game in the lower brackets until this one. So we've got, yeah.
Good for him. If I hadn't lost to him in the last round, he wouldn't have had this fantastic fight upwards.
Yeah, it's a really fantastic run. You know, at this point, it's a lot of stamina too. These players have been playing Netrunner for 2 days, probably, you know, what, almost 12 rounds.
In fact, I think we almost were going to ID, and then we're like, no, let's just play it out. It'll feel bad if we ID and then not get into the cut.
Yeah, cut math can always be mysterious, and good for Ice Cream College for making it in. All right, they're
Yeah.
reviewing each other's deck lists. And we've seen Ice Cream College's deck before. Cuddler just on stream. And Kat is playing this Sable, pretty standard reg Sable from we've seen, with a couple tech choices from the Shaper faction. So it's playing one copy of Airblade.
One Airblades. Because I remember I was talking to Rohit yesterday, and he had 2 Airblades, which might not be the right one, but I think like so it's 1 Airblades and 1 Stone Chip,
Yes,
or
that's the tech.
yeah, which seems reasonable.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, playing 1 or 2 Airblade just shows how dominant Alco has been in the matchup and how worried you are about preventing some of the net damage. It not only loses cards from your hand, but lets them gain cards with the Alco triggers.
I mean, even the fact that a lot of these Sable decks are now running redundancy for their breakers, I think is just a testament to the net damage world that we're living in.
Yes, exactly. Kysra's deck is running 2 Kurapura, 2 Shibboleth, and 2 killers, 1 Echelon and 1 Revolver. Revolver probably for the early game, and Echelon we have all the other breakers down. But as we saw with how fast the Alco can go last game, you might not have enough time to get that down.
I think it's a really nifty breaker suite. It almost feels like it doesn't feel quite like the criminals we've seen in the past, but this like Sable being like such a strong runner right now is a big shift from, I think, you know, last year's meta where you know, Anarch was such a dominant force. But yeah.
Yes. Worth noting, Shibboleth is going to break the main code gate Scatterfield pretty badly, but your Shibboleth at 3 strength and needs 2 credits to boost by 2, I believe. So that's what the 1 copy of Leech is really here to help for.
Right. But so Scatterfield is 4.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Leech is really good, especially with all of your other central triggers, you know, Info Bounty, RIP, just Sable, Carpe Diem, all the Sable triggers and stuff. I think Leech is a really good choice, and you know, it's you know, it makes sense for this kind of deck, especially like with your breakers not being such tremendous strength, but yeah.
Yes, it can also help Kurapura get up to strength for that big old Botu. And we'll hopefully see the Info Bounty, we'll probably see the Info Bounty come down, you know, a couple of last few times before it is officially banned. I'm just checking, I think we may be guaranteed for more Alco and Sable next matchup, because that may be the players we have remaining, but I'll have to double check. But anyways, I think this game has started. It looks like the Alco mulligan. Shuffling, getting the first hole. All right, and the round has started.
I think Sable keeping.
Yes, it looks like a good hand with sure gambles, with pinhole threading. All right. All right, now what are you looking for as Alco? Presumably ice on HQ, just to not get transferred turn 1.
For sure.
I think the only ice we see is a Seisenton, which is not ideal. It does functionally prevent home face checking. We'll click 1 draw, hopefully get a better ice. Instead, we got a hedge fund.
Also notable that this Sable is on Hermes rather than Penny Shaver, just because I think Hermes, especially against Alco, which tries to keep as many things unresed for as long as possible to keep that mystery in play, I think Hermes is very valuable.
Yes, in the earlier game, we saw, I think it was Dave on Penny Shaver against Kysra, and that was really good into the assets. But this style of Alco, which is actually scoring more, is where Hermes will shine. So we'll have to see how that choice pays off. All right, the mark is on HQ. Yes, that's how the dice roll. It's backward because of how Ice Cream College arranges his servers, but all is allowed. Oh, we're cleaning up the credit pool. There's a credit pool on the right, and Kysra's actual credits on the left. So we start with Sure Gamble, getting up to 9. A little
Seems
unfortunate
good.
for the mark to be HQ. That's a 1 server that's iced.
Yeah. Well, I think icing HQ is perpetually the best move against criminal. Like
Yes.
it's always gonna be ice HQ.
All right. Getting on the Hermes, getting on the open markets,
Good
and immediately
opening.
spending those open market credits for a class act for functionally free.
Yeah.
So seeing 5 cards assigned to bottom 1, seeing an extra one. Ooh, these are tough choices. I think we see a transfer, a stone ship. All right, the choice is made pretty quickly. We'll see what kids decide to keep soon.
I think they might have bottomed the. No, I think I still see the transfer, but
Ooh,
right. So right away, getting that remote in play and resing the fat.
resing the FUT. Now
Yeah.
disincentivizing central servers until you're able to trash it. Now, Kysra does have a pinhole threading in hand, which is good to take down the FUT, but also you might be worried about getting down those defensive upgrades, and all of this costs money.
I do think you want to trash it as soon as you can, just because you don't know when it's going to matter. Like, the sooner you trash it, the better.
Yes, so starting by installing a Nuka with the credit off the info bounty, with the open market. I'm wondering if we got the open market credit this turn, but either way, it'll get into the card pool soon. All right, we're click 2, hitting Nuka, seeing 4. I think that's a Bravado, a Carpe, a Mystic, and one other card. One got bottomed.
Yeah, I think the Carpe's an easy choice with no ice on R&D.
Yes,
Or,
again,
although I guess R&D is a bit of a risk with the FUT out. Or
playing
gonna
the
play it
Carpe,
anyway.
running the Mark R&D. Ooh, seeing a cohort. Interesting choice not to trash that. That's something you're usually pretty happy to get rid of, but maybe you're thinking that the... Oh, maybe they're reassessing. Holding the 2 credits, ready to trash it.
I think you've already kind of shown what it is
Yeah.
at that point. You kind of have to.
All right, they got a click back, and then now they're getting down the Mystic and the Stone Chip, so feeling pretty safe.
I think you make sure to keep that stone ship as long as you can, honestly, on the field, just to make sure in case Anemone, in case, Fuji or whatever might actually end up killing you.
Yeah, while Stone Chip can sometimes be the draw to aggressively get in tools you need, in this matchup you really do as a kind of emergency button when you're like, hey, I've taken more net damage than I expected, let me draw some cards to stay alive.
Theoretically, you could use it to put a counter on Nuka, too, but...
Yes, that's interesting, but I think it turns a clickless draw into a click for 3, so a bit of a wash.
Yeah. No, not worth it, but just putting that out there. I mean, theoretically, you can also use it for, like, twinning, too.
Yeah, you can charge a 20, you can charge a Kurapura to bypass a Bochu. There's lots of niche uses, but the draw is probably hard to say no to in this matchup. All right, looks like we just 2 clicks to draw, and still no alco counters, considering how careful Kysra's been being. Icing Archives. What's at 2 counters? And we see that's a handful of agendas. The mark is HQ.
Clearly trying to make an early Regenesis push.
Yes, but there's no room for agendas on the table. The FUT is occupying the main remote server. So we're going to click on Nuka. See a lot of cards. Ooh, we see the Revolver, a Nuka, a Leech, and a Clean Getaway. Ooh, all really good cards here. Do you have a choice of which one you bottom?
Bottoming the Nuka, it looks like.
Wow, that can be really valuable card draw, considering you just expended 1. Maybe this is a turn that you pinhole the FUT after it's like charged 2 counters uselessly.
Yeah.
And then start running.
Yeah, because I think you really want to start activating Hermes a little bit with all these cards on the table. So
Yeah.
you got to get rid of it as soon as possible.
Yeah, you really want stable value quite soon. Yep, charging the Revolver. 6, so now you're a good deal less scared of face checking. Saisentan can't kill you, as we saw last game, it almost happened. But you're still a little worried about Anemone, which gives the corporation 2 alco counters, whether you like it or not. All right, we collect
Well,
our
I mean,
credits.
that's where the Air Blades comes in.
Yes.
That's, I think, is the best use case for Air Blades is to prevent the Anemone damage. I think you can only prevent 1 of them, but Or maybe you can prevent 2. No, yeah, it's not once per turn,
Yeah,
so
I
you
think you
can't
can spend as
prevent.
many counters as you need. You can even spend all 3 on a Seisentan.
Yeah.
Oh, so just icing up centrals, slow rolling it. Now Kysra might regret not doing the pinhole and installing, I believe that's a spin doctor on a new remote. So you wish you could pinhole through that server, but as we saw last game, the spin doctor can't removed and just end the run, so you don't get the successful trigger on the pinhole. All right,
Yeah,
Mystic gets
yeah.
$1. We roll the mark, it's archives.
I think, yeah, pinholing a naked remote is always a risky choice.
Yes, so we're starting with just a normal draw, but with Class X seeing an extra card bottoming. I think Kysra kept the sure gamble. But yes, remembering the extra counter on foot, which is definitely getting menacing.
Yeah, I think, I think Kisra's a very safe player, so making sure not to get too low so that you're not letting the corp get a scoring window. So I think, it's like there's no scoring remote. I think they're not too worried about getting a random damage right now. So I think just waiting until you get a little more set up before, and then getting the pinhole in when you have a comfortable credit lead.
Yep, resing the spin doctor. I think one thing we are worried about is that Ice Cream College could, and in fact does, have the hybrid release in hand, which you could just fast advance and do 3 damage to the runner, potentially hitting some breakers out of hand.
Yeah, that is true.
So one last click for Kysra. Wasn't able to run their mark this turn, even though I think we know that's a Slice and Tawny issue, so one the ice set that they can break.
Yeah.
Shuffling.
Was that last click?
I think that was 3rd click. Shuffling back. Was that everything in archives?
I think so. Yeah.
All
Not
right,
a lot of Alco triggers this turn. I think that might be the other consideration, is not wanting to let Alco get too many triggers.
Yeah, but if you wait for too long, like I said, the hybrid is just going to be,
No,
I guess just 1 trigger, but 3 damage.
That's totally fair. I think this feels like a bit of a stalemate at the moment.
This is a bit of an awkward turn because Ice Cream College shuffled away all the face down, so hybrid has no text functionally. So maybe hybrid's gonna, Ice Cream College is gonna cook the hybrid a little bit longer, discard something, so that he can install it with the hybrid release next turn.
Yeah. I think, again, Cat's playing extremely safe here, not letting Alco get any triggers. Running the spin doctor before trashing the FUT, I think, is another key move there. And then I think now that you have another remote there, then I think you're going to start trying to run it. But yeah, I think this is a very, very safe play style, which is totally valid against a deck like this.
That's really heads up play. Getting the spin doctor, making sure its recursion is called for before you trash the must trash asset, so they don't keep coming back. But I think we do see another spin doctor in hand.
Yeah, I think that might have just gotten installed.
Yeah, I missed the install. I
Maybe.
don't know if it's a 3rd spin doctor, but this deck is running the full suite of 3.
Yeah. Which, again, very, very funny. We have to specify that.
I mean, it seems like Alco can run any number from 1, 2, or 3. Maybe soon we'll see the 0 spin doctor Alco.
Yeah.
All right, rolling the markets. Archives again. A little unfortunate with no clear benefits. I guess you could try to get a leech counter, but this is where you want your info bounty down. But maybe running archives has some value because this could look like a Regenesis push.
Yeah.
Oh, starting with a boomerang. Getting a boomerang marker on the FUT. Interesting. All right, click 2. Just
Makes sense.
running him down.
I think maybe you're saving that pinhole for a emergency situation.
All right, Vezetatu, a little bit unfortunate, but means you will be able to get through. Giving the corporation some money if they do have ice in hand. They do. But you are slightly worried about the defensive upgrade. You do have 2 clicks for Managarm, but if it's Anoetic, you're going to end the run and lose your boomerang.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate. We'll see.
Okay,
It is a
just the
Managarm.
Managarm.
Yep. You have 9 credits. Okay, which one would you like to access first?
And I believe, is this last click?
Well, clicking through the 2,
Okay.
paying the 2 clicks for the Managarm.
Yeah.
Yeah, as we saw, again, that's the Kysra Managarm Altards. I wonder if Cat ever feels like thinks it's funny seeing their alt-arts played against them. Like, you dare use my weapons against me?
Well,
it's a
you know,
cohort.
it's a pretty common sight in New York, you know. They're always, you know, I think like pretty much every tournament I've been to the last several years have featured a lot of cats alt arts.
Yeah, they're just lovely and have made a lot of good bonus prizing. We had a bonus Plutus prize for the top half of Swiss this event. So it looks like that's a cohort. So that's going to finally start cooking up alco counters. But that might be the next card to go.
I believe the Mystic Mamie is also theirs.
Yeah, the Mystic is getting good money.
But
Oh, and this is
yeah.
the second cohort because one was trash off the top.
Right.
I don't think it was spun back. It was a face down. There was spun back.
I don't think Leech has gotten it. Is that one counter on the Leech?
No, that's no counters on the Leech. No centrals have been run. It's the only way to get a Leech counter.
Right. So no marks have been taken advantage of, really.
Yeah,
Well, at least
Sable not really
for-
getting you too much value this game, but yet is the important thing. I think very soon, once you have all the breakers down, and then maybe a bonus air blades, you really just start running down centrals, getting a lot of value. All right, that was just install, and that's going to be a like small downside of trashing the foot. You do clear up the remote for the corporation.
Yeah, I think that was definitely like a do or die kind of situation where you really, the corp's really forcing your hand where you do have to go and trash it. But still only one counter, I believe, on Outco. So it's like, again, very safe, making sure to be very mindful of all the triggers and all the ways that you can lose cards or just like quickly lose steam in the game.
Absolutely. The hybrid release for 3 damage as a 2-1 would be pretty devastating. Looks like we did class act draw, click 1, which I think drew a bravado and a class act bottoming the other class act.
Looks like there's 2 transfer of wealths in hand.
Yeah.
So, not the best play.
Ooh, we're seeing the bravado. I wonder which server we're running.
I think it's probably Archive since that's Mark.
Yes, I believe it is. icecreamcollege asking cards in hand, which is always the menacing thing you do as a Jinteki player. Ooh, it's a Botu. So that's going to fire completely. Kysra has no way to break it. So we held them off counters, but this is a guaranteed 2 counters, right? 1 from the net damage sub, and 1 if they do choose to end the run by discarding from hand.
So we see
The
one
transfer and the
transfer of
Carpe.
wealth. Carpe. Yeah. And then I think, trashing the hybrid.
Oh, very bold. But, you know, with the Boto and Archive, it's the safest server. Every time they try to run it, you just keep on throwing stuff into Archives.
Yeah,
However,
for
what's
sure.
important is that icecreamcollege is down to 4 credits, so there's not many cards, many ice that they can res. They can res Tatus, and then Kysra bounces. They can't res Icenton. They can res Anemone to go basically broke. So this might be a turn when Kysra tries to pressure icecreamcollege economically, maybe with a transfer thrown in.
Yeah, I mean, with only 4 credits, I think they're still in a really, really good place.
Ooh, another bravado.
Yeah,
Going
there
on
you
to the
go.
cohort. Do we have a res here? It's a fly swatter, purges the leech, but the leech has no counters yet. And just kidding.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, now this is the position where icecreamcollege is down to 2 credits. So really only fly swatters and Tatu Bolas are the cards happening. However, the cohort will get him back to 2 credits next turn.
Yeah, I think maybe doing the transfer on HQ might be reasonable.
Yeah, because even if it's a Tatu Bola or a fly swatter, they just go down to 0, so they kind of just transfer themselves.
Yeah, and I think you can pretty safely float the tag, honestly.
Yeah, we know open deck list, so this deck, unlike Kysra's deck, which you saw earlier, is not running Mindscaping, it's not running End of the Line. It's just really trying to score to 7 with some damage touch along the way. Ooh, and just a Spin Doctor.
Yeah.
Maybe Kysra missed the 50-50, and the Regenesis is actually being pushed in the closer remote, the remote closer to the Alco. So resing the Spin Doctor. And there's no hard choice here. You're safe to leave the Regenesis, to leave the Fuji in there if you have the Regenesis on the table to get it out of Archives next turn.
Yeah, yeah.
It looks like 2 face downs are being shuffled back, so that's the second Regenesis called for.
With only 2, well, I guess with the cohort, I think you can still get it done.
Yeah, the code's really important economically. And if
Yeah.
one of the face down cards in the bin is a petty cash, the corporation's actually secretly going to be at 6 credits at the start of next turn.
Yeah.
Starting with Alco, seeing 3. I believe that's a Mana Garm, a Hedge Fund, and 1 ice. Maybe a big old Botu again? Yep. All right, now it's cohorts.
No agendas in hand.
Yeah. Didn't see the discard, but getting the credits, getting a card, getting the Alco counter, and looks like...
Oh no, there is still a hybrid in hand, I think.
And the Mando. So yeah, just lots of draw at the start of the Alco's turn, lots of options. It looks like they have a Hansei and maybe a Hedge Fund too, so they want to balance back economically. icecreamcollege definitely can. Definitely feels a bit bad for kysra after making them res all the ice, trying to take them down, challenge their money, and then nope, I can get back up to 9 with a Hedge Fund.
For sure. Yeah, I think it would have been nice trying to get them down to 0, but maybe the transfer wasn't as worth it. But all right, another FUT coming down.
Another FUT. It's just such a potent threat that pushes you off the Essentials game plan that you really want to as Sable, making you sort of divert resources, let alone clicks, to figure out a way to go take him down.
That face doesn't help too. That come and get me. You know, come hither look.
Is it rude to say the face is very punchable, or is that just conventionally agreed upon?
Yes.
All right, so it looks like we had click 1 draw, click 2 open market. Click 3 install Nuka with the open market money. Too bad
I
the
love
20
open market.
Yeah, too bad that the 20 isn't down yet. It's like another fun way to charge a twinning.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the priority of this game is just making sure. I mean, there's no agenda score, right? So I think there's no pressure, no threat to like, start digging for agendas. I mean, yeah, I think we're like 20 minutes in and you've seen no scores just yet.
Yes, but we really do have to be concerned about Regenesis pushes because suddenly the corp can get to 4, and then suddenly they can moon pull out a 3-2 and get to 6, and suddenly they can score a hybrid and get to 7. A very similar scoring pattern to what we saw in the previous game.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, doing the Alco trigger first.
I think, but with Hermes on the field, you're making a lot of considerations here because both HQ and R&D only have 1 ice. So, like, I think as soon as Cat does find the twinning, then, they can go to town.
That's a great point. And if you really haven't found another way to deal with the FUT, you can bounce the ice in front of him. But it would make more sense to bounce a central, pinhole the FUT, and then carry on. Ooh, looks like we're flipping a card up with Cohort, getting the advancement. But we did Alco this turn, so that's not a Regenesis push. Just a longevity. So advance, and so this is going to do damage with FUT.
2 damage.
Losing cards. Losing 2 clean getaways.
Rough. I think the last card might be the pinhole.
That might be what you want to hold on to here.
Yeah.
Getting a counter from the FUT damage, and now triggering Longevity Serum to discard from hand, which you're going to have to do this turn anyways, so might as well get a counter for it.
Yeah, and I think trying to figure out where to do the Hermes trigger, but what's the conversation here?
Just checking through all the triggers, everything is accounted for. Yeah, these Alco decks can be a lot of triggers sometimes, but also contributes to some degree to why these games take a little bit longer.
Yeah. I mean, Ice Cream College has to do all of his triggers first before Cat makes the Hermes decision.
Yes, but with the Cohort flip, you do have a 1 extra click to just restore whatever damage that Hermes does.
Yeah.
So the Cohort doing double duty here, getting triggers on getting Alco counters by the discard, and getting advancements with the bottom flipping option.
Yeah.
All right, we're doing a bit of a shuffle for Longevity Serum. And then now we have the Hermes trigger, I believe.
HQ? Yeah. HQ is pretty good, because now you can just...
Oh, we see just a Tatu Bola. And this is actually unfortunate. It lets Ice Cream College reposition a better ice onto HQ. Not the Sights and Town, which can be broken, but now a Scatter Field, which kysra has not yet shown a way to break.
Oh, yeah. I was wondering if they had 1 click left, because I think that extra click was very important. with
Yes.
the
Hello. Looks like the card remaining is a transfer. Ooh, we're drawing into Airblades, Boomerang, Chesva, Bravado. Didn't quite see what was bottomed. Chesva might be a little bit too slow.
Yeah, I think the boomerang is really good here
Yes.
because you want to get rid of the FUT as soon as you can.
Boomerang transfer is also an option because whatever ice they res, they'd likely go down to 0 after that, so you might get them to not res that ice.
Mm-hmm.
But you might be worried about FUT damage as well.
Yeah, I think it's a little risky because I think Ice Cream College has been keeping at least 1 or 2 agendas in hand when he has the FUT out. So I think, I think you really just got to deal with it as soon as you can.
Yeah, and with a FUT on the table, the most damage you take from a single axis is a Fuji, but 4 cards, that's 4 net damage, that's all the cards you have in hand. I think we have click to considering to drawing normally. After the nuke. Ooh, we draw Shibboleth, so that's going to be able to break those pesky scatter fields around the table.
It also breaks fly
We draw
swatter,
again.
right?
Oh, we get the Shibboleth, and then now we just install it, making sure it gets out of hand, and soon we'll have the Kurapira, and then kysra can run the board pretty safely, even with an Airblades in hand, to deal with those anemones.
Looks like there's another hybrid in hand.
Yeah, Ice Cream College has been very patient, not scoring it, waiting until maybe it has really good value. And I guess fast advancing for Hermes is a bit unfortunate because of Hermes, like you were mentioning.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we did
Yeah, I
Outgo
think you have
first,
to
and
be
now we're
really
considering
careful.
Cohort. Yeah, sorry?
That's why you have to sort of never advance the agendas with cohort, just to make sure that you have a click to spare to reinstall the ice that gets bounced.
Yes, because usually all the fast advance combos in Outco take all 3 clicks, right? Because installing a Moon Pool, and then takes 1 more advancement. So Cohort is really going to be the one card that does all that. Drawing so many cards. I think we see a good number of agendas in hand.
I think, yeah, putting the hybrid just in the remote.
Ooh, installing an upgrade on Fudge, making sure he's safe, but not from Pinhole. And then last, considering what to do for last click, maybe hybriding something, Hansing something into the bin. Yeah.
Yeah. Second FUT.
Yeah, we Hansei the spare FUT. Or I think
Yeah.
the 3rd FUT, maybe, because we saw one trash earlier. Oh, but almost shuffled back with longevity, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
All right, we're getting the open market credit. We're getting the Mystic money. Mystic's going to hopefully pay off soon. Oh, yeah, there's a Bravado in hand. All right, the mark is HQ. Maybe it's time?
Yeah, I mean,
The breaker you're missing here is Kurapira.
right. I think there's still a boomerang in hand, though.
That could definitely make you feel safer. All right, we're just going to Bravado
HQ.
HQ. All right. Ice Cream College, considering whether to res, I think is a scatter field on HQ. Yep. Shibboleth breaks that for, I believe, boost for 2, break for 2?
Yes.
Yes, because Shibboleth is at 3 strength, but then the scatter field's at 4.
Yeah.
All right, so that's broken.
But now you're gonna get a leech counter. I think that's the first leech counter, but
Oh, but the
can't
FUT
let him
remained
miss
on the
that.
table, so this could be painful. Ooh, there's the hybrid. So, I mean, better steal it than let them do damage. Ooh, but using the air blades prevent all 3 damage. That's why this run is safe.
yeah, I think also like if that was like the Bodo, at least another Bodo, you would negate the damage.
Yes, absolutely.
Cat, I think, missed the leech trigger.
Oh,
Unless-
maybe.
Yeah, but
But getting the Bravado money, so economically still pretty good. It was free off the Mystic. Now running the next remote. Oh, that was a Hermes bounce, so the remote's open.
yeah. I think that's another hybrid too.
Oh, so we're hitting Nuka. Seeing 4, open market, sure gamble, class act, and an info bounty.
Let's see, what do you bottom here?
I would definitely be tempted to install the class act this turn and make sure you just keep on moving forward. I'm not sure what was bottom. I want to guess the open market.
Yeah, that seems right.
Oh no, the open market was kept. It looks like it was the info bounty. So the card that we were fearing would get lots of money actually on this board state isn't the most useful.
Yeah, because all the essentials are pretty protected,
Yes.
and then you're gonna get another
There's the
Hermes trigger
hybrid.
here.
Wow, Hermes is really showing why it can do a lot of damage to the board state. And there's no FUT damage on that because FUT, the one good thing about it is that it's the first time per turn.
Yeah.
Unlike its ancestor, Jinteki, personal evolution.
So here it's like, do you bounce the FUT remote ice or R&D ice?
That's a good
probably
question.
I think you get the remote one just so you can deal with it. Or going
Right
after
now the
cohort.
cohorts.
Yeah.
I think we have one extra click because of the Sable click, so the last click might be the one going after the FUT.
Oh, because you got, go
Oh, now they're remembering the leech counter from the Sentinel's
Uh-oh.
run.
All right. Yeah.
Oh, all right, reaching the end of turn, discarding the Shibboleth. All right, so FUT was more or less neutralized with the Air Blade, so kids were probably feeling pretty good about that, and no Regenesis threats on the table after the board state was surprisingly cleared pretty quickly.
And also stealing, that's 2 out of 3. Or, oh no, I think there's only 2 hybrids.
Yeah, that's all 2 hybrids, so it's going to be a lot harder to get to 7. We're not going to have the fast advance play that we saw last turn. We just dig for the hybrid, get an easy point.
Yeah, I think that very careful, very methodical play paying off here. Just not trying to go after the FUT too early, not trying to slam into remotes too hard.
It does feel like momentum is swinging a bit in Kydra's favor because icecreamcollege needs to make a Regenesis push to get close to 7, but Kydra's almost in a pretty good position to check everything, just except the Botu.
Yeah, I think the one thing you're missing here is a Kurapira, so I think if you can get either the Kurapira or mutual favor, I think you'll be in a really good space.
Yeah.
Because the Shibboleth right now can handle the scatter field okay. I mean, you have the leech counter now, so it's pretty decent on HQ.
Yes.
You could just you could do like a really easy transfer of wealth. That fly swatter is a bit useless. Although, yeah, it's useless res.
You'd want to like trash it and then like Mitra it back and then res it somehow, but Mitra's not in this deck.
Yeah.
And then, now that the HQ ice is revealed, like I think Kydra's been holding on to the transfers in hand. If you push too aggressively, you get like double transfers in one turn and end up with even less of a board state.
A little over 10 minutes left in the round right here. This is really a very, this is, I think, the high level of play you see playing against Alco, like knowing how careful you have to be. Like it ends up going this long.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like we are installing the fly swatter. So click one install on the remote. I think maybe click one draw and then install. Rolling the mark, rolling archives. That's the unfortunate one.
Yeah.
Looks like we do have a boomerang though. So you might have a good way to challenge that remote, which does seem like maybe you might have the corpse sweating to try to make a desperate push behind a barrier, thinking that you can't break it.
Yeah, because I think you still have. Let's see. I think it's Tattoo Bola and it's 3 Tattoo Bola and 3 Boto. So those are still a bit of a problem. Boto a little harder to deal with, especially, but still able to. And then of course with Tattoo Bola, you just break it.
Yeah, Botu with 3 subroutines is not great for Boomerang because Boomerang can only break 2 of them. It means you have to take the net damage and break the ETRs.
Yeah. Not ideal, but in a pinch you can still get through.
Right, that was click one, draw with Class Act, and is that... All right, we're installing a second Class Act, just getting out of hand, making sure we can... we keep it and draw up at the end of this turn. We're going to transfer.
Ooh.
So using the leech counter, spending 2 out the Kurapira. Corp lose 3, gain 6, and the tag. You should remember the tag. All right, icecreamcollege considering whether to res. If he could duck but below 3, then there'd be less money lost.
I don't think there's a good way to do that. At 7, you're probably just gonna lose the 3.
Yeah. Seeing, ooh, that's the Yagiuda. So it's gonna Kysra's going to take damage again, but at 4 points. Oh. A little bit of ambiguity about which 2 cards you're keeping and which 2 cards are being damaged, but I don't think anything was flashed. Bouncing, yeah, the card that you're trying to push. Turns out it's just a cohort, but gives you some peace of mind that, again, the corp has no threats, really.
Yeah, and you're not really super pressured to get through R&D here because you're still at 4, and I mean, it's yeah, I think really have to make a Regenesis push in order to get back on track.
All right,
Yeah,
just
I
running
think-
through the clicks, and then last click was a draw. And then now class act triggers, drawing for... All right.
Yeah, and with Kysra at 12 credits now, you're in a really good position to make those bigger plays so you don't go too low and open up a scoring window.
Yes, and with the Mystic on the board, it's going to pay off in these big events. I mean, there's a Share Gamble in hand, there's a Pinhole, give you a good amount of money. Kysra does seem to be floating the tag, so icecream college could, in theory, trash the Mystic, but hard to think that's worth it at this point.
I think maybe you trash the class act, 'cause I think that's the last one, and like the filtering draw is still pretty good, and it looks there. You still don't have the twinning down, which is I think something that they're digging for. So
Yes,
not completely unreasonable to trash.
Yeah, or even if they're still digging for the Kurapira, which I believe we don't see in hand.
Yeah, or a mutual favor.
Wow, so Kysra might be just getting by on boomerangs in the meantime,
Yeah.
but paying off for them, and also contesting the remote, the server that they know they can, which is the scatter field on HQ.
Right.
Notably, I think Shibboleth has text that says threat 4, so Shibboleth is weaker now.
Yeah, but I think that was after the HQ run.
Yes, so not the last run, but from now on, HQ is going to be a little bit more expensive. All right.
Yeah.
On the Corp's turn, the Corp has just on the mandatory draw. No Alco trigger this turn because there was only one counter. Click one
Looks
install.
like there is a Fuji in the remote. Or not in the remote, but I saw there was a Fuji. The Fuji's still in hand. Then was that the third Spin Doctor? Yes.
Yes, installing a Resing the Spin Doctor in order to discard at the end of the turn, which somewhat telegraphs the Regenesis play.
Yeah. But
Now
I think you're okay with that Bodo. That Bodo's doing a lot of work here.
Yeah, but the problem is since this deck isn't running Stings, Fuji has no text if Cat steals it, because Cat just wins.
That's true. No, that is true. You still need at least a Boomerang, though, to get
Yes.
through it.
So we're installing the Boomerang
Yeah.
for 2. And the HQ ice. All right, so trying to save the Scatterfield money. Click 2, we have a Pinhole threading. Running through the...
So boomeranging this, breaking it.
Running through HQ, breaking with Boomerang. So Pinhole now, there's a window for Ice Cream College to use the Spin Doctor. Or do you just assume, all right, Ice Cream College sites, no action. So just assuming the Kysra is going for the fight, which they do. But that was very bold because the Kysra did decide to pivot, get rid of the last Spin Doctor. The points are in the bin.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like every time I've done that, like, I've been in a position, I could just trash the Spin Doctor. I don't want to trash the Spin Doctor. I need something else.
All right, so now you have Transfer, using some of the leech counters, making the corporation lose 3, gain a whole bunch of money. And then now, Kysra's really not scared about damage now that the FUT is gone. But Ice Cream College is still within enough credits to score the Regenesis in the remote.
Yeah.
Ooh, there's one Regenesis.
But now I think you bounce the card in the remote.
Yes, the same play from last turn. Really just don't let them make any pushes.
I mean, you could also bounce the ice on the remote and just go for that as well.
Yeah. Though it might be a bit of a 50-50 if you're not sure which of these remotes it is. But only the inner one was installed last turn, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because I think the outer one, that was an upgrade that was going with the foot.
Oh,
So,
absolutely. Yes, yes. Just an upgrade hanging out. Bouncing
Yep.
the ice. So choosing to challenge it. And yeah, getting
Yep.
rewarded for the Regenesis. So really, Hermes just tearing this board apart.
Yeah,
Oof.
it's rough.
Die, or do you want to try to start? Okay. She's been fed a little bit too much.
Oh. Mystic. Mystic got a lot of money from all those steals. And Kat wasn't able to get rid of all those credits. So instead, just letting Mystic see herself out, not take a card out of Kat's hand.
Yeah.
All right, looks like we just had the Mando. Didn't quite see the top. I think it was just a petty cash. Yeah. So really hard for the corporation to make a play here, especially when it feels like all their dinners have just been ripped out of HQ.
Yeah, all the good ones. I mean, I think it's how many? I think it's one Regenesis left. So
Yeah. And just a big money play there. I mean, this could be the third Regenesis. You're thinking your odds of this are lower, but you always have to be a little bit careful to take the foot off the gas and let the Alco slip ahead to 6 points.
yeah,
All right, we start with the classic draw.
we're at like 2 minutes, a little over 2 minutes left in the round. So
Oh, yes, that could end up being the deciding factor as well, because I believe Kysra is the higher seed. So if icecreamcollege gets the Miracle Genesis play, he still only gets 6. And then on a tie, Kysra would take the win.
yeah, and then even if you get to 6, there's not really a good way to get that last point because that would be the third Regenesis, and then both of the hybrids have also been stolen. So I don't know if there's like a good way to even get through that. I think your only chance is like one Yagi Uda off of like Moon Pool, but like, yeah, it's rough.
Yeah, and this part's hard to say if you even have enough agendas left to give the moon pool counters. All right. just
Exactly.
Using
Yeah.
the boomerang, running down the cohort.
You'd have to have like all the Fujis in archives, and then oh god, yeah, this is a tight one.
Yeah, the ice is red, so it can't get bounced anymore, but it did cost the corporation 3 credits and only 2 for the boomerang. Last click. Shuffling the boomerang back because we did have a successful run. Kids are feeling in a pretty good position here, but down to 5 credits, so might want to bounce back. Wish you had that Mystic money again.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like Kysra had run the Spin Doctor last click, so icecreamcollege is debating what to do, whether to
Yeah.
remove the third one, and shuffle anything back. Looks like we are getting back. I assume 2 face downs?
I'm trying to figure out if you can. I mean, the Regenesis play is the only thing you can really do here.
Yeah,
I
but
think that was
looks-
like 2 ice.
I didn't quite see the face down. And look at that R&D getting really thin because of how aggressively Alco draws.
Yeah.
You might just keep drawing agenda to this point.
30 seconds left in the round.
Oh yeah, so I assume that icecreamcollege are going to have the last turn, and then with no way to get to 6, looks like this will be a win on time for Cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Yep.
concedes. Good game for both of them. Really
Yeah.
expert play on both sides.
I mean, I think at that point, you really didn't have a lot of options. Like,
No.
you definitely didn't have a 1 turn. Your 2 turn option was to, like, try to make the Regenesis play and then do, like, a Moon Pool play with Yagi Uda, but it's like, yeah, it would be difficult.
Yeah, really a pipe dream at that point. Really well played by both players. Great fight by icecreamcollege, fighting all the way back from throughout the day from the lowest bracket. But Cat takes it back and is going to have a chance to get revenge in the winners bracket. Sorry, in the grand final
Yeah,
against Dave. It was.
I think so.
Yes.
I think Dave's on Ob, actually.
Oh, interesting. So we'll maybe get 1 break from Alco, but really expert play from Kysra there, really showing you how to stay control, not let Alco get unnecessary counters, unnecessary tempo, and just really get ready to challenge the board state when you need to. Some well-timed transfers, not being overly aggressive, and the Hermia just really paying off.
Yeah, I mean, I think just one of the keys there, and I've heard this, is like really good players will be so careful about those counters. And so playing slow early, getting your board set up, making the right plays, the air blades being on the table when you want to try to steal something,
Yes.
even though like the FUT has 2 counters. yeah, it's that very careful, methodical play.
Yeah, it requires a more control style of criminal than the usual aggro criminal that we think, which is just like, boomerang transfer. But then if you let them keep rezzing anemones and even worse, Boto, like you could just get no money and just give them counters and free card draw.
Yeah, and I think even at that point, like, Cat didn't even need the Kurapira, just sort of making the threats against with Scatterfield and like that Fly Swatter became useless. It's really rough.
Yeah, that was really remarkable showing as well. Despite the really unfortunate draw, not getting the Kurapira or a mutual favor, being able to just push through the rest of the game. All right, looks like we might take a bit of a break as the players get ready for the grand final. Another shout out to Ice Cream College, who put up a great fight throughout the day.
Yeah. I mean, I think this kind of Alco is like, it's not like you said, like there's no sting, so it's like it's a little more, you have a much more linear path, but it's still, it's not without the different forks. Just like, you really have to make sure you have enough agendas to score out. But if you get to the point where you don't have the right suite of agendas, then you're out of luck.
Yeah. All right, we'll be back for the grand finals in a couple of moments. Stay tuned.
stay moving, moving.
Hello and welcome back to day 2 of New York Megacities. I'm Laura,
I'm Eli.
and we are in the grand finals. So just to clarify, we've developed a bit of a board state here, so I'm going to try to give you some of the key updates. Dave is playing damage assets ob, so I see 2 Bladderworts on the table, and kysra struggling to keep on their econ after having trashed, I believe, 2 Bladderworts and a Foot and some other things along the way. Taking a good deal of damage from these Bladderworts constantly ticking. But looks like Dave is out of the Bladderwort credit range, and it's just going to be getting credits and not damage. But that could change at any moment if Dave stumps his credits somehow. The other things to note are that kysra at one point ran their mark, which was HQ, and stole the slash and burn, which you think is good, and is good, obviously, 2 points, but now means any further run could get you another 2 points and put you at threat for measured response. And kysra, if you see that credit pool, I believe that means kysra has no credits. They are currently relying on a Mystic, clicking up 1 credit each turn. It's at 5 credits and has caused 1 net damage, I think the past 3 turns, and has hit a Kurapura and a Boomerang. So some of the tools you need to get through this ice. But thankfully, I think kystra's deck is running 2 of each breaker, so we'll have ways to deal with this. Now I think kysra finally has a way to dump the Mystic money, and we're at the start of their turn. Those are the main recaps. I'll see chat if anyone has any urgent questions, but you can see there's some Bladderworts cooking, an unknown asset, and Dave at no points. Kysra is at 2. We'll update that in a second, having stolen the slash and burn. Looks like Dave checking the heap. I'm not sure what he's wondering about. Maybe just checking run events. Hi, Eli, are you back with us? Oh, we're also waiting on Eli to join. Yeah, sorry about the connection issues, everyone. We had to scramble quickly, but this is probably going to be a slow cooking game unless there's a flatline somewhere. So, all right, we're just seeing advance, advance, and then advance. From Dave. Looks like he's asking the judge a question. Not sure what this is. Maybe it's related to scoring the SEF and trashing a card, but we'll see in a second. All right, looks like we are scoring the SEF, trashing the Kessleroid. So you can fetch a 1-cost card with Observability. To those who aren't familiar, Observability says when you trash a card, other than overinstalling a card, a res card, you can go fetch a card with a res cost 1 fewer for free. So trashing the Kessleroid allows them to get a 1-coster. And this is a really nasty combo. Fetching the Foot with the Azef means that the Foot sees the Azef score because trashing is part of the scoring cost of the Azef. Sorry, just getting my bearings. So this is going to be 3 damage to Cat, but I think the class act just went down the previous turn, so they have a pretty healthy hand of cards. But I think it was something like going from 9 cards and going to hit down a couple, or I think it was looking at 6. 6 cards taking 2 damage from the Azef, Dave's pointing to, and then 1 from Bladderwort. So really tricky position for kysra here. We're going to have to see how they figure out a way to deal with these Bladderworts. I'm just going to keep pinging damage. All right, rolling some dice, trying to suss out. It can be a little tricky when the hand is bigger than 6. Dave's rolling very diligently. All right, we're seeing the first damage from SEF. Hi, Eli, are you back with us? Hi, welcome. I assume the stream cut out a bit for you on your end too. No, absolutely, it was on our end, but looks like we've got things back in decent order. The main update is that Dave just scored an SEF, fetching the foot to do 3 damage to Kysra's hand. Yeah, this can be quite rough. Yeah, so you're really hoping to get some high-res asset. I think this ob is running Antilles, I'd assume, so that lets you duck a little bit. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Running the mark and finally getting the dollars off the Mystic. Really needed for Kysra here. Ooh, and that's a hostile architecture. That's another way to get to duck to Bladderwork credits. Ooh, and not trashing it. Letting it stay, which means that Dave will be able to install Resident next turn, which makes it 2 meat damage if you try to trash the first asset you trash each turn. Yes, makes sense. So this way you're only taking 1 ping at worst. And also going down the foot. Yeah. And these decks can just feel like such a grind because you trash these damage assets, but they just get shuffled back with Spin Doctor, and then even just fetched with Cyber Sand Harvester, a card that didn't see much play, but after a change in the rules, now is a 2-coster that you can use with Ob's ability to fetch 1-coster. So just bring those Bladder Words back, bring the foot back whenever you want at instant speed. Yeah, Hostile's really good for that, and Kysra did let Dave draw it, so Dave is probably considering installing it here. Kysra's money still isn't very liquid. Oh, looks like maybe having slight audio issues with Eli's side. Sorry for the sudden technical difficulties, but we'll have a long game. Maybe. Okay, seems like it's been fixed. It's been a long day, both of Netrunner and shout out to Kato, working so hard to keep the stream alive. I was hearing you, but maybe the stream wasn't. All right, so we get an install, which we would guess is the hostile. And the fork really with these obs is that sometimes you res things to duck low for Bladderware damage, and then whenever you want, you can just get rich and then play measured response. Yes, but I think they're cooking, it looks like maybe 1 or 2 on the Mystic. With the Bravado in hand, I don't think there's anything you're too worried about face checking. Maybe a Stavka? Yeah, you just lose the 1 Shibboleth. Oh, that's an SCS off the top. So trashing the Shibboleth. And that's with just the 1 program, but now we are on threat force, so measured response is online. And just to remind everyone, if it doesn't give you enough nightmares, measured response is a 5-cost operation from the corp that says do 4 meat damage unless the runner can pay 8 credits. And Kysra does not have 8 credits, but maybe they will now after this bravado. Yeah, and this is now the moment where you do want to make the corp spend credits, so they can't afford to play double measured response. which this deck is on the full place out of 3. And this actually could just hit an agenda from hand and be game, because this deck is running a good number of 2-pointers with the Aziefs and the Slash and Burn.
Yeah, I always find that once the runner steals a 3-pointer, it's a bit of an uphill battle because you can't really just sneak something out in the remote and like anything could just be game.
Yeah, this is definitely a pretty good steal as long as kysra doesn't die to double measure this turn.
Honestly, like I feel like 95% of my ob losses are an SDS off R9.
And that's just kind of necessary evil. You need to play a couple 3-pointers. Like, you don't want to play all the 2-pointers that don't really work with observability. All right, looks like we're deciding whether to res here. There's a lot of good options. Like, Masquerovka functionally is only 1 credit for Dave. I'm checking the Ice Suite.
Yeah, Dave has a very interesting ice suite. So it's 2 envelopment, 2 fly swatter, 2 Kesselroyd. Like the 2 envelopment is almost definitely for Banhar.
Yes.
But, you know, I think Tithe is also a pretty good one. Yeah, your hard ETRs here are fly swatter and Kesselroyd.
Oh, and 1 tree line. Oh, looks like Oda Shylendra. Wow.
Yeah.
That and Tithe, one of the few ice that does net damage, but looks like Dave might be outside of the credit range for Metro Response next turn. Or they'll have 1 from Bladderwort.
Yeah, you'll get 1 from Bladderwort. There's 1 extract in the deck, which I also think is an interesting choice here. But obviously, I think playing Cyber Sand is usually gets you more money. But yeah, I think the Silendras can be very, very hard to break. Even if you did have the Shibboleth out, it would be like a bazillion credits to
Yes,
break.
extremely taxing. No breaker solution really does it well, except maybe for Zarin, but that's not here. But anyways, we've gone through. It doesn't end the run. And there's a slash and burn.
Game.
Just getting 7 points like that. Wow. So actually, we
Yeah.
connected the stream right at that turning point, right when it looked like Dave had gotten this murderous board state, but the kids were just holding in there, making sure they're alive, and then the moment they reach that 4, you got to win the game.
God, and that was just such a minimal rig for the runner too. It's just like Sable is so powerful in terms of just challenging the centrals, and like as the corp, if you don't get an early lead, it can be a real uphill battle.
Yeah, so kind of a very clean board state from kysra at the end, installing a program and then trashing it to SDS. But just to make it clear what happened, this was Dave's first loss, and this is a double elimination cut. So what we're going to do is they're going to take a quick break and get ready for a grand finals reset. So now they're going to switch sides and play once more. And this was actually a rematch of the winners final that we saw earlier, of kysra on the Kill Alco against Dave on a Penny Shaver Sable. You excited to see this rematch?
I mean, I don't think I saw it the first time, but yeah, I mean, I think it's a very sort of even matchup. I think it's more kill decks, much more dangerous for Sable. Like I think again with Bob, it's like you really have to get an early lead, but then it's sort of, you know, it can go from there. And then I think with AU, there's so much versatility there, where at any point you can just sort of pivot to scoring much more easily, so it can get pretty dicey for Sable.
Yes, we'll talk about the deck list again when we come back, but it does seem like the kill style is a little slower to score, so it'll be a super interesting matchup. Notably, the last winner's final went to time, so we weren't able to see the kill combo completely pop up, but we weren't sure if the criminal would be able to steal through at the very end. So this is a game that these finals are untimed, so we might take a quick break just to make sure everything's in working order. Let the players catch their breath after what I assume was a pretty taxing round. And we'll be back for the grand finals reset. See you all soon.
See ya.
Get into it. into it.
Round of New York Megacities. This is our grand finals reset. So Dave lost the last game, but that was only his first loss of the day. So these two players, each with one loss, are going to fight it out one more time. Now, if you have a bit of deja vu, it's because we've seen this exact matchup before. This was the winner's final. That game went to time if you were around for that. So this game is untimed. So kysra's going to have all the time in the world to cook up the kill combo. This is kill Alco. It's wanting to give you tags. It wants to score, see how they run, and then it wants to finish you off with an end of the line. Maybe some Mindscaping Stone in there just for good measure.
Yeah, I mean, Alco is the perfect, I think, place to do a kill combo because you can do all that filtering. You've got all your little Jinteki tools. And then you can just sit around and wait until you've got that perfect hand.
Yes, and just all the draw helping you get into that kill combo. Like Alco's just such a flexible shell, whether you want to be scoring, whether you want to be killing, whether you want to be doing a hybrid. Looks like Dave putting a bit of a shout out for the Jersey City players.
I mean, this is a New York tournament, so.
Yeah.
But I think Cat's also in New Jersey, so.
I mean, we include them all under the umbrella, I think.
Right.
I don't know, I'm not from New York.
Yeah. But yeah, this should be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, do you have any thoughts about Criminal versus Kill Nebula?
Versus Kill Nebula?
Oh, sorry, not Kill Nebula. Oh. Whoa, it's been a long day.
Yeah.
Kill Alco.
I think, I think the typical things you have is you have the 2 stone ship. You have 2 stone ship. You have your class act. So you have like the tech, and you also have how many? You only have 1 no free lunch. So that's like that. I think you keep on the board like for the whole game. I don't think I've seen any of Dave's Sable matches, but like that's a card that you install as soon as possible and then just like leave it there until you need it.
Yeah, if we take a peek at this deck list, there's a good amount of tech for this kind of kill combo. Like you said, no free lunch, removes attack at instant speed. Stone Ship Chart Room draws 2 cards at instant speed. And then to top that off, you have the Class Act, which is actually what ended up mattering in the winner's final game, where the Class Act means you can end your turn on functionally, 9 cards? And if you just see the kill combo on the table, that's when you install the Class Act, you can survive a turn. The only problem is all these resources are finite, so it's possible that kysra can burn through all of them.
Yes. I think that's probably what you're going to do here is just try to force them to use their tools, like to try to set up kills where you know that they can, it's just wearing them out. It's basically just grinding them down, set up situations that can kill them, that force them to use those tools until you get to a point where you're able to where you get them in the right spot.
Yeah, and not to mention, if the Sable is trying to draw too aggressively and after taking net damage, they could just run through the whole deck.
Yes. Oh God, yes. That's another key thing is that there's a lot of cards here that you're really just saving in your hand as and then you don't want to draw too aggressively.
Yes, all right. Looks like both players have taken their opening hand. I wasn't quite sure if there's a keep or a mulligan. I guess the keys were kept, but looks like they drew some oppos into hand. So they're playing a Hansei, discarding a card, getting an Alco counter. Click 2 after click 1 spin. So just so everyone is clear, the counters on the bottom of the screen are Kysra's actual credits. The top ones that are stacked are just for them to grab from. And then IS and HQ. Pretty standard opening against Criminal to avoid getting transferred.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, it's like, again, you don't want to be too aggressive as Sable, but also you have to make sure that you're keeping the corp honest. So it's definitely a fine balance between those.
Yes. And while we saw Airblades in the previous, some of the previous Sable games in Cat's deck, I don't believe Dave's deck is on the Airblades deck.
No.
It's choosing the different card draw deck instead. So Anemones will just fire.
Yeah, you do have Stone Ship, but yeah, you can't avoid the damage. You still have to tank the damage, basically.
Yes, and one cheeky card in Kystra's outcode that you don't see often is a Phonotria. That's an ice that says after you run past it, if you have, I think, 4 cards or more, you take a tag. So that is
Yes.
adding to the tag package in addition to Oppo, in addition to, actually, I think Oppo is the other main way to give you the tag.
Yeah. It's Oppo.
See how they run, gives you a tag when you score it, I believe.
Yes, see how they run, yeah. Phonutria, yeah, that's a very dangerous card. Perfect for the end of the line Jinteki deck, just because it's like, if you are playing the way you're supposed to, which is to keep enough cards in hand, you still get punished with the tag.
Yes.
Although notably, there is a flip switch in Dave's deck, so you can at least get rid of that tag once if it on your turn. But
Interesting.
you can't. I don't think you can't use it on the corpse turn, but you can, like, if you accidentally float a tag or something, you can use it for that.
Yes, it also allows you to jack out. So if you made a face check that you think is a little bit worse than you want to handle, maybe a Seisenton, then you could just jack out at instant speed. So just to recap the runner's turn, so far we've had a click 1 install Nuka, click 2 draw 3 cards from Nuka. The mark is R&D, so maybe Dave is considering to run the open mark this turn.
Yeah, I think you're in a pretty good place. You don't have the FUT. The worst thing I think you can touch is like a sting.
Yeah, Stinger Food, so clean getaway into, I assume, R&D. And that's a petty cash on the top.
Honestly, Fuji would be okay here because that puts you at an early lead. But Sting is like, if you steal a Sting early, then they can start piling damage on you with their Stings.
Yes, and this deck, unlike some of the ones we saw before, is running the full set of 3 Stings just to make cards, just to sort of make cards disappear from your hand.
Yeah.
So Sable got the click back thanks to the mark. You can see Dave is tracking his clicks at the bottom with that lovely click tracker sliding from 1 to 4. Debating what to do for the last 2 clicks.
Also one Reaper function here, so there's really a full suite of kill combos that you have to be aware of.
Yeah, and the Alco can really end up taxing your economy, because both on trashing assets and clearing tags. Luckily we're installing an open market.
Yeah.
And then seems like resetting the turn, maybe just clicking for credit at the end.
Yeah.
Not wanting to go down to low card size. All right. Seems like are we deciding on a discard before starting the corpse turn?
Yeah. I mean, you kind of want all your cards, but so yeah, just clicking for a credit.
Makes sense. Keeping a healthy grip of 5 cards. All right. It's the corporation's turn, seeing the petty cash on the top. Happy to play that first click. You have to do that before any other actions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think one thing is Sable is you want to install as few breakers as possible, just because those are basically like part of your hit points, because like you can break things with boomerangs and hopefully that's what you're using. So like keeping as many cards in your hand is like this very delicate game.
Yeah, it's always a hard choice whether to decide whether you want the card for the value or for the hit points. Now, it looks like Kysra did click 1 for the petty cash, click 2 draw. Usually want to draw first, but petty cash doesn't allow you to do that. And then last click install the foot, naked on the table, but rezzed. So disincentivizing central run. The foot's not ice, which means that Dave could just run it down this turn, but that's part of the plan to tax the runner's credits and turn on Oppo.
Yes. Oh yeah, I guess Fuji would turn on threat 4 or threat 3.
Oppo Research is threat 3 to give the bonus
Yeah,
2 tags, but we saw in the previous game, Kysra is very happy to just give little Oppos, keep making you clear 2
that's
tags at a
true.
time, and even worse, forget to clear them. All right, first off,
Yeah.
just running down the foot, trashing for 3, turning on Oppo.
Yeah, I think with this kind of credit lead, yeah, you're right. You're fine to just give them 2 tags, slow them down, just making sure that you're getting that edge ahead of the runner.
Ooh, and here we have an Carpe Diem running the Mark Archives. So Spin Doctor being popped, shuffling back a
Hmm.
foot, and the other face down.
Hmm.
So Sable getting the click back, no harm once you see the face downs are gone. But that's the
Yeah.
cycling. You trash the foot. Oh, nope. There's still a third one back in the deck.
Yeah, I think that's the one you really just want to get rid of right away because I think Sable makes so many central runs that you don't want to accidentally get damage when you don't want it. So just getting rid of it as soon as possible is really important.
Yeah, and clearing out the face downs can just give you a little bit of peace of mind to run the archives if it's ever the mark. Now, Dave's money is good here, but we see very quickly that it might all be burned clearing tags from Oppo. And the worst part about tags, it takes a click to clear them. So it's not just money, it's actions that you could be spending gaining credits, but instead doing the least fun
Yeah.
action Netrunner, just spending 2 credits to remove a tag. Looks like we're hitting the Nuka, drawing 3 to get more options.
Yeah, I think your 2 tag removal cards are NFL and Flip Switch. I don't believe this is playing lie low. Um, so
No, lie low, a card that lets you
oh, you have Buy Bands. Buy Bands is another good one.
that is a really good shout. It lets you, it has 4 options on the card, and is a run event, so synergized with Sable's Mark, and gives you a choice to clear the tag. You're still paying 2 credits for the event, but you're getting some other benefit. You're getting maybe the Mark run, you're getting the card draw, you may be getting 2 credits on Info Bounty, so
Yeah.
much more
So
on-tempo way to clear the tag.
yeah, so even if Kysra plays like a little Oppo, Sable has a couple different ways to lose them without wasting just like a click to remove the tag.
Yes. We're getting down an open market and an info bounty off the open market credit, a card that we're not going to see around much longer, being recently banned given Sable's ability for infinite credits. And here we see installing ice on R&D, so trying to deny that mark if it's rolled, and then the little Oppo. But paying 2 credits, giving the runner 2 tags.
But yeah, Buy Bands would probably be really nice here.
Yeah, buy a band, archives mark, really there you go. Oh, looks like
Yeah.
our camera's got jostled a little bit.
Oh
So
yes.
starting with the mark roll, getting 1 credit from each open market.
God, open market not being unique is so nice.
It feels great. It feels like you're getting 2 credits
Yeah.
quickly as your turn. That's an R&D mark. Dave has this little shark to mark the mark.
Nice.
All right, has 2 bright yellow tags. The info bounty money there to grab if you make the Cecil run on the mark. All right.
Yeah, I think maybe it's a little risky doing any kind of face check right now. Again, I'm assuming they don't have value bands, but it could, it would. Yeah, I think it's a bit of a rough position. I think you're probably gonna have to spend 4 to remove those tags.
Yeah, absolutely. Kysra's deck is only running 1 copy of Seisentan, but that is the power of Seisentan. Until you have your killer down, you just always have to play around the possibility that it is the one Seisentan, which has the potential to flatline you, especially considering you're holding a full grip of likely events. But sometimes you just have to take your odds.
Yeah, I mean, you also have 3 anemones in there, so that's just 3 net damage.
Yep, 3 net damage and 2 alco counters. It'll translate into
Yeah.
seeing 3 cards crashing on. There's the other Nuga for free off the open market. So Dave's got some healthy card draw. Spending click to draw 3, I believe. Oh, no, haven't clicked the Nuka yet. might think about it. I've seen some players install the Nuka and decide to just save it there for a turn where you're more urgent on draw, and then spending your turn in the meantime to just draw manually. Draw one card at a time until you need the burst draw. And this isn't a turn where you urgently have to run, because Kysra, while getting good money, isn't putting any threats on the board.
Yeah, I think there's some situations too where you just put it down and then take the rest of your hand, so then you can just draw back up later if you don't like those from your hand.
Yeah, Dave taking to think here after fixing the table a little bit. Thanks to our volunteers. Shadow 2, I think that's for Heat and Cold Lava, Lucas in the background.
Yeah.
Ooh, do you see Kysra's hand? I see a cohort, I think another Oppo, and maybe some Mindscapings.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like we got a judge question, maybe about some kind of interaction on the card.
Curious what it would be.
Yeah. But for anyone interested in organized play, you should always be comfortable asking a judge literally anything. Judges are there to help, and more importantly, make sure that you understand why things are rules. Oh, there's a buy band.
You know what? It might have been about the phone neutral. Well, I guess, yeah. I'm trying to think if it might have been about the oh, maybe it was about the order of the buy bands, because that's always key.
Yes. But yeah, that's a good shout. One thing you can always ask judges for is to just see a card that you don't quite remember. Sometimes players play some more niche cards. Ooh, and we're installing the Carmen. Which they're not going for the tag removal option instead.
Yeah, I guess Carmen is more... Oh, you know what? That was probably the question, is if the run is successful at that point, do you get the Carmen discount?
Oh, that's really good, yeah, because Carmen costs 2 cheaper, so 3 instead of 5 if you make a successful run. And then buy a bands on the success lets you install a card. So yeah, because I think the disaster has happened, the Carmen only costs 2. Pretty good. Keeps just checking the card and making sure everyone understands. That's what we love our judges for.
That was almost definitely what Dave asked about.
Yeah, you can say, even player to the top table, Netrunner is a complicated game, and it's just good to be clear on these things, double check rather than guess. All right,
yeah, because the way buy bands work is it only activates on a successful run. So since it's a successful run, it applies to Carmen as well.
Yes, but since Dave didn't choose a tag clearing option, it looks like they have to do it manually, going down to 1 credit, but they will get 2 credits from the open market. So spending their last few clicks doing that. Would have loved an archive mark to get a click back, but we can't have everything we want.
Yeah, and you didn't turn on Oppo this turn, so you're safe at 1 credit. Or you didn't turn it back on.
All right, we're starting the predictive planogram. A zero-cost operation draws 3 cards. Now you've got lots of choices, and that's a FUT being drawn. The third Oppo.
I think this
There's
is just
install, res a FUT. A very similar play that we saw earlier. Not icing the FUT, just going, come trash him. You and what money?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, you're still getting your open market credits, you still have your info bounty, but that's contingent on perhaps getting an archives mark.
Yeah, archives mark here would definitely be huge to get that info bounty money clicklessly. Oh, but that's a 3. That's R&D. The shark stays, staring into a scary face down ice.
Yeah, but I think for sure getting that Carmen down is very important just for the avoiding dying to Saisantan.
Absolutely, yeah. The scariest ice we were talking about, slice some time, now only costs 3 for the Carmen to break.
Yeah.
But it can be a little awkward if you want to play a run event to try to get credits, because if you play a clean getaway, for example, costs you 3. Now you have no money to spend on the Saisantan. So Dave might need to take a turn to take a break here.
Yeah, I think that's okay. I mean, how many, you don't want to go too far behind, because if you do trash it, you turn on Oppo.
Exactly.
And then, yeah, it's a bit risky. And I guess, I don't think Kysra's on hybrid release. So there's less of a risk of just kind of taking that instant damage.
Yes, the only fast advance plans are with the Moon Pool. So I think the FUT is there. More of the threat if you run and steal. If you steal a Sting, if you steal a Fuji. Not necessarily I'm going to score until the very end of the game. Ideally end of the game with the flatline kill combo.
Yeah. So I think Dave's okay to take a break. Just, again, not wanting to turn on Oppo again.
I think that was click 1 and click 2 draw from Dave. Still no class action. Not getting filter draw, just drawing the good old-fashioned way with a basic action.
Yeah, and I mean this game is untimed, so taking a lot of consideration for every move.
Yes, so, get your water, get your snacks. We could be here for, a really technical, really careful game from both players, which is the Netrunner we
Yeah.
want to see.
And I think not feeling tempted to just click that Nuka because you want to get the full value with Class Act to get the full filtered draw.
And not only that, you know that there's going to be turns when you suddenly lose like 3 cards of damage.
Yeah,
Oh, but it looks
for
like
sure.
Dave is deciding to run down the foot.
Yeah.
But that's going to be all his money, and he's expecting getting 2 tags, and that might be his whole turn next turn, to click for 2, clear 2 tags. But we're getting ahead of
Yeah.
ourselves.
Yeah, I think maybe his thinking is that it's not on threat yet, so Kysra might not burn another Oppo.
It looks like deciding not to trash the foot and just
Yeah.
click for credits.
Throwing out the newly banned card.
Well, it's the second one. You shouldn't be worried about losing one unless you're going to get maybe tagged and trashed. Ooh, and the cohort
Right.
6 on the table.
That's true.
It's interesting that Dave discarded the mutual favor. Do you think that suggests he has all his breakers in hand already?
Yeah. I mean that might be another reason that he installed the Carmen, and that. Yeah, no, that's definitely what that means there. Because maybe he only has one or he has a boomerang in hand, but I think in these kinds of matchups, it's like it's possible he like drew all of his breakers and then was thinking whether or not he should just install them.
And that also makes sense, clicking for credits, making sure that you're within range to install those important breakers for losing them from hand. Looks like Cat did the cohort trash to get the second Alco counter, is now considering the Alco counter. Do you see any of those cards? I think I just saw Fuji maybe go into the bin.
I think I saw the Phonutria too. I think is there.
Yes. So that's
That
a
would
card
be
we were
perfect.
discussing, the Sentry that does damage.
Yeah.
It can be broken by Carmen, but again, you keep on getting these pesky tags. So we have
I
an
think putting that on the foot is gonna do. I think the Phonutria is on the cohort.
Interesting. Just adding an extra tax to that remote. I think we got a Funatria down, we got Tatubola down, and I believe the Spin Doctor on the outermost to save that Fuji in case it's would be stolen without a flatline. But right now, running the Fuji is 2 damage on the Fuji and 3 damage from the foot. So that's your whole hand. All right, the 2 open markets clear, giving Dave 2 credits. Have we rolled the
Finally
mark
getting
yet?
in.
Finally getting the archives mark.
Yeah, finally getting the archives mark. So that'll be some value.
But you might not be able to run it this turn if it costs your whole hand.
Oh, that's true.
And if there's a bonus sting in there, then it's not 5 damage, it's 6 damage.
Yeah. I think what was put on the fight was that like I didn't quite see it. It might have been a Tatubola.
I think it's a Tatubola.
Yeah, that would make the most sense because I think the way Cat's thinking there is that you want to defend that, and then the cohort is just being taxed. So I think
Yes.
you would really want to pinhole archives, but that does fizzle the info bounty.
Info bounty, yes. A card we won't have to worry about soon. So those sad interactions, gone. Thanks, SPT.
Yeah.
Dave taking to think here. Maybe tempted to hit the Nuka, but really dangerous.
Yeah, he must really like his hand. Like I'm thinking that there's probably breakers in. Oh, hitting the
are.
Nuka.
I think really you just want some uninteractive money here. Like a Carpe Diem is fine or just a sure gamble.
Yeah.
Right. So we had the click for the Nuka.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, this is a bit of a
Oh, a Bravado.
bravado on the. Oh, okay.
Really going, the only thing I'm scared of are sentries, and I have my Carmen, and it's just a little tattoo, so it's just going to end the run, cause no damage. That's somewhat bold there. I guess the only danger is an anemone, but
Yeah, it's like you have the Carmen out. I think what you really want here is a pinhole, but I think that's probably why you hit Nuka, was to try to see if you could get the pinhole, because that's the easiest way to get the foot.
yes. But a good play sometimes is to run the ice on the server you want to pinhole just to make the
Yeah.
corporation spend some money
For sure.
to keep you out and then go, nope, I can still get the foot anyways.
Yeah.
Dave taking to think here, so 2 more clicks and a good number of cards in hand. I don't think Kysra's
Yeah.
running anything of blood on the water, so you're not punished like at instant speed, like fast advance from hand if you go low hand size, but obviously not a position you want to
There's
be
the
in.
second.
Ooh, there's a buy advance on
Right.
archives. So this is going to be
That's the
more draw.
Yeah, that's the second Baya band. I think Dave's playing really aggressive here, honestly. Because that's going to be the draw and the install, I think.
Yes, so drawing and hopefully probably installing one of those breakers that's being kept careful in hand. So Kysra taking a
Yeah.
think here probably whether to pop the Spin Doctor and get the Fuji out, or just go, hey, let's clear your hand. It looks like we had another question with the Bioband's timing, but looks like Cat's deciding to res the Spin Doctor and shuffle, let's see, I'm assuming a face down. Looks like 2 face downs?
Yeah, because if you have like a sting in there, you can also make him take the damage from the foot.
Oh, I think the question might have also been, what's the timing on using the Spin Doctor? Is it before or after they choose the Bioband's options?
Oh, yeah. I think it has to be. I think you might be asking about the info bounty.
Well, they get the Sable click back because it's the Archives mark.
Yeah.
Maybe just checking clicks here. I mean, as a grand final, we want to make sure that everything is done right. All the triggers are kept. Yeah, so getting the info bounty money.
Yeah.
Not sure if we resolved the Bioband completely. All right, we're doing the draw 2.
No.
And then I'm guessing install because there's no tag to clear and there's nothing to trash.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Curve here coming down for 2.
Yeah, because the info bounty actually comes after
Yes.
the run ends.
Yes, another tricky timing. But all right, Sable and her friends, Carmen and Kurapure, ready to break most of the ice in this deck. I don't know if we're running any code gates. Is this deck on Scatterfield?
No. You must have. Let me see. There must be like one code gate.
Looks like there's one Fly Swatter.
Yeah, there's a fly swatter. And then
Yep.
I think for Nutria is a sentry.
I believe so as well. So yeah, looks like less ice in this deck. And Dave's accrued most of the ways to deal with most of the ice. So this might be the time to start pivoting into running Sentinels, trashing the assets. But the bigger problem is economy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Dave's console of choice is Penny Shaver, which I think is what you really want to get down before you start trashing the assets, because that's functionally a 1 credit discount on each asset trash. Thinking about next turn, all right, we're going to get down the Bravado. Looks like
Yeah,
on...
I think also getting that Tattoo Bola resed, at least you get the Kurapira counter in case they decide to deny you that. And like Bodo can be really annoying late game.
Yes. Yeah, we saw, I think, some big old Bochos earlier, and something you have to be ready to deal with in the late game, probably defending your kill combo. All right, just 1 credit to break, getting a credit on the Bravado, spending the 3 credits, trashing the foot, and then getting, 7 credits off Bravado. Such a good run event.
Not swapping the Tattoo Bola though, because there's no ice in hand.
Oh, interesting. That can be a little dangerous, because then Dave might just go, I'll just keep running the Tattoo Bola, get some counters when it's not giving you money,
Yeah.
and just basically going to save me, 8 credits eventually in a Bochu?
Yeah, so that bravado on the Tattoo Bola to just get it res was a pretty good move.
Yeah. Good. It looks like a good position for Dave right now. Good amount of money, ready to clear any oppos that are thrown your way. Looks like they have a Penny Shaver, and maybe I see some transfers in hand, some class acts. Lots of good options here.
Yeah, being very careful with that money though. Maybe one of the questions was also about what's it called, Penny Shaver, because I think Penny Shaver the ability would fizzle with the Baya bands install as well.
Interesting. That would make sense. So
But-
just last click, getting a Chesva down. So that's going to make all central runs 2 credits cheaper. That's also shout out to the New York Chesva alt darts. It was the participation prize commissioned for this New York City Megacities event.
Yeah,
All right.
perfect for a Sable heavy meta.
Absolutely. All right. Cat got the Cora trigger. Getting
Yeah,
a
and you have
counter.
a sting in hand. Ooh,
Interesting.
naked and smelling the sting.
Yeah, just getting down the... Ooh. All right, playing the oppo, getting down foot, and see, the boy keeps coming back.
That's Mr. Self-cessed for you. He's always got more of himself.
Yeah. And you'd hope they'd all just be clones, but actually they're apparently the original and do just as much net damage as the last one.
Yeah. And the little oppo's still very significant here because you have to spend, because you're basically just wasting 2 of Dave's clicks to prepare to run where he wants to.
Absolutely, but that's a place where Sable's click bonus, the click gain from running the mark, really shines. It sort of gives you a free action to make a run. All right, running the mark. It's HQ. Or rolling the mark.
Without the 2 Baya bands, you're sort of, I think playing those aggressively is fine early game, but you might regret it later when you have to do some tempo manipulation to try to avoid dying. But you know,
And Dave's economy looks good for now, maybe until they clear the tags, but they're gonna have to start digging for some card draw. Have we seen 2 Nukas emptied?
yes, no class acts.
Yeah, that might be a little bit rough. I think they have a transfer in hand, so you could be tempted to transfer HQ since it's your mark. However, the usual downside of transfer that doesn't matter much matters a lot in this matchup. It gives you a tag.
Asking to look at a card, maybe Phonutria.
Yeah, if the 2 of us trying to remember the content of Phonutria is any sign, Dave might have a bit of trouble remembering this card that we simply just don't see very often.
I believe it's on the cohort right now.
Yes, I think so too.
But yeah, I think assuming it's on HQ is perfectly valid considering that's Criminal's favorite server.
Yeah, and that's like an unavoidable tag. So like Anemone is only once, but Phonutria will keep giving you a tag each time. And there's no way you want to run with fewer than 4 cards in the grip.
Yeah, and again, those couple turns where Dave was really considering, he might have just not wanted to use those Baya bands so early. But I think it's the right choice just because you need that tempo to keep up with Ayuko.
Yeah, for their card draw to match your card draw. Looks like we're breaking the Tachubula and no swap again. So just getting that free Kuru counter, trashing the foot, for 3 credits. Now, is Dave going to be able to clear the tags?
Did he run HQ?
No, I think it was just click 1, run the foot, unless there was a draw before.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They have this bright yellow tag sitting in the middle, so I'm thinking that they have strong reason to definitely clear at least 1 tag, but even just floating 1 tag could be lethal, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think you really want to run HQ this turn because you're probably thinking there's at least an agenda, that there's likely an agenda in there. I don't think there is, but like that Tattoo Bola not swapping it is very telling.
Yes, that you have a hand that's agendas and or operations, which I think if we see the hand, it's actually mostly operations. It's some mindscapings and I think the 3rd oppo.
And I don't think Dave's on Cup, which would be another sort of tech card.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think the really tempting reason to run HQ, not only is it your mark, but it lets you convert the Chesra credits into the info bounty credits. And that's like better than clicking for a credit. And it's going to enable you to afford clearing those 2 tags. I don't think there's anything you're worried about on HQ. I think it's actually Phonotria, the card that we've been talking about, which is going to give you a 3rd tag, and that you're not going to be able to break, to clear.
Yeah. And I mean, again, Dave doesn't know where the Phonutria is at this point, so any server is like a risk.
Looks like that might be the judge ask right now. Kolava Lucas pulling it up on his phone to show the card. Yeah, Cat stepping aside just to make sure that nothing is revealed. David's welcome to ask questions in private.
Yeah. He asked to look at a card earlier, so this is the 2nd one this turn.
You know, the stress, it's a long day. You just really want to make sure you get it right, and it's not like, oops, accidentally a code gate.
It's entirely possible he had to look at the Phonutria twice.
And like Cat's deck is on this interesting breaker streak with a lot of 1-ofs of ice, which almost works better into open deck lists because it just taxes the runner, always worried about some other option.
it's the mental tax. It's like that's the whole thing. Like that's why you play one snare is because even with an open deck list, you're always going to be worried about the snare.
Absolutely. Um, which actually would be not unsurprising in this deck. So, that's the downside of open deck lists. There's no snare to worry about, or as of now and
Yeah.
then, the bite.
Right. But yeah, I mean,
All right, Cat coming back. Dave still debating these last 2 clicks and still floating 2 tags.
I think you only have, is that only 3 credits?
Yeah, so it might be. The click tracker might not have been used on this turn. Some of these players are not used to using tokens to count their clicks and just do it manually.
I mean, I think maybe you're thinking like, is Dave is like you said, trying to convert those credits into convert the Tesla into real credits to have enough to get those tags. But you run the risk of, again, if it is Nutria, you do get the third tag.
Yeah, and if it's just a fly swatter, it's going to end the run and you won't get any of the mark benefits. And now you're just going to be simply a credit short and a click short wasted on a run from clearing the tags. So
Yeah,
really
I think
difficult thinking.
Yeah, I mean, maybe now Dave's regretting busting one Baya Bands. I think that's a good enough reason as any for Cat to play the second Oppo, is seeing that both of the Baya Bands are gone.
Yeah, and maybe also regretting trashing the foot too. Okay, so yeah, so it looks like just the click 1 was run taught to. Ooh, we're going for a transfer. Now, this is going to give you a third tag if it goes through.
Yeah, I mean, that's extra.
Wow,
Extra
that's
risky here.
audacious. The call might be that if, I might float a tag, but if you have no money, you can't kill me.
That's true. I mean, Dave did throw out the second info bounty, so oof.
That's an anemone. So
Oh, yeah.
on res, kysra trashes a card from HQ to do 2 net damage, getting 2 alco counters in the meantime. Trashing.
This might be pretty rough for Dave.
Trashing. That looks like a boomerang and a penny shaver. Spending 1 credit from the Cheswa to break the anemone, so you don't take a third net damage. Really wouldn't want that. And then yours is relatively safe to access because the foot is gone. So Fuji's only 2 damage. Getting the info bounty money, getting the click back, getting the transfer money as well.
You are still on 3 tags though, so you're gonna have at least 1, and that info bounty is probably gonna go away since.
Oh no,
Dave's
but because you get to click
going.
back, you've only really spent 1 click, so you can't spend 3 clicks to remove 3 flags.
Oh wait, is he on? Oh, I thought he was on only 2 clicks left.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but I believe it was click 1 run foot.
Okay.
Maybe double checking with our judge here. Yeah, these are really thoughtful, careful turns that, can sometimes take a little bit of time. All right, looks like the transfer's going through. Making sure all the triggers are managed.
Okay.
Yep, getting the transfer money. Oh yeah, remembering the info bounty credits come after, so just putting them aside. All right, and now it looks like all the triggers are in order, and there's going to be an access. Oh, die rolling off. Oh, the 6 is not a 1 to 4, getting a 1. So seeing the planogram, which is actually extra, like light tag punishment. If you're floating a tag, predicted planogram is not only 3 credits, but also 3 cards. It's a Rashida from hand.
So wait, is Dave on 7, 8, 9? Okay.
Just more and more.
So confused by this money right now. Okay, so I think that's 11 credits right now.
And I assume some of it's going to go away very shortly to clear these tags.
Yeah, I think you just clear all the tags.
Dave might be tempted to go trash the core to give Kysra no way to bounce back economically. Oh, looks like we're just clearing 1 tag.
And playing Class Act.
Wow, so kind of double call. 1, you don't have the money to kill me, and 2, I have too many cards for you to kill me, so your tags don't matter.
That's true, but I think Kysra's gonna kill the info bounty though.
you'd definitely be happy to do that. And you play the planogram this turn, which both of them know is in hand.
Yeah.
Interesting choice here
Very.
by Dave.
I think it did look like there was only that you wouldn't have been able to. You would have only have been able to clear two of the tags. So, but yeah, this is like. So how many cards do you have in hand? Is that the full 9?
No, because I think some net damage was taken earlier, so it might be something like 7, but I'm sure Kysra is taking good track of that. So we got the cohort, so getting 2 credits, bouncing back from 2, seeing the Alco trigger, trashing something.
Yeah, I think that's double mindscaping end of the line would kill
Oh,
you.
wow.
But I don't think you have enough money for that.
No. So you may just wait for next turn when they're back down to a normal hand size of 5. Making some
Definitely
change.
gonna. I think you have to kill the info bounty though. That's like an easy choice.
So starting with the planogram, again, 3 credits and 3 cards. They're drawn into a Bladderwort, Moonpool. You assume the court must have drawn into agendas by now, right?
Yeah, I mean that's a sting right there.
Ah, yes. The thing's just on the table, waiting for you to steal it, which not only gets the damage, triggers Alco, turns on Oppo Research as well.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, this is very, very methodical play from both players with this untimed game.
Yeah,
And I
on-time
think,
game not punishing a 0-0 scoreline. There's no need to rush to a points to win on time. It's truly going to be get to 7 or flatline.
also seeing a Reaper function in hand, which if left alone could also trigger Bladderwort in the right situation.
Yes, when you res the Reaper function before your start of turn, to just dip below the 4 credit threshold that Bladderwort wants in order to do the net damage. I think Dave did trash a card last turn, so I wonder, yeah, he trashed the foot last turn, so I wonder if Cat is debating whether to end this turn with the Oppo. Or no,
Yeah.
I think the Oppo was maybe ditched from hand to the cohort, which they might be regretting slightly.
I think I mean, it's a tough choice to make here because I think there's a couple like you don't want to risk losing that Reaper function to just a trash, but I think that's your key to getting a kill is to try to overwhelm the runner with assets because I think Dave is still only at 5, and if you trash the info bounty, that hits a big source of credits.
Yes. So lots of choices here, lots of installables. Some cards you're happy to discard, like that petty cash to the bin. All right, looks like we're getting, oh, no, still thinking.
Yeah, maybe the consideration of how low do you want to go for the Bladderwort.
Exactly, yeah, because trashing the resource does help you to dip in the credits. They're also wondering, I think, whether to install behind the Tattoo Bullet, because they still haven't drawn any ice to swap. Actually, no, that's wrong. There's a different Tattoo to swap it with.
Probably also considering.
Putting down a foot. He's back. How many foots have you seen this game? 3?
Not trashing the info bounty. Yeah.
Wow. Maybe Kitra's thought is like, actually, no, do run centrals. Take damage, steal, turn on Oppo.
Right. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, my thinking, like, I think, with that kind of hand is overwhelming the runner could get you in a really nice position. But I think Kysra's thinking about a full combo as opposed to just doing, little bits of damage here and there.
Yes, you see they're holding on to 2 Mindscaping in his hand and waiting for a turn when that really will get the kill. Not on this turn,
Yeah.
but the classic getting you past 5 hand size.
Yeah, for sure. And I think with that in mind, you actually don't want to dip too low because you still need the money to get your combo off. Because I think double Mindscaping end of the line would have killed Dave.
All right, we're starting with a pinhole running HQ. Okay, so that's 1 credit to break the anemone. This is a mark HQ. I think it's slightly off screen. The mark is R&D, so just running the server that you can run. Spending 1 credit off the Chesva and then 2 wheel credits to trash the foot. Just a nice little synergy where you can spend those Chesva credits since the pinhole is technically a run on a central.
Yeah.
But down to 2 credits and still floating those 2 tags. Dave has no fear.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a risk. Like, Yeah, I think you're in a very tough spot here because again, Kysra's got 2 out of 3 combo cards in hand.
Yes.
And the money doesn't really matter for those cards. Like, unlike a measured response kill, it doesn't matter how many credits they have. What you care about is how many tags they have.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but it looks like we get the Carpe Diem, which allows you to run the mark, which is R&D. I think Dave debating whether to run or just hold on to those credits to clear the tags.
I think running if considering it's R&D, I think it's okay because I think you want to keep them down on
That's
low
true.
as possible.
And you will get a
Yeah.
2 credit rebate, so basically you can afford to spend 2 credits on this run and it's functionally a wash. But maybe you're scared of Anemone.
Yeah, I think Anemone, Dave hasn't gotten down that. I think Dave had. I want to say. It's Stone Ship. Stone Ship. Yeah, you don't have Stone Ship down. So there's. I'm assuming that's not in hand. Otherwise, you probably would have installed it.
Yep. And yeah, it looks like the Carpe Diem run was declined.
Yeah, with 3 cards in hand, it's a bit of a risk.
Oh, absolutely. And with Kysra repeatedly checking the face downs, I wonder if part of you thinks, maybe there's a surprise FUT waiting for me. FUT is unique, so it means you can't have 2 res at a time. But maybe you have 1 res to draw heat, and then another time you just surprise them and make them threaten for them to take 1 net damage more than they expected.
I do think he's seen 3, though.
I think we have seen 3, but 1 was shuffled back with the first Spin Doctor.
Was it? Oh, that's true. Okay.
All right, so yeah, just taking the last 2 clicks to clear the tag.
I mean, there's. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's exactly what you need to do here. Gives the corp a lot fewer options.
Ooh, but ending the turn on 3 cards in hand. So Bladderwort is the only res, so doesn't do any damage. Just spend a credit, get a credit.
Mm-hmm.
I think Kids was wishing that the other asset was something that they could res to dip. So that's kind of telling you that's not a moon pool. All right. Looks like we're flipping up a card face down from cohort to get the advancement and then doing the acro trigger.
So I think hoping to get, because I believe that's a sting.
Yes.
So I think trying to get them as low as possible. I mean, it's a bit awkward. I mean, because Dave had so many cards in hand, there was no way to really get a true kill without end of the line. But this is... Yeah, I think just scoring the sting just makes those R&D or HQ runs a little more dangerous.
For sure, yeah. Now that Kysra has scored 1 sting, any sting that the runner steals is actually me 2 net damage. Ooh, taking a click to install an Ice and Archive, just trying to deny the mark value. Oh, and just installing another card, leaving the card advanced. Does cohort say that the card has to be advanceable? Does that reveal that the card is an advanceable agenda? Or
well, that is the sting, so I wonder if they're really just trying to force Dave to run the cohort. Like that wouldn't be surprising because that's where the Phonutria is. That would force Dave to take it. I mean, Dave's at 1 credit right now. So he can't really afford to run all 3 of those face downs.
Yes, that's the downside of the Chesler credits. They only work on centrals and are not going to really help you on the remote. The mark is Archives, which was just installed an ice in front of it, but I do wonder if there's anything you're too afraid of.
Yeah, I mean, Anemone's bad.
Yes, that's probably the worst.
Siphon is breakable. Boto, I don't think you can break.
No, you're missing 1 more counter, so.
Yeah.
Down to 1 credit, looking a little tricky for Dave.
Yeah. I think. Yeah, I mean, it's. Yeah, that Reaper function will turn on, like, so there aren't any other I don't think there's any other advanceable cards in Kysra's deck. So Dave knows that's an agenda. So that's really tempting.
I think we double check cohort. Actually just says place an advancement on an installed card. It doesn't have to be advanceable.
Right.
So it could just be a bluff.
Well, no, we've seen that sting. We
know it's not a bluff, but
Yeah.
Dave might think it's a bluff. But it makes sense to sort of pre-advance the agendas in Kysra's deck because look, either you steal them again, take damage, turn on Oppo, or I slow cook them, and this gives me extra clicks to do damage. It could even end up on 3 counters, and I can do the sting damage clicklessly as part of my combo turn.
Yeah, because I think they're trying to get Dave to run the cohort because that's where the Phonutria is, right?
Yes.
So you really want him to have to either float the tag or spend the money to clear it.
Looks like Dave's first 2 clicks were installing a stone ship and then drawing 2. So stone ship is great, part of the kill tech, letting you pop it for instant speed to draw 2 cards.
Yeah. So I think if if Cat reses the Reaper function, then you pop the stone ship in response.
Ooh, checking the advanced card. 3 cards in hand. Debating whether to pop the stone ship first. Just seeing the sting. So this is
So
our
that's one damage.
first agenda point of the game.
Yeah.
Giving them alco counter, losing the flip switch.
Ooh,
Has
that
some
was
value here.
another tag counter, but not as good as Bayou Bands, but
No.
interestingly, the stone ship could charge the Kurapira to bypass a
Pass the
photo.
photo. I can't quite see Kysra's credit total. It might be somewhere like 8, which might be all the money they have to res a photo, so nothing you're too afraid of. Looks like they've just taken their last 2 clicks to draw up and then pop the stone ship to end in a full hand of 5. You must be pretty happy as Kysra to see the stone ship popped not on the corpse turn, but to not to suddenly jump up to 7, but just to a normal hand size of 5.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like they were just pausing to reflect on that choice. I'm wondering if he's waiting for a window for Kysra to do anything, but I don't think there's any ways to interact with the stone ship.
Is that his last click?
Yes, he spent the last 2 clicks to draw.
Okay.
Okay, so the stone ship is being popped. And Dave has drawn. All right, we're starting with cohort. Credits every turn. Alco counters every turn. Alco trigger every turn. C3 trash 1. The archives could be loaded with, Fuji Sting.
Not resing the Reaper function.
That is interesting. Maybe you don't want to show the threat, especially if it doesn't dip Kysra into the bladderwort range. But now they have a Moonpool. Moonpool is really good to dip to range.
Yeah.
To help you let you score out something like a See How They Run or another Sting on your turn.
Yeah. I believe there's a Fuji in archives, unless that got shuffled back in at some point.
Yes, I think it was trashed at some point, so getting the Moonpools on the table is also insurance. If the runner ever runs archives and would survive, you can always cycle them back into HQ. Or sorry, into R&D. Looks like we're starting with Petty Cash.
Mm-hmm. So maybe just a bunch of installs. There's the Fuji.
Yes.
I think definitely, because I think with Moonpool and Reaper function, that's -6. So you're still, with this credit total, I believe they're at 12, 11?
12 looks right. And then possibly 2
12.
more with cohort on a turn. Yeah, so just 2 installs.
3 install, is that?
Oh,
3
yeah, so the
install.
Petty Cash must have been in the bin. So clickless 2 credits. That makes sense. Right.
So, okay. So it's 3 from Moonpool, 3, and I don't think you're able to get under with the cards that you have right now. So the Bladderwort is still not doing damage.
Yes.
But Dave's only on 1 credit, which could change very quickly.
I wonder, I think we've seen 2 Carpe Diems. It might be a little bit hard for the runner's bounce back econ. We haven't seen much drip this game other than Info Bounty, which is, as we've seen, a little bit dangerous to get off.
Yeah.
Does Kysra's deck only have 1 Reaper function?
Yeah, it's 1 Reaper function.
Okay, so you're not scared of like triple Reaper function on the table.
Yeah. I mean, 1's enough, really.
Yeah, just an extra 2 damage. Looks like Dave's
Yeah.
checking what's in archives. Is archives the mark this turn, or has he not run? Has he not rolled it yet?
No, I think archives is marked.
Okay.
So probably checking how many futs there are. I think there might be 2 in the bin.
Yeah, because I think one was shuffled back at some point. They're really tricky boards that you see all these face downs and, your brain really starts spinning. What kind of alco combo do they have? Maybe it's not like you're not scared of extra Reapers. Maybe you're scared of 2 Moon Pools scoring to see how they
Yeah.
run collectlessly.
Yeah, and Dave's already used 2 of his best tech cards, which is the Baya Bands, which deals with both the, gives him cards and could remove a tag if needed. All right, so
Is the
accessing.
Mindscaping?
She's the one Mindscaping.
I'm pretty sure this isn't what's on the table, but you know how you can dip to Bladderwort range? You can raise a Moon Pool, and a Reaper function.
Yes, if you had a second Moon Pool.
But
Is
Dave's-
Moon Pool unique? Moon Pool must be unique.
Good question. You can res and crack one and then res and crack the other. It's not unique.
But
Yeah, you can have 2 at once.
Oh yeah.
Thanks, Scotto.
If it was unique, you couldn't do it at the start of your turn though. But
All right, well, there's some runs being made while we exactly what happened. Looks like you're just poking R&D, trying to HQ, sorry, to poke maybe an agenda from hand. Oh, the same Mindscaping.
yeah.
Maybe you think there's 2?
Yeah, maybe also just seeing what's in HQ, because there's no agendas there.
Yeah, and it's good to have an idea of what kill threats are being presented. Like, once you see the end of the line in HQ, then is when you immediately start to worry, because end of the line does cost influence, so it might only be 1 in the deck.
Yeah, it is 1 in the deck, but 1's enough, honestly, because
Yes.
Dave has no way of getting rid of it. As soon as Kysra draws that, it's a huge threat.
Yeah, these HQ runs are interesting. They are free with the Chesva credits, but Dave might also want to be digging for definitely some econ cards, or I think maybe their last 2 tech pieces, which are the Stone Ship and the No Free Lunch we haven't seen.
Yeah, the no free lunch is very key because that does turn off the end of the line.
Yes.
Unless you float 2 tags, which
Yes.
not a good idea. But he did do
Oh.
that once this game.
And just going HQ again, spending your last real credit. Not sure what is hoping for here. But
Maybe trying to steal, maybe like the second sting.
maybe taking to see how they run out of hand, so it doesn't. Oh, there's an Anemone.
Yeah, see how they run is also pretty dangerous, but maybe thinking that there's another sting in hand since they let him have that one.
That would make sense too, because if you've stolen a sting, you want the sting on your side, and you don't want your opponent to sting it because it does bonus damage there.
Yeah.
I think that was 3 clicks running HQ, not even the mark. The mark was archives, which seems pretty dangerous. The board state looks pretty good for Kysra. What are you hoping for? What are your outs here as Dave?
I don't know. I think that turn that they floated 2 tags, I think that told him that the end of the line still isn't in hand, right? So it's like, I don't know. It's a bit tricky here because I think you're assuming there's the end of the line isn't in hand, but that it could very easily get there. Not wanting to trash anything that you don't need to. Like that Bladderwort has just been staying there.
Yes.
And then I think there's a moon pool Reaper function. Like I think Dave's trying to think if he has to trash something this turn, maybe.
But he has no money to trash anything. He just has to keep cards in hand and hope that, there's no combo that he hasn't expected. I do think that it's not clear if there's a 5 or a 6 damage combo to empty the hand. So drawing might be safe here.
Well, you know what? Also, Archives
taking
is
a
still
credit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Alright,
Archives is
let's see.
slightly off screen, but for the audience, there is an ice in front of it, and I believe there are a good number of face downs from the Alco triggers, let alone the cohort.
Oh, so we're rezzing, I think.
Oh.
Let's see. Oh, what? Okay, no, not.
I'm just making change.
Yeah, I'm like. So they're on 12 credits, right?
I believe so. Oh, looks like
Just
they're
gaining 1.
No, they're spending 9 credits. Is it the Reaper Moonpool we were talking about? I thought it was a pipe dream, but it's here. Oh, and another Bladderwort. Oh my god.
I knew that had to be. Yeah, that was the only other thing it could have been in
Wow.
order to dip down.
How much damage is this? All right, so the first bladder word's going to trigger. It's going to give you credit, do one net damage because you have 4 or less.
Is this a 5 damage? Okay. So what do we got?
All right, that's 1 damage, 1 credit. Then another damage, 1 credit. All right. I think the specific cards would even matter that much. It is just the number of cards. There's 3 left. The Reaper function now does another 2.
Yeah. I mean,
Anything flatlines, right? Like a Sting, fast advance. You could even fast advance a Fuji.
yeah, I think you could fast advance a Fuji. I think there is there another Fuji in hand?
I believe so. I think the Fuji in hand had dodged some of those HQ accesses.
Yeah, that must have been Dave must have been looking for that second Sting because
Yeah.
like
And then now you have Alco Trigger just to draw into the combo pieces you want or get agendas into archives to turn on those moon pools.
so I think they only were able to trigger 1 bladder work because they were at 12, so that only brought them down to 3.
Oh,
But
interesting.
a Sting kill could still Sting or Fuji score would kill.
Yes. No, but there's 1 card left in hand, so I think both bladder words did trigger.
Yeah. Well, because its Reaper function is 2.
2.
Reaper function 2.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then
so I
bladder
guess-
is
yeah.
1 each, so yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Kysra did the math. All right, looks like. Oh, and there was an advance on that card, so just popping the moon pool.
Oh, was that the Sting or is that a Fuji?
I mean,
Is
it
that
doesn't
an
matter.
Agora?
Both of them kill. All right, showing some stings back. Popping another moon pool. I think it's a Fuji.
Oh yeah, that must be the Fuji. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Scoring the
There you
Fuji, doing the last
go.
2 damage, and that's game.
Amazing.
Wow, really
Wow.
impressive comeback from Kysra after dropping to the lower brackets. Round of applause, setting up that combo turn. In hindsight, it looks like Dave just had a feeling that that was his last turn. He just had to send it on HQ.
Yeah. I mean that double moon pool Reaper function getting low enough that was pretty wild.
Yeah, really kind of aesthetic last turn. Just
Mindscaping and end of the line.
All right, so-
Beautiful play.
yeah, really beautiful last turn. All right, Kato's going to go out there just to give out some of the last prizes. As you see people celebrate Kat, some hugs, some sighs of relief after a long day of excellent play. Dave played really, really well too, really careful. All right.
Yeah, it's like those little oppos still slowed the runner down, but yeah, just keeping him low.
Hello,
on credit.
everyone.
All right, looks like Kato's making the final announcement.
Hi.
Yeah.
First off, I want to say thank you all for coming out for this Megacity event. It was great having you all. Thank you so much to my volunteer judge for the whole time. Lucas, Rohit as well. Yesterday, we had Radiant Sam helping as well. So thank you all so much for all your help. Shout outs to Kat for making one of the alt-arts. I'm going to quickly hand out the top 4 prizes, starting with number 4, Wynaut. Congrats.
Thanks so much.
Coming in at number 3, we have Ice Cream College. Congratulations. Number 2, Dave. There you go. And whoops. No, it's not broken. It's supposed to come off. But number 1 You get a mat and this trophy that's not broken. Congratulations! So, the cup is actually usable. That's why I didn't want it to be permanent. So, it's a nice cup. So you can, and of course, this. There you go. And where did the pins go? Did everyone already take them? Okay, they already gave them. Anyways, thank you very much for coming out, everyone. Shout outs to the stream. Thanks for watching. Everyone go home.
A round of applause going out for Kata for all the hard work that they put into making this event and a lot of events in New York possible.
Yeah.
Well,
Shout out to the
that's-
venue too for having a in-house stream setup.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely one of the best stream setups I've seen. Well, that's the weekend of Netrunner. Thanks for everyone who tuned in. Shout out to all the players, really played their heart outs. Got some excellent, excellent games on stream, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, that is probably one of the best finishes I've seen to a Netrunner game.
Absolutely. What runner meta? That corp destroyed. We see a cute top 4 picture being taken right now with the little, I think it's a ceramic prize in Cat's hand. So yeah,
Yeah.
taking those last pictures, saying the last goodbyes to an excellent event all around. Thanks.
Saying goodbye to Deep Dive and Info Bounty and Banhar.
Yeah. Well, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks for tuning in. I've been Laura,
I've been Eli.
and see you all around. Bye.
See ya.